Sup, my fellas, don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. It's a sunny day. The building of the 4th Academy stands out against the blue sky. The director is standing on the porch, addressing the students. The gray-haired man, Su Jin Long, tells the students that when they enter the magic circle drawn on the ground, the system will assign them to their class. There is a chance to become a strong swordsman in sparkling ruby armor, an invincible knight in armor, a clever killer in dark robes, or a powerful magician wearing a mantle. The director said that everything will be decided by fate, and he believes that everyone will definitely become an outstanding representative of their class. At this point, he finished his speech and activated the detection system. The magic circle glowed blue under the students' feet. One of the students with dark hair and blue eyes thought to himself that he had already turned 18 and that day had finally come. The guy's name is Kyo Yu. An image of the planet Earth and the planet on which he is now appeared in his head. The planets are similar, but here you can see red funnels and black bats against the background of skyscrapers. This planet is alien to the hero, but an artificial metaverse has appeared here, in which dungeons open up, which, upon reaching adulthood, can be cleared by killing monsters and at the same time increasing your characteristics. Closing his eyes, he plunges into the class determination system. He is greeted by the world of the metaverse and asked to determine his class. The main character, peering into the purple sky of the metaverse, shouts out his consent. In his mind, he asks his ancestors for a good class. A dialog box appears stating that the class definition process is in progress. Kyo Yu is surrounded by black waves of energy and a huge skull appears behind him. The system congratulates the young man on receiving a hidden class. The main character looks at his hands and tongues of dark energy around him. He became a Necromancer. Kyo Yu is happy. He has a smile on his face and shouts that this is great. A picture of a tough warrior with magical powers appears in his head, and he says that the Necromancer is the rarest class that can be obtained by 1 or 2 people in the world. The image of the Necromancer is complemented by the figures of various monsters, and the hero says that with one swing of the staff you can summon an unlimited number of first-class undead, as long as the summoner has enough mana. Kyo Yu opens the statistics window with a wave of his hand and says that getting such a class makes him more powerful than other people. In the stat window, his strength is 10, which means the maximum, defense is 6, agility is 9, mana and health are 10 out of 10, and experience and will are at 0. This shocked the hero. He grabbed his head and shouted that he was a Necromancer with 0 will. He fell to his knees and said that the initial stats are distributed randomly, but will is the most important characteristic for a magician and that it is impossible to fight with a value below 5. The system window asked if he wanted to identify his talent. The hero agreed to this with tears in his eyes, saying that he was still doomed even if he lost the S-class talent. Talents in this metaverse are ranked from F to S. A blue-violet aura appeared around the hero. The system window congratulated him on receiving the Braveheart, a talent whose rank is not known, but at the same time there is an increase in all characteristics by 10. Another window opened in which it was written that the passive skill of the talent is that if Kyo Yu kills enemy in melee, he will receive free stat points, and the active one gives him the opportunity to increase his stats to the level of another specific stat. However, there is a limitation that only one characteristic can be the reference for another effect. The main character is stunned by this possibility and shouts that it is almost impossible to get free points and they are only given when you level up or have to train hard. He is surprised that with such a passive effect, he can gain points for killing enemies, and despite using the active skill once, he can still raise other stats to their highest. He brings up the stat window and the blue aura appears around him again. He says that if he uses this ability now, he will become an all-rounder. He hopes to make history as the top-performing rookie. He looks thoughtfully at his stats and thinks that if he waits until his strength rises to 100,000 and above and only then uses the skill, he will become a man with an invincible army. He smiles as he thinks about the passive skill. He understands that when using it in close combat, strength is more important to him. He raises his hand, clenched into a fist, up and tells the system to put all 10 points into strength. Notifications pop up in front of the young man's face, saying that the points have been successfully distributed and now Kyo Yu's strength is beyond limit. The guy with a confident look says that next he needs to register and complete the task for beginners to confirm that he has successfully completed the class. A notification appears that says it is being transferred to the task. A blue whirlpool appears. The young man finds himself in front of a portal, next to which a girl stands. A charming elf with green eyes greets him and says that her name is Elaine and she is a guide. Kyo Yu is surprised and thinks that such a beauty cannot just be an NPC. He says he came to register and complete the task. The girl conjures a gift for the newcomer and says that she is glad to help him. A staff and grimoire appear in front of Kyo Yu, and he puts on a robe. The system window informs him that he has received beginner equipment and an F-rank skill book. Looking at his hand, he says that the robe is just an accessory, and the summoning skill is useless to him with 0 will. There is a spark of joy in his eyes and he says that the stick, by which he means a staff, looks strong and will be useful for striking. The elf is puzzled by this statement. He slings the staff over his shoulder, turns sideways to Elaine and asks what his task is. The portal activates and flashes blue. The elf says that he needs to get out of the foggy cave. She puts her fingertips together, closes her eyes and says the words that he needs to be careful to pass the test, not kill any skeletons and get out of the cave as quickly as possible. Before she could finish speaking, she notices that only blue flashes remained in Kyoyu's place. She is surprised that he has disappeared somewhere. The young man comes out of the portal with a confident step. Before him appears a picture of a dungeon strewn with skulls. He turns to the portal and in surprise catches himself thinking that the girl was saying something. He confidently strides forward through the dungeon, saying out loud that the task is unlikely to be difficult for a beginner while being surprised at the skulls scattered everywhere. Suddenly, a dead man with a knife jumps out at him from the darkness. He turns around with lightning speed, asking who is there. The window describing a skeleton with bright green eyes wearing a cape states that it is a normal level 1 skeleton soldier. Kyoyu grabs his staff. The next moment he swings at the enemy. He hits the skeleton and a value of -20 appears. The skeleton's skull falls to the ground in smoke screen. The young man asks in surprise whether the enemy has already died and regrets the impossibility of using magic. Clutching her staff, Kyoyu looks forward confidently. 2 notifications appear. The first says that he defeated the skeleton soldier and received 1 stat point and 3 experience points. The second says that he killed the monster with 1 hit and received a rank passive skill called Strength Works Wonders. Kyoyu is surprised and says that he is lucky. He clicks on the box that says converting a power point to 2 level points with his index finger. The young man says that strength determines damage and defense is responsible for the amount of damage absorbed. A new stats window appears. It says that the strength became equal to 21 points multiplied by 2. Kyoyu is inspired and, clenching his fist, says that if 1 point of strength is equal to a point of damage, then so are the other characteristics, which means that if the enemy's defense is 0, he will deal 42 points of damage to him at a time. He says this is real cheating. Suddenly, someone's hand bursts out of the ground. Then the skull and the rest of the skeleton's body are shown with a dagger. The young man with a serious look thinks that he needs to concentrate. 4 skeleton soldiers rush at him at once. They fly at him with lightning speed with weapons. Kyoyu crushes them all with 1 blow. Skulls fall to the ground. The system says he has gained 4 stat points and 12 experience points. The young man feels the level increase and realizes that with 4 points for killing skeletons, his strength has risen to 30, which means that he will be considered a true genius. Kyoyu thinks and puts his hand to his chin. He reflects on the excessive simplicity of the task with the skeletons. Suddenly someone appears from the ground again. A skeleton commander of the 3rd level appears before the hero. The hero looks at him and his indicators and understands what he can get from him. He swings his staff and realizes that the enemy has 1 point of agility and this can guarantee him victory. He makes a powerful blow, but the skeleton blocks it with a shield. The next moment, the skeleton strikes back, but Kyoyu dodges. He watches the enemy carefully and reflects that the skeleton is simultaneously defending and attacking with a force that can split the floor. The young man rushes into battle, predicting the moment when the skeleton will open for attack. He hits the stomach area. Then the young man jumps up and swings in flight at the monster. He shouts with a furious expression that the skeleton might try to block it. With his next blow he crushes the skeleton. While the commander's skull is smoking, the window notifies you that you have received 3 stat points and 10 experience points. The young man hits the floor with his staff and says that the enemy was heavy. A shining yellow ball appeared in front of him. He exclaims whether the task for beginners is really so difficult and wonders how the others were able to complete it. He takes the sphere in his hands and remembers how the director talked about the probability of a core falling out after defeating a monster and about the random rewards in it. He wonders what will happen to him. There were gloves in the window in front of him. The notice said it was a D-tier one-time use item with a 100% chance of critical strike. Kyoyu was upset that they couldn't be used all the time. The next moment, skeletons began to appear en masse behind him. He quickly turned his head in their direction. The next moment, he prepared to jump as skeletons moved towards him. He swung again, thinking that his health was too low at 20 points and he needed to be careful not to get hit. He dealt with many monsters at once with lightning speed, gaining 10 stat points. Kyoyu, stopping after a powerful blow, thought that it was good that the skeletons only had 1 unit of agility. He said that he had increased the level again and needed to open the stat window. A table of characteristics opened in front of him, in which the strength level rose to 46, mana to 80, health to 30, and level to 3. At this moment, outside the academy, students were discussing the classes they had received. The 3 boys wondered why the director hadn't made the announcement yet. One of them asked if anyone was still inside. He laughed along with the other youth that it was simply impossible not to complete such a simple task considering the speed of the skeletons, and he would laugh at the one who failed and died in the process. Kyo-Yu's friend in the background wondered why he still hadn't come out. At this time, the main character stood in front of a mountain of skulls. He asked if all the skeletons were finished and why there was no notification about the completion of the task. Suddenly someone ominously asked how Kyo-Yu dares to mock the skeletons. The young man tensed. Suddenly, the remains of skeletons from the floor began to rise into the air. Skulls began to fly past the main characters. They gathered into one big ball. The hero was surprised that they were getting together. Black flames appeared from the floor. The next moment, a huge skeleton monster appeared right in front of the guy. He growled. The indicator window said that this was an ordinary boss, the Skeleton King, level 10. Kyo-Yu said tensely that this must be a joke and that this could not happen in a task for beginners, otherwise everyone would die. The king swung at the hero. Kyo-Yu jumped back, dodging the blow. The hero, standing in a cloud of dust, thought that he was lucky to dodge, otherwise he would have immediately dropped out of the game. The huge skeleton and green flame made the young man think that the enemy was very strong and not very agile, but he did not know whether he had the strength to break through his defense. Pushing off the floor, Kyo-Yu rushed into battle. He struck the skeleton. Turning around, the guy thought that his attack had worked, but only destroyed 32 points, and if he continued in the same vein, 10 more hits would defeat the enemy. The hero's chaotic movements remained streaks of light in the space of the dungeon. 5 more blows of 32 points were dealt to the Skeleton King. The enemy collapsed to the floor. Holding the staff tightly in his hands, the hero thought whether the skeleton was only serving to intimidate people and that he had 200 health points left, and therefore victory was close. But then Kyo-Yu had a bad feeling and his eyes widened. The skeleton rebelled and growled that he had been guarding the dungeon for a long time and for the first time saw the player walking towards the exit over the corpses, and he would not have been so vulnerable if fewer of his soldiers had fallen. The skeleton leaned a little towards the hero and continued to say that a newcomer who breaks through his defense cannot survive. Kyo-Yu jumped back, saying that it seemed to him that the skeleton had become stronger. The king swung at the hero. The thought flashed through the young man's head that the enemy's speed had also increased. Another blow from the skeleton followed. The guy managed to react and dodged again. He, a little out of breath, thought that now a direct attack would not work and it was necessary to limit the monster's movements. The king again rushed towards the guy with a roar. Thinking with a concentrated look, the hero saw a cobblestone behind the monster that could suddenly collapse. Dodging another blow, he ran towards the stone. He found himself on the side of the monster. Looking at him, he said that it was time for him to go to him, Daddy. The king swung at Kyo-Yu again. The hero blocked his blow with his staff, but he still received a blow that took away 26 points and flew back a little. Flying into the wall, he thought that he was only slightly hurt, but quite noticeably in terms of health. The king swung at the young man again. Kyo-Yu gritted his teeth and opened his eyes. The next moment he struck back. Stone fragments of cobblestones fell on the monster. They dealt 70 units of damage to the monster. The enemy growled. He had 129 health units left. Turning around, the hero realized that he would not hold out for long and he needed to quickly finish the job before the monster got up. He jumped high with the thought that he would kill him with one blow. He shouted that he was using the skeleton gloves he had received earlier. The equipment was attached to his hands. He swung furiously at the monster. The king was afraid. The next moment the hero struck the decisive blow. The boss's remains were smoking on the floor. A portal and task completion notification for newcomers have appeared. Another notification said that he was the first to defeat the boss and for this he received 30 stat points. A green sphere was gathering behind the hero. The notifications contained the following items: 10 more stat points and 50 melee experience points were awarded, and Kyo-Yu's level increased by 3. The hero held out his hand to the green orb, asking if he could have the boss's outfit. Another window has appeared with a reward for the first kill. It was the Skeleton King's ring. The ring with a skull and a green stone belonged to level C and gave an increase in attack after the first hit by 50% without restrictions. Holding the ring in his hand, Kyo-Yu looked at him with happy eyes. He said that this was a good option, although not as strong as gloves, and if he wanted to sell it, it would bring a decent fortune. The main character looked up towards the light and asked if he was the first to win and whether this means that no one had killed him before. He did not understand how the people before him completed the task. He entered the portal saying that it made no difference to him and it was time for him to leave. The indicators in the stat window have changed noticeably. The hero has become much stronger. Kyo-Yu finally transported himself outside to the rest of the students. His friend rushed to hug the young man. The guy screamed and asked what Yongxiang Dai was doing. The joyful guy replied to the puzzled protagonist that he thought Kyo-Yu had died. The Necromancer asked his friend if everyone really completed the task so quickly. Standing in the crowd, Yang Xiangdai answered Kaiou that it was so, and the last person before him left 3 hours ago. At that moment I asked my friend what class he got. The plump boy enthusiastically replied that he was now a magician. The main character wondered if they were definitely in the same place. Suddenly, a blonde guy came up from behind. He chuckled that Kaiou was the last one to leave. The bully concluded that the main character only has a beautiful wrapper and that's all. It was team leader Ma Fei. He asked Kaiou if he knew what class he was. The main character tensed and thought why the headman liked to cling to him so much. The director appeared on the threshold of the school. He said that the guys had already left the metaverse and tomorrow the whole group would go to the test for beginners. He also offered to introduce himself to each student. All the guys took turns shouting out their classes and talents. One beautiful girl introduced herself as a magic healer. Her window said that she was at the 2nd level and her name was Zhao Ziyu. Another petite girl with blonde hair said that she was a human shield with a B-rank talent. Her name is Zuyu and the class she belongs to is Paladin. The headman turned out to be a 3rd level swordsman with a B-rank talent. One of the students shouted out that he had no doubt about the superiority of the headman. He also said that the swordsman is very powerful. The director thought that a person with B-rank talent can already be considered a genius, and this bunch of students is not bad. It was Kaiou's turn. He was engulfed in black and green flames. He said he was a necromancer, but having removed his aura, he added that he would not reveal his talent now. The other students were amazed. The main character thought to himself that he could not say what he himself did not know. The director shouted that the necromancer is a hidden class. The rest of the students were shocked. Someone asked to pinch him. Someone remembered that the necromancer was once able to destroy an entire guild. The headman stood confused and thought how this was possible. He thought mages were fragile. A picture appeared in his head in which the necromancer stood in the center of the battle, and there were other classes around. He thought that necromancers are sometimes weaker than ordinary people and are constantly close to evil spirits, but at the same time they need a lot of time to call, for which they need comrades for protection. Looking at Kaiou, the headman thought that if Kaiou didn't talk about talent, then he was simply ashamed of his low rank. The other students shouted that he was very cool and that even with a hidden class, he remained humble, that he is very down to earth compared to other geniuses and that in his place they would not be so calm. A little embarrassed, Kaiou thought that a necromancer who did not cast spells was hardly stronger than an ordinary person and that he was not sure whether he would be able to defend himself at all during training. At this time, thoughts flashed through the head of the serious and focused director that the main character was able to do this, and as soon as he passed the beginner training, he would be able to enter the best universities in the country. Still standing on the threshold, the director said that everything went well and now we can finish for today. He called on everyone to go home and prepare for tomorrow. Yang Xiangdai threw his hand over the main character's shoulder. He said that the young man was simply incredible and regretted that he did not get the necromancer. Stopping a little behind and opening the stat window, he said that at least his will is equal to 8 and Kaiou's talent should not be that bad. Turning around, Kaiou said that it doesn't matter and that with hard work you can compensate for everything. He thought that all of his friends' characteristics were single-digit numbers, which meant that he was almost a deity with his 3-digit characteristics. Kaiou opened the front door. He said he was at home. He thought that his parents had left the house to him and disappeared long ago, but he still says that he returned every time. In his memory, his parents always did the same. His hand reached out to a family photo in which all the family members were busy eating and he was still very small. He thought that his parents were very kind people and that when he was not 6 years old, they left for the capital. The image of his parents leaving him appeared in his head. He remembered that they had mysteriously disappeared and he was orphaned. In the memory, he stood small with wide open eyes in front of the front door. Standing with a photograph in his hands, the main character thought that 12 years had already passed and where were they going? He frowned and thought that he should go to the capital and find out what had happened. The next day, the students stood on the academy grounds in front of the principal's desk. He asked them to retreat if there was doubt in their hearts. The disciples were discouraged. The director continued his speech and said that if they failed this test, it would be better than death. Addressing the students, standing at his table, he said that there was no need to be too nervous and that this was not a deadly event, but with risks. He put on a serious expression and said that earlier there had been a terrible incident in which an entire group of 40 people had been killed. Full moon, dead people, taller than houses. Until now, no one knows the fate of those guys, only the name of the place is the Village of Nightmares, the director said. The disciples were horrified. The director assured them that there was no need to worry and if they left the world in time, there would be no threat to life. He told everyone to prepare for the fact that when the timer reaches 0, everyone will go on a mission. The countdown was on. Finally, the timer went off. The director said the test begins now. The hero was enveloped in black fog. He and the other students moved. They stood in front of the gates to some city. Other students gathered behind the hero. The headman asked if they needed to clear this place. One of the girls said that this place has a creepy atmosphere, to which the headman assured her that he would protect everyone. The sign above the gate to the city said, "Village of Nightmares." A group of students entered the city through the gate. Ma-Fei said that everyone should follow him and he will lead them to success. The headman glanced sideways at Kyo-Yu and his friend, thinking that despite his class as a necromancer, Ma-Fei was much more suitable for the role of leader. With a serious look, the main character thought that this was a strange world for beginners without system tips. Suddenly, behind the group, someone spoke words of pity. A purple, gray-haired elf stood near the gate. Ma-Fei took a fighting stance and asked him who he was. Clenching his fist, the main character asked what the elf wanted to say. The elf said his words of greeting seriously. Violet thunder appeared in the sky. The students were in the Village of Nightmares according to the elf. A system window appeared, indicating that the S-rank test for beginners had begun. Their notifications with notes and tasks were open in front of everyone. The note stated that rank S for beginners is equivalent to rank E in the normal world. The tasks were to stay alive and find out the main secret of the settlement. The disciples were stunned. They remembered that this was the very village in which 40 people died. Many students rushed to the exit shouting that they wanted to go home. The headman tried to stop them while Kyo-Yu just stood there, thinking. The headman shouted that there was no need to worry and that he would lead everyone out. At this time, the main character was thinking about how they should go through this world if at least the initial stage is required for the E rank. An image of a pyramid with a hierarchy appeared in his head. On the bottom floor there was a student from level 1 to 10, then there was the initial stage up to level 20, then there was the intermediate stage up to level 30, then the last stage, the king, and finally God. The students who reached the gate were thrown back by the force field. The elf said gloomily that there was no point in resisting and, having entered the village, there was no possibility of leaving it. The disciples begged, some fell to their knees and grabbed their heads. They shouted that they would all die here. Ma-Fei urged them to pull themselves together and trust him. Looking at the situation, Kyo-Yu thought that it was not surprising that that group was wiped off the face of the earth, but despite this, it seemed to him that the elf was not an enemy. The purple creature stepped towards the main character with the words that there is no need to worry too much and you can feel at home. The elder appeared behind the elf and said that he realized that they needed to relax and move forward confidently. The monster looked at Ma-Fei ominously and said that he meant to accept his fate and die. The students were speechless and stood with their mouths open. The elf turned to them and in the rays of the setting sun said that he was the head of the village, Wogan, and that there were 2 requirements for living in the village. With his hands behind his back, the elf announced the first rule, that students can live in any empty house, but they cannot touch the black stones on the door. Frowning his eyebrows, he said the second rule, you must be at home before dark and close all windows and doors and never open them. Kyo-Yu turned to the village leader and asked him why they couldn't go out at night. Squinting his eyes, Wogan said that they would understand everything themselves when it started to get dark. The full moon lit up the sky. The disciples stood near the houses. They decided to follow the words of the leader and divided into 4 groups of 11 people. The groups stood at a distance from each other. Kyo-Yu with his friend in front of the gate of one of the houses. With them were Zhao Ziyu and Suyu. The door slammed. The shield girl standing in the middle of the room suggested that everyone go up to the 2nd floor for safety. Ziyu approached the main character and the hero and coquettishly told him to protect her if they were in danger. She winked at the young man and, placing her hand on her chest, said that she was a healer and could help him recover. Suyu walked towards the young people, saying that the girl was behaving shamelessly in front of everyone. Face to face, the girls began to argue fiercely. Zhao Ziyu said that she did not care about anyone's opinion, to which Suyu said that having large breasts is not a reason for dignity. In response, the girl shouted that it was better than not having breasts at all. Kyo-Yu watched the quarrel from the side. The blonde girl screamed that it was just fat and nothing more. At that moment, one of the students looked out the window. He cried with joy and said that he missed his grandmother very much. The figure of his relative appeared outside the window, asking him to open the window to hug him. The student hurried to open the window with the word that he would do it. Kyo-Yu shouted at the guy in fear. He said that this was not his grandmother, but it was too late. The grandmother's face flashed red eyes. The creature attacked the student. It opened its mouth to bite the victim. The student asked his grandmother what was wrong with her. Suddenly a golden staff appeared, engulfed in sand whirlwinds. The monster was enveloped in streams and someone shouted a spell of sand shackles. It turned out to be Yang Xiangdai, out of breath, and he told the student to run away since he could not hold the monster for long. The inhuman-looking creature stood in the sand's embrace as the disciple ran away towards Yang Xiangdai. A 3rd-level crimson monster appeared in front of the guys. All the students were shocked. One student screamed that even small monsters were very different in the S-rank beginner world. The monster jumped towards Yang Dai. The guy, frightened, shouted that he should not come close to him and not eat him, otherwise the monster would become ill. The monster's blow was blocked by a yellow shield. It was Zhu Yu who extended her hand forward and created this defense. The girl was focused and commanded Yang Dai to run away, Zhao Ziyu to heal her, and the main character to summon evil spirits to stop the monster while she was continuously losing health. Ziyu and Yu shouted with a warlike expression that they understood her. The girl closed her eyes and began her part of the work. She spoke healing magic. Extending her hand towards Zuyu, she shouted that magic was like a refreshing breeze. Frowning her brows, Zuyu thought that as long as they acted together, they could cope, and now they had to wait for Yu to summon the undead. The next moment, she saw Yu's figure in her peripheral vision. He struck the monster with lightning speed with his staff. The astonished Yang Dai shouted that the staff should not be used that way and that if the nightmare gets to the main character, he will die. The young man struck another blow with his staff equal to 50 units. Everyone was shocked and stood with their mouths open. One of the students said in amazement that the nightmare had 50 health points, but this did not stop them from killing it so quickly. Another student, standing a little further from the girl, wondered if this is how necromancers fight. The guys came closer to the battle site and Zhao Ziyu urged everyone to look there. Yu, with a staff in his hands, said that the killed nightmare became a black stone that dissipates. Zuyu and Zhao Ziyu came closer to the mysterious object and the first girl said that it had the same symbol as the one on the door. The healer said there was nothing unusual about this. Yu, clenching his hand into a fist, thought that it was some kind of strange bug because he did not gain stat points from killing the nightmare. A blonde shield girl addressed the hero. She asked if he noticed anything. The young man replied that perhaps he was just making things up. The next day, students lined up in the courtyard in front of the houses. Behind Yu and Zuyu, disciples were whispering and thanking them for saving them. One of the students, in a conversation with the girl, said that he was glad to join Yu. The girl he was talking to agreed with him and added that Zuyu and her shield were impressive. This was heard by Ma Fei, who stood with his arms crossed over his chest. He looked at those students with disdain and thought that if he were Yu, he would not have let the girl take the blow. He summoned his sword and was enveloped in blue light. He thought to himself that only one blow would be enough for him to defeat his opponent. The main character and his friends were walking towards the gathering place and asked the headman if he had been training since the morning. Yang Dai picked up his words and added that it was only such small efforts that allowed him to surpass others. The headman thought for a second and said that he had only practiced for a second. He went to Zuyu with an offer to stay at his house tonight so that she would not take the blows. But the girl replied that she was a tank and then Ma Fei should do it instead. Turning to look at the two arguing people, Yu heard their words. The headman said that he did not mean that the girl was weak, but that it was not necessary to do this. Shield Girl disagreed and said that he needed to work together and he needed to learn from the main character. Suddenly a cry was heard calling to kill all the students, to which the main character turned around. Elves with and without weapons were heading towards the students. They shouted that no one should escape and that they should all be burned. Guowan also ran with everyone to attack the students and shouted that everyone who resisted should be killed. A group of opponents appeared directly in front of them. Ma Fei shouted that this was some kind of misunderstanding, to which Guowan replied that he did not understand what the elder had done at night. At this time, the main character assessed the situation and thought that the number of students and villagers was approximately equal in number and age. Ma Fei looks at Guowan and says, "Is it because of the nightmare murder last night?" The elf shouts for the headman to shut up, because these spirits protect the village, and last night the students apparently broke the law and should be punished for this. Furiously furrowing his eyebrows, the purple elf said that it was obvious that if the spirits were angry, they would suffer with them because of the students and therefore they must die to atone for their sins. Ma Fei said with a lost expression, "Is there really no way to save a spirit after death?" Guowan said with a serious look that there is a way, but then the person who angered the spirit must spend the whole night outside the house. The headman tensed, his gaze became wary. He thought that no one would agree to this since it looked more like suicide. Suddenly, behind the headman, Yu shouts out the words that he agrees to wait for darkness outside. Ma Fei rushes between the head of the village and the main character, saying that the main character has gone crazy and wants to die and that he asks for forgiveness from the head for the fact that his classmate is so stupid. With a confident look, Yu confirms that he agrees and says that he wants to check something before leaving this world. There are cheers and calls for Yu to put him in chains. The young man's hand is chained to the crossbar. He is crucified on the cross in front of everyone. The headman addresses him hanging on a piece of wood. He asks him what he meant by leaving this place, and Zuyu asks if he has learned the village secret. Encouraged, Yu says that he will check it tonight. Full moon, fog, the main character is still chained to the cross. A crimson monster is crawling along the roof of the house. His head is covered with 5 eyes. Pushing off from the roof, the creature rushed towards the main character. Kyo Yu was calm, but suddenly the monster was shrouded in sandy shackles. Yang Xiangdai stood nearby and, pointing his staff at the monster, said that Ma Fei needed to act quickly since he could no longer control this madness. Suddenly the elder appeared and, swinging his sword, cut the sand bonds, saying that he would protect him like a true swordsman, killing the creature with just one blow. But suddenly the elder's eyebrows frowned and his mouth opened in amazement. The monster struck back with greater force. Ma Fei was shocked by the speed of the creature and realized that Kyo Yu had actually killed such a creature. The next moment he rushed forward with the thought that he too could cope. He made a sword attack equal to only 5 units. The girls appeared in front of Kyo Yu. The main character, chained to the cross, asked why they had come, to which they replied that they were afraid for him and decided to come to the rescue. Kyo Yu reached for the chains, saying that only Ma Fei could cut them. At this moment, Kyo Yu tenses his hand and breaks the chain himself, uttering the word no. The girls were shocked. The main character said that this was an example of how to act. They doubted whether he really was a necromancer. At this moment, there is a confrontation between Ma Fei and the monster. The headman screams after another blow. Zuyu activates the shield and Ziyu begins treating Ma Fei. The shield girl says that she is already on her way to help the headman. Ma Fei furiously shouts that he does not need help and a real man is hardened in battle. 4 guys are watching the confrontation from the sidelines. Yang Xiangdai shouts out the clue that the nightmare's weak point is its head and that if it is cut off, it will definitely die. A grin appears on Ma Fei's face. He says that this is lighthearted and he should have guessed earlier. Watching the fight with the nightmare, Kyo Yu is dismayed and says that the weak point is not actually the head. But Ma Fei, carried away by the battle, replies that he should not worry and be afraid that he will surpass the young man. The headman swings his sword, saying that the nightmare needs to be afraid of him. The next moment he delivers another blow equal to 10 points, saying that he is amazing. But the monster standing behind was alive, which Ma Fei was horrified by. He shouted why he didn't die from the blow to his weak point, and asked Yang Xiangdai about the weak point. Kyo Yu and Yang Xiangdai were amazed. The girl said that it was strange because last time Kyo Yu hit him on the head and the monster died. The guy said that it's probably just that Ma Fei is not as strong as Kyo Yu. The headman was furious. He thought that he could not be worse than some necromancer. The guys were worried about the headman. Ziyu screamed at him to run towards them with such low health, otherwise he would die. Kyo Yu supported the healers. The next moment, the nightmare jumped at Ma Fei, but the young man prepared to retaliate and uttered the phrase destructive attack. He directed several waves of energy from the sword at the monster and dealt 30 points of damage. Standing over the monster's body, he thought that he finally had to kill the nightmare and prove that he was no worse than Kyo Yu. The monster had 5 health units left, and then Kyo Yu's staff suddenly strikes the final blow. Ma Fei is furious at this action of the protagonist. Kyo Yu holds a black stone in her hand, and the village chief is angry in the background. The main character thanks him for his work, and the headman shouts that he took his bread. Yang Xiangdai keeps Ma Fei from fighting with the main character, while the girls stand in shock. The headman shouts that everyone saw that it was he who killed the nightmare, and Kyo Yu wants to take credit for his achievements. The main character holds the flame from the stone in his hands, thinking that this is not all. Suddenly, 2 more monsters rush towards the students and the girls scream about their approach, and Yang Xiangdai does not understand what to do considering that there are now 2 of them. Kyo Yu with a serious face commands everyone to hide in the house and not fight them because he has figured out how to deal with them. The guys slam the door right in the face of the nightmares. Yang Xiangbi holds the door, and the others move inside the room. Kyo Yu asks how he knew the way to defeat nightmares. Turning to the guys, the young man replies that tomorrow they will find out everything, but for now they need to listen to him. The next day, against the background of a gray sky, a clash of interests between local residents and students occurs again. Guo Wan shouts that the strangers did not atone for their sin and killed another guardian spirit, and that it is time for them to get out of here. He gets angry and says that today they are finished and he will not allow them to destroy the settlement. Kyo Yu, looking at the purple elf, asks if they are really from this village. Guo Wan points his finger at him and says that he is talking nonsense and they have always lived here. With a mysterious look, the main character said that it was time to reveal the secret of the village of nightmares. With his brow furrowed, Guo Wan asks what Kyo Yu means. The young man points his fingers at the elves one by one and says that they are not indigenous to the village. With a serious look, he says that there are 40 of them and that they are those missing students in the same village of nightmares. Standing in front of the elves, he says that all this time they were in an illusion and therefore could not leave this world. Guo Wan laughed and said with a smile that the young man was talking nonsense because he was afraid of death and he had no evidence. With a satisfied face, Kyo Yu said that they are. In front of the students, he pulled out the guardian stone. The elf screamed that they had destroyed it and deserved to die. The next moment, all the guys had the same stones in their hands. Someone said it wasn't him. Frightened, Guo-wan shouted that the stone was the highest shrine protecting them at night, and that if it was destroyed, the Almighty would punish them. Looking at the head of the village, Kaiou said that this is not a guardian stone, but a source of illusion, by destroying which you can get rid of it. On command, students throw stones into the center. The stones break and the glass dome above the students' heads begins to crack. Guo-wan clutches his head. He remembers standing at the ceremony and promising to master the newbie test. The other students were also positive and said with joy and encouragement that they could now go to university or become better magicians. The next moment, Guo-wan finds himself in front of the gates of the Nightmare Village. The students scream, running away from the shadows in horror. Guo-wan encourages them and tells them that they can handle it. Suddenly, he realizes that something has happened. He asks what this place is and if he is the village chief. And suddenly he remembers everything. He is the head of the class. Notification windows appear indicating that the player has revealed the village's secret, awakened the villagers, and that the mission has been successfully completed. All the students are rejoicing. A notification about teleportation from the dungeon appears. Guo-wan, already in human form, says thank you to the students. Inspired, young Xiang Dai asks Kaiou how he learned the secret to passing the level. Even Ma Fei, standing in a castle pose, agreed that the main character was at his best. The young man calmly replied that they would discuss this later. Suddenly the guys realize in horror that they were not transported back. Jiao asks why they are still here and weren't teleported back. A notification appears with a sound that the 5 of them have received a hidden mission to destroy the Black Nightmare Stone. Kaiou frowns and looks ahead. The notice says the mission difficulty is E rank. At the moment, the hero's stats are as follows: level 5, strength equal to 110, health 50. Students are noisy under the roof of the 4th Academy. They are surprised that the village has been cleared and the others have not yet returned. The director, who was about to leave the guys, realizes that apparently they have launched a hidden mission and, having completed it, they can enter any university. The director frowned and thought that hidden missions were usually very dangerous, especially in the case of the Nightmare Village and newcomers. The guys were transported to a city in the middle of a forest with mountains visible in the distance. They stood in a circle and began to think about what happened to them. They said that they all only had the 3rd level and that with such power they would die. Zhao Ziyu said that they don't even know what the Nightmare Heart is that they need to steal. Shield Girl, with furrowed brows, asked the protagonist if they could awaken the village chief without breaking the stone. Kaiou choked. At this moment, young Xiang Dai, admired by the situation, exclaimed that it had dawned on him that hidden missions were very rare and that Kaiou had specifically asked them to break the stones. Kaiou looked away in confusion. Young Xiang Dai hugged the hero and said that it was not for nothing that he called him brother, because Kaiou did not want to clear the missions alone and therefore took him with him. Looking at this picture, Ma Fei thought that it was unlikely that the main character wanted to share this opportunity with them, but this time he would definitely bypass Kaiou. The monster's crimson hand appeared from behind the wall. 4 nightmares were moving toward the students, screaming calls for murder. The monsters were level 5, according to the stats window. The 5-eyed head screamed that they would kill them all. The students looked at this situation in confusion. Young Xiang Dai shouted that there were 4 of them and they couldn't handle it. Jiao shouted that they should not be afraid and should be prepared. All the students rushed into battle. Jiao commanded. She shouted that young Xiang Dai cast his sand shackles, and Ma Fei entered the battle after that. The headman, fully focused, performed a sword breakthrough strike. He was stunned that his strike only dealt 10 points of damage, while Kaiou killed the monsters instantly. Zhao Ziyu, healing Jiao while one of the monsters was attacking them, shouted that her mana was about to run out and that Jiao was almost out of health. At this moment, Kaiou strikes the monster with her staff, cutting the nightmare in hand-to-hand combat and gaining experience and attribute points. The girls standing behind warn him of danger in the form of 2 monsters. 2 crimson monsters fly from above towards the main character. Kaiou hits and again cuts the nightmare in hand-to-hand combat, gaining points. A yellow core sphere appears in front of him. He says things are moving pretty quickly for a covert mission. From the core he drops an item called a fairy necklace, which is rank F and increases damage from skills by 5%. Kaiou is a little upset because he cannot use this thing and decides to leave it for young Xiang Dai. The guys gathered behind the main character are discussing the outcome of the battle. Jiao says that they worked well together and killed all the opponents. Ma Fei never misses an opportunity to show off. Looking back at his friends, Kaiou calls them on a journey to find another nightmare with the goal of killing him. Smiling, the main character confidently looks forward. His characteristics in the stat window are still great. He thinks that if he kills one more nightmare, he will reach level 6 and find his equipment. The guys follow him, but Yang Xiangdai asks if their mission is not to steal the heart of the nightmare, to which he receives an affirmative answer from Kaio Yu. He says that the heart must definitely be looked for in the body of the nightmare and it must be killed. Suddenly the main character steps on a trap in the floor. The students fall into the abyss. They fly down with amazed faces and screams. Kaio Yu lands successfully. He scratches the back of his head and asks where they ended up and why he is sitting so softly. It turns out that he is sitting on Yang Xiangdai. The guy asks the hero to get off him. Kaio Yu gets to her feet and asks everyone if they are safe. Jiao Yu says it's okay. Yang Xiangdai looks around, as does Jiao Yu, and says that the smell here is disgusting, like a sewer. The girl says that this place is poorly ventilated and this is natural. Zai Yu, with frightened eyes, shouts that this is not so and it is the smell of breath. At this moment everyone notices it. Before them stands a huge nightmare of black and red color. Its stats window says it is a level 10 Nightmare King. The system notified them that if they woke him up, he would pursue them. Kaio Yu tensed and thought that this monster is on the same level as the Skeleton King, but this one seems to be stronger. Frightened students begin to speak their thoughts out loud. Yang Xiangdai is horrified by the fact that the heart of nightmares is the heart of this devil. Jiao Yu offers to forcefully end the mission as he doesn't want to become a meat bun from one monster's blow. Ma Fei, standing at a distance from Kaio Yu, condescendingly says that he will leave this demon alone at their request. Kaio Yu says with concentration that they will try to cope. He thinks his increased strength from the ring can help them. The young man's stern look is accompanied by thoughts that 3 or 4 blows will kill this monster, but this is very dangerous for the lives of the guys. Yang Xiangdai rushes to the hero and touches his forehead, asking if he is true to himself if he talks about the chance of defeating a 10-meter monster. Kaio Yu points his hand at the monster and, turning to his friend, says that the monster's characteristics are high, but its weakness is its defense. That if you use their strengths to attack, there is a chance. Jiao Yu turned to the young man and said that she understood that he wanted to use them as bait. Kaio Yu agreed with her words and assured them that he would guarantee the monster's death. He said with a serious look that his agility was simply stunning and no one could withstand more than 1 blow from him, but because of this they needed to work well together. The guys are inspired. They were excited about Kaio Yu's idea. They say they trust the hero. Ma Fei says that since he is asking, he agrees to cooperate. Yang Xiangdai exclaims that his life is now in Yu's hands. The headman seriously says that Kaio Yu shouldn't show off if he can handle the boss, and nothing bad will happen if they run away. With a smile and a purposeful look, Kaio Yu says there is no need to worry. After resting, the guys lined up in front of the monster. Kaio Yu jumped on him. He thought that until they attacked, he would not wake up and they could find his weak spot for the first blow. But suddenly he notices something below on the side of him. He asks what is this. He notices a glowing ball. Looking at him, he decides that this is the monster's weakness. The hero swings his staff. The next moment of Kaio Yu's fierce blow, the effect of the Demon King's ring was activated. The hero inflicts a critical hit of 508 points. The 2 guys are stunned by Yu's abilities. They stand with their mouths open. Yang Xiangdai says he doubts whether such damage can even be done. A nightmare heart crush notification appears. At this moment, the monster's eye opens. The King of Nightmares has awakened. The notice changes the purpose of the mission. Now they need to kill the King of Nightmares. Of rank Yu jumps away from the roaring monster. The hero lands with his staff and commands everyone to prepare for battle with a plan in which he attacks while they distract. The monster stands up to his full height, growls and exclaims that vile people have come. A huge black and red creature rises above the students. Kaio Yu, with a belligerent expression, commands Ma Fei to attack the creature and anger it. The headman, rushing into battle against the enemy, shouts that he himself knows everything. He strikes the monster, calling it a sword break. An enraged Ma Fei exclaims that Kaio Yu has dealt 508 points of damage with the staff and that he should in turn scratch him to death. Ma Fei strikes quickly one after another. The King of Nightmares looks forward with narrowed eyes and says that if he wants to find his death, then he will organize it. Ma Fei, standing with the ball in front, egged on the King of Nightmares and shouted that he with his 3-foot sword should not be afraid of some monster, because he is a real man. The next moment, he commands Yang Xiangdai that the time has come. The monster's blow is shrouded in sand and blocked by a light shield. The girls stand behind Ma Fei as he repels another attack from the monster with his sword. Looking at the elder's broad back, Jiao Yu says that after just 2 attacks and healing, they can't hold him back. Fighting furiously, Ma Fei says they can't stop and asks if Kaio Yu will start his part of the business soon. The hero's feet run along the stone floor. The young man shouts that he is already on his way. It hits him in the side and reduces his health by another 182 units. The monster roared, and a window appeared warning of the Nightmare King's low health and the activation of the Nightmare Realm. Kaio Yu is confused, his eyes widening at this news. Raising his head to the sky, the monster let out a loud scream. Yang Xiangdai, Jiao Yu and Zhao Yu shield themselves from the monster's punches, but their health still drops. Yang Xiangdai shouted that the monster was dealing area damage. Jiao Yu rushed forward with his staff in his hand. He thought that he would not allow him to take this chance and that this was the reason why the people in the village were in illusion for a long time. The main character struck the monster with his staff again, saying that he must interrupt the effect of the king's skill. A window appeared with the monster's health characteristics. Its value dropped to 128 out of 1,000. Gritting his teeth, Jiao Yu thought that there was still a little time left. The main character jumped up to the height of the monster and swung his staff. Zhao Ziyu and Jiao Yu carefully watched the guy's actions. The first girl shouted at him to be careful because she no longer had mana for healing. Jiao Yu shouted furiously that there was no need for healing. The next moment he dealt the king a decisive blow measuring 128 units. Lowering his head, Jiao Yu stopped. Notifications appeared with congratulations and a reward of 30 stat points, as well as receiving additional experience points and stats for winning a melee. The Nightmare King's body was covered with white cracks. The notification said that the hidden mission was completed and the rewards would be distributed according to the player's rating after it was assessed. The students were inspired. Zhao Yu timidly exclaimed that they succeeded. Player evaluation is over. Blue whirlwind sparkled around the girls. The D-rank healer received a D-rank skill called Spring Breeze and Willow. Zuyu of rank C received the rank D skill Armored Spikes. The two guys were illuminated with golden light. Yang Xiangdai, who was rank C, also received the D-rank talent Earth Burst. Ma Fei received the skill One Sword Cuts the Whole World. Jiao Yu flashed a green light, receiving rewards of 50 experience points and a rank B skill book corresponding to his A rank. He reached for the red orb left by the Nightmare King. He thought that the skill could not be used yet and that he could see what he received as a gift from the monster. He effectively pulled out a golden sword from the sphere. The notification said that this was a rank B dragon sword with good characteristics of the 11th level. A slightly annoyed Jiao Yu, with an admiring Ma Fei standing behind him, asks why he got the sword. The next moment he throws the sword to the headman. He says that Ma Fei can take it, to which the headman asks if he really gave him a sword of rank B. Jiao Yu asks him if he sees another swordsman here who knows how to use it, and says that from now on this thing belongs to Ma Fei. The elder, not believing his eyes, stared at the sword and said that this equipment is very valuable and many cannot buy it even for a mountain of gold. He says that if you sell it, you can buy a whole house. Searching through the monster's core, Jiao Yu tells Ma Fei to take it and asks if the monster only threw away one weapon. Opening his characteristics, he looked at them carefully. At the moment, his level is 5, his strength is 151, his mana is 300, and a new skill has appeared. The hero thought that his strength had increased, but his health was too low and he might not be able to withstand even one blow. He looked at his Braveheart Man talent stats. With a calm expression, he thought that the passive effect did not add points to other stats and he needed to figure out a way to survive and be more resilient. Two glowing circles appeared near the ceiling and a notification indicating the completion of the mission and transporting players back to the real world. 5 students found themselves in the academy hall. The guys stood in the center and shouted from all sides that Jiao Yu, Ma Fei and the others had finally returned. The director ran up to them and exclaimed that everything was in place. Jiao Yu turned to the director, who said that they had been gone for 2 days and were worried that they would not return. He also asked what happened to them. The man laughed and said that he knew that the guys simply got into a hidden mission, thanks to which they are now contenders for the title of the best in the academy. Behind the 5, exclamations from other students were heard. One girl admired the fact that in their class there were geniuses who could become the best in the academy. The young man next to her said that now they will be a genius class and he will become as cool as Jiao Yu and the others. Ma Fei looks at the conversation between the protagonist and the director and thinks that next time he will definitely bypass him and make Jiao Yu regret giving the sword to him. The next moment, a man in a suit runs into the hall. He calls the director and says that people have arrived from the universities of Kyoto and Huaking. The man looks at the 5 and says that they came to look at them. The director frowned and thought that he had never told anyone about what happened. He is thinking about ending his career and retiring. 2 men enter the hall. They shake the director's hand and say that they haven't seen him for a long time. In response, the principal greets teachers Pang and Pei. With a calm expression on his face, the man with glasses said that the 5 students who cleared the Nightmare Village and completed a hidden mission were impressive. The man then pointed to himself and introduced himself. His name is Peng Liangji and he represents Kyoto University and is looking for such talents. He said that if they were interested in this offer, he would send them a notification tomorrow and enroll. Another man smoking a cigarette objected to him. He asked if he didn't want to lose his image by enrolling everyone without exams, to which the opponent grinned and said that he showed the sincerity of the academy, but since he insisted so much, he was ready to conduct the exam. The man with the cigarette looked seriously at the students and introduced himself. It was Pei Xingguo, a member of the commission of Huiking University. He urged the students not to be nervous. Looking at the A's, he said the exam was designed to test their abilities and collect data for admission standards. Kyo Yu tensed. He thought that he could not use his skills, but he needed to get to Kyoto University to find out information about his parents. Peng stood with his arms folded across his chest, and Pei put his palms in his pockets. They looked at the students expectantly. Peng asked who would go first. Ma Fei took a step forward. He said that he, an 11th level B rank swordsman, would go first. Peng stood a little further away and watched the duel between Ma Fei and teacher Pei. He thought that a level 5 newcomer with B rank skills was a rare genius and that he, with his handsome face and body, was perfect for Kyoto University. Pei Xingguo stood sideways to Ma Fei and, stretching his hand forward with a cigarette, said that this was very good and he could try his sword on it. The stat window said that the teacher was level 25. The headman prepared for the blow with a satisfied expression on his face. He told the teacher to be careful. He lunged forward and shouted the name of his strike, "One sword cuts the world." Pei was surprised and his mouth was open in amazement. He thought that a student could actually break through his level 25th shield. The teacher dispelled his shield and, waving his hand with a cigarette, told Ma Fei that he had done well and had a very rare skill. The young man thanked him for the compliment. Teacher Peng came up behind Pei, still holding his hands in a castle position. He said that by breaking through the shield, the points added to the elder's strength would be high, at least 35, and also that the guy was very dexterous. The other students of the academy gasped and opened their mouths in admiration. They said that this could be expected from the sword class. One guy said that if he were Ma Fei, his great-grandfather would be proud of him. Pei, continuing to smoke a cigarette, thought that he needed to lure such a student to himself. Pei and Peng began to take turns persuading the headman to enroll in their universities. Peng, smiling and clasping his hands, said that Kyoto University would guarantee him better teaching resources. Pei, placing his hand on his belt, said that the doors of Huiking University are always open for Ma Fei. Encouraged, Ma Fei replied that he needed to think while the teachers were testing other students. The headman thought to himself that he would definitely go where Kyo Yu went in order to surpass him. Pei put his hands behind his back and called the next student while Ma Fei walked back. The healer Zhao Ziyu volunteered next. Her silhouette was enveloped in a green aura. With a confident, calm look, Pei thought that she was also not bad, since she already had the 4th level and was healing an entire group at once. The next moment, Zhao Yu stood in front of Pei and summoned her shield, which held back the teacher's attack. Pei opened his mouth in surprise and thought that this level did not coincide with the 4th level, taking into account the fact that part of it was still reflected. Taking the cigarette in his hands and placing his other hand behind his back, Pei asked Ziyu if this was part of her skill. She replied that it was and that it was a D-rank skill that reflected 20% damage. With a serious expression on his face, he said that this was very good and tantamount to stabbing himself. The next candidate was called. Yang Xiangdai stood in front of Pei. The teacher asked if he was a paladin, but the guy said that he was a magician. Frowning, the teacher thought to himself that such a fat man could not be a magician and the two had mixed up their classes. D was allowed to begin. A staff appeared in the guy's hands. Carefully observing Yang Xiangdai, the teacher thought that there was no magical wind emanating from the guy at all. Lowering his head, Yang Xiangdai caused an earth explosion. There was a large yellow flash on the sight. The teacher was discouraged. He thought that the skill suddenly burst out right from under his feet and he did not have time to notice it, which is why he lost 3 health points. He wondered if this chubby guy's skill was really level 5. Glancing at the director, he thought that he should keep an eye on Zhu Jinlong because he had raised 5 geniuses and continued to remain in the shadows. Kyo Yu is the last to go into battle. He appears to be a level 7 necromancer and a talent of unknown rank. Pan stands in a castle pose and opens his mouth in amazement. He thinks that his level is higher than the others, but this rank is unknown or too low to name it out loud. Pei stands opposite the main character with one hand on her belt. He says it's time to test and see his result. The young man agrees. Frowning his brows and lowering his head a little, the teacher anticipates what kind of evil spirits Kyo Yu will summon and that if the newcomers continue to hit him back, he will be forced to leave his post. Suddenly, Kyo Yu takes off and runs towards the teacher. Pei wonders why the necromancer is running towards him instead of summoning the undead. He thinks it's a melee necromancy spell. Kyo Yu swings her fist. Pei thinks that the hero is still too young and in a real battle no one would wait for him to cast a spell, but suddenly he realizes that Kyo Yu wants to do something with his fist. When the fist has almost reached the teacher's face, he realizes that this is a right hook and the guy is not using his abilities. Kyo Yu strikes, the teacher loses his balance and begins to fall from the shockwave. The young man dealt him 200 points of damage. Pei flew back to where Peng was standing. Yang Xiangdai and Ma Fei were surprised and opened their mouths in amazement. The director tensed, knitted his eyebrows and was speechless. Pei Pei was sitting on the floor at a decent distance from Kyo-yu, students standing on both sides. They did not understand what happened and how the hero defeated the level 25 teacher. Pan turned to Pei, who was sitting on the floor with marks of a slap, and asked what was wrong with him, how some level 7 Necromancer was able to hit him. He assumed that Kyo-yu was his relative and he deliberately succumbed to him. But Pei said he swears that's not the case. Pei gritted his teeth and wondered if the main character was some kind of monster and whether he was really level 7. Two male students, also stunned by what had happened, shouted out in turn that one of them was hallucinating in the form of a teacher being knocked out, and the second suggested that it was not Kyo-yu who fought with the teacher, but a summoned evil spirit in his image. Pan tensed, sweat running down his face. He thought that this newcomer scared him and that it was good that Pei had decided to take on the test and not him, otherwise he would have burned with shame. Standing in front of the teachers, Kyo-yu asked them if the test was finished. Pei thought that the main character was the scariest of all. Pan, thoughtful, said that he passed the test, but did not use necromancy and so far they could not evaluate it. Looking up at the teacher, the young man said that there was nothing wrong with this and he wanted to enter the Faculty of Physical Education. He thought that he still didn't have the opportunity to show his abilities, but he needed to enroll in Kyoto. Pulling out his phone from his inner pocket, Peng said that this is the first time that a person has been asked to enroll in a non-core faculty, and that he needs to consult the rector. From the phone they asked if Xiao Peng had not left for the 4th Academy in search of new students. Peng told the rector that he had found a necromancer with a terrifying talent who wanted to enroll in the Faculty of Physical Education. At the other end of the line they asked what he was saying. Peng told the rector that Kyo-yu was only at the 7th level, but had already killed the teacher from Huaking. With his back to Pei, Peng continued the conversation. From the receiver they asked what he meant and immediately gave instructions to get the student at any cost. The rector even decided to invite him personally through a hologram. A projection of a man in a cape with a cane appeared in front of the five. Smiling, the old man with a gray beard introduced himself as Kyo-yu. His name was Yajai Pingyong. He asked if the main character would like to enroll with them because their university has a rich history and excellent staff. Looking carefully at the rector, Kyo-yu said that there was no need to persuade him and he wanted to enroll with them. Pei, standing in shock, finally got through to his rector, but it was too late. The teacher thought to himself that the other students were also not bad and he should at least get them. But at that moment, the projection of the rector of Kyoto University approached the rest of the team with an offer of admission. Angry, Pan shouted that they had taken everyone and it had gone too far. Closing his eyes and making a proud expression on his face, Pan thought that everything that happened would become the main event of his life. Suddenly Kyo-yu turned to the rector, causing him to involuntarily shudder. The young man asked him if he knew his father, whose name was Kyo Anking. The rector was greatly surprised and loudly asked if he was the son of Kyo Anking and Bai Shixia's son. He concluded that he now understood why the young man seemed familiar to him. Concerned, Kyo-yu asked if he knew where his parents were now. The projection opposite the young man said that they were his students and became very powerful, but he had not seen them for a long time. The rector, with a stern expression on his face, said that after the training he had lost the opportunity to contact them, but they said something about first-class copies. While carefully observing Yajai Pingyong, Kyo-yu heard the instruction that he needed to go in search of his parents. The hologram addressed the students, saying that acceptance notifications would be sent later after they were made, but for now they should clear out the exclusive dungeons of their classes before starting their studies. The hologram began to dissipate and the rector wished the guys, now students of Kyoto University, good luck. A week later in the academy building. After passing the test, the 4th Academy once again divides students into classes based on skill so that as many students as possible can get into the best schools. Mage class of the 4th Academy. There is a man behind the teacher's desk teaching the class. He says that today we will talk about the exclusive dungeon of magicians. This dungeon is an ability test, a copy of deduction, or a copy of decipherment. The director himself was the teacher. He said that when we work together, it is easier to get benefits. He then said seriously that it was time to get to the point. The edge of the portal can be seen against the sky. Kyo-yu and Yang Xiangdai head towards him. The main character asks his friend if they can handle it. The magician replied that he doubted in vain and even if so, it was still practice. With his hands folded across his chest, Yang Xiangdai said that instead of letting them defeat him, the protagonist should let them help him in this. He reassured Kyo-yu that they could always pass the test again, but without rewards. D, with a joyful expression on his face, called out to the girl at the entrance to the portal. He said that they were about to enter an exclusive dungeon for magicians. The guys came closer to the elf and she said that it was good. An exclusive copy is being downloaded. It ends, the portal turns purple, and the name layer of 10,000 poisons appears. Kyo-yu headed towards the portal and called his friend behind him. D called out to him and asked where he went without listening to the system prompt. Kaio Yu turned to Dai and asked what clues he was talking about. His friend replied that there are such people, and was surprised how he was able to clear the dungeon with skeletons if he did not listen to them. Looking at his friend with a smile, D asked if he had just started killing skeletons indiscriminately. He called you a real tiger. Purple fog, people in cloaks stand around something seething, people suffering from pain and spots. The elf explained that, according to legend, in the southeast there is a village of a dark tribe in which they can create poisonous insects that poison people to a state of agony and devour the flesh and blood of the victim until she dies. Friends began to enter the portal. The girl announced the objectives of the mission, which were to find the legendary flame and destroy all poisonous insects. In this case, rewards depend on fulfilled conditions. Finally, the elf said that the mission required 5 people and that 3 more comrades would automatically join them. Dark Veil, 5 magicians stand in front of a mysterious door. 3 people stand in front of friends. One of them, standing in a castle pose, the young man asked not to detain him. The girl with long blue hair confronted him, calling him Long Chan, and urged him not to be so rude. There was a girl in front and 2 guys behind her. She introduced herself as Fang Yuan and was a fire mage. Next, she introduced the guys to her younger brother Fan Zun, who was also a fire magician. Pointing at the rude young man, she said that his name was Long Chan. D introduced himself and the main character with a smile on his face. He offered to work together to complete the dungeon. The next moment the 5 stood in front of the gate. Fan Yuan noticed the 5 words above the door and assumed that these were clues to its opening. Rude Long Chan said that he didn't care about the clues and they would just open it. Long Chan took a quick shot at the goal, but it didn't work. He was surprised and wondered out loud if it really didn't work. The rest of the group standing behind Long Chan were also surprised. The girl said that it seems that the door is resistant to magic and the spells do not work. She suggested looking at the clue. Kaio Yu walked towards the door. He thought about immunity to magic. At this moment, Fang Yuan exclaimed that she knew the answer. This is virtue and masculinity. The next moment, the main character hits the goal with his fist and it shatters into pieces. Fang Yuan and Long Chang are shocked by this development. The girl did not have time to finish her guess, and Long Chan asked if this was not a dungeon of magic, where there was no place for physical strength. Notifications appeared that the answer was correct and the door was open. Kaio Yu stands in the doorway and Dai runs up to him from behind, saying that it was strong. Looking at his hand, the main character said that he just wanted to test his physical strength and did not expect such an outcome. They entered the space behind the door. It was filled with red flowers and there was another door ahead. That's what the guys said with a note about the strangeness of this. D looked at his hand as the party moved forward. The main character said that he needed to be careful since flowers are not so simple, but D told him that it was too late to say that and offered to look at his limb. Kaio Yu and Fang Yuan looked at their hands in horror. The main character asked how this was possible, and the girl stated that they were all poisoned. A notification window appeared that said 3 health points would be lost every minute. Yang Dai panicked and asked what they should do now. Kaio Yu calmly walked forward, saying that if they stood still, they would simply die and they needed to hurry. Looking forward seriously, Yu thought that his health would not last even half an hour since it was too little. The students ran to the gate as fast as they could. Long Chan looked up at the gate and asked if they really needed to decipher the inscriptions again. Yuan asked what they came across this time and noticed that now they had time for this. The next moment, Kaio Yu hit the goal and it shattered into pieces again. Putting his fist forward to strike, the young man said that he had a solution. 5 magicians ran out of the cave with flowers. Long Chang and his 2 comrades were shocked. The proud guy asked why the copy of deduction and decipherment seemed so simple. A mountain landscape opened up before the players. Long Chang asked if this was the lair of 10,000 poisons, and the girl asked where they should go next. Suddenly, a little girl appeared behind the students. A child with long hair and patterns under his eyes introduced himself to Xiao Dong and asked if they came from outside. She exclaimed with wide eyes that they were poisoned by the poison of Lycoris radiata. Stepping forward, the girl looked back at the students and said that they needed to follow her to the lair, where they could get help before it was too late. Kaio Yu became wary. He thought about where the child came from here and why he was leading them to the lair. At this time, standing with her back to the main character, Fang Yuan said that they still don't know what to do next and they have no choice. Xiao Dong leads a group of disciples on the way to the village. There are 2 people standing at the entrance. The girl addresses them as father and mother. A woman with a different pattern on her face than Xiao Dong asked who it was, to which the girl replied that they were strangers poisoned by Lycoris poison, which she found while collecting grass in the mountains. A woman with wrinkles on her face said that the guests should go inside and wait a little. 5 students are sitting in a room at a square table. The Xiao Dong family approaches them with bowls. The girl's mother says that 5 decoctions are already ready. Scorpions, centipedes, and bones are visible in the bowl. Long Chang, disdainful of his portion, told Yang Dai, who was sitting next to him, to try the soup first since it was quite persistent. To which the guy replied that he was already fat and offered to taste the decoction himself. At this moment, Kyo-yu throws the entire cup of broth into his mouth. He thinks he has less than half his health left. Kyo-yu beams with joy and says that the decoction tastes good and is really effective, after which he urged everyone to drink it quickly. The guys stood against the wall, barely able to stand, and Yang Xiangdai lay on the table. The main character asked Xiaodong to tell them about the origin of the 10,000 poisons lair, but the girl sitting opposite him said that she did not know about the origin, but the elder demanded that he stay away from the outside world, not using poisons at will. The girl's mother, standing behind, said that the poisoning had been removed and now they were in no danger, and asked them to leave quickly. Suddenly Xiaodong turned around and asked why she was like this and said that there were only 5 of them and there was no need for that. Turning back towards the guys, the girl said with a smile that they don't have to worry and stay here as long as they want. Kyo-yu calmly replied that they did not want to bother anyone and would leave as soon as they fully recovered from the effects of the poison. The guy asked himself why the girl's parents were reacting so strangely. Xiaodong slammed the door from the street side, saying that the guys could rest here, but they and their parents. It's time. There was a full blood moon in the sky. The girl took her parents' hands and said that it was time for them to go. Her face broke into a smile and she exclaimed that today was the full moon and something would start soon. People crowded in the depths of the forest. Near the stone well stood a female figure with outstretched arms. Under the light of the bloody moon, she prayed to the great swarm for blessings of good weather and relief from disease, for which they offered him blood and fresh human flesh. Blood oozed from the girl's finger into the well. Suddenly a black whirlwind rose from the well. These were insects similar to ants. They attacked 2 tied-up guys. The next moment all that was left of them were skeletons. Fang Yuan, Kyo-yu and Yang Xiangdai saw this picture. The girl screamed that it was people. The main character said that they need to get out of here because they cannot cope with such numbers of people and insects. He thought that even with his attack power, he would not be able to cope with the crowd. The next moment, the girl at the altar cast her gaze towards where the guys were. She looked like an adult Xiaodong. She said there were still a couple of little mice here. She raised her hand to her face and impatiently ordered the strong, muscular man named Scorpio to go forward. The words that left her lips were that he couldn't screw this up and that he should let them live. The guys stand in the middle of the rest room provided by Xiaodong. Fan Yuan asked what they should do now. The girl, looking at the back of the main character, says that if the tribe knew that they had come to destroy the swarm, they would have caught them and fed them to the beetles. Turning around, Kyo-yu asked what the sounds were coming from outside. The guys got scared and took a stance. They exclaimed that there were scorpions everywhere on the floor. Fan Yuan summoned flames around her by shouting the name of the fire barrier spell. The main character swung his hand and began to exterminate insects. A window appeared that he would not gain experience from killing targets that were too weak. He thought that if he received experience for such a thing, he would constantly look for anthills. There was an explosion of sand. The spells of sand shackles and earth explosion were cast. Kyo-yu, standing opposite Yang Xiangdai, said that his friend was excellent at combining skills. To this the guy replied that he only used 2 spells, but had already used up all his mana. A figure appeared behind the guys. She said they were very brave. It was a man named Scorpio. He said that at first he just wanted to teach them a lesson, but then he realized that the target was a swarm, and now he wanted to kill them and feed them to the larvae. Yang Xiangdai caused an earth explosion and dealt 11 points of damage to the enemy. He raised his hand to his chest and said with a furious expression that they were overdoing themselves if they thought they could harm him in such a way. Windows with enemy indicators appeared. He was level 10 with a strength of 40 units and health equal to 300 units. Another notification said that enemy stats were hidden until the NPC was damaged. Long Chang and Fan Yuan opened their mouths in amazement. The guy asked how to defeat him with such high characteristics, and the girl exclaimed that such a mission was impossible for beginners to complete. Kyo-yu swung his fist at his opponent while standing in a jumping position. He wondered what was so special about this dungeon. He rushed at the enemy with lightning speed, to which he grinned, saying that it was self-confident to rush at him with such thin arms with bare hands. Kyo-yu dealt a strike equal to 121 units. Scorpio stood in an angry pose and growled that this was impossible. He didn't understand how such a little man could cause him so much damage. He activated his insect bite skill. The characteristics window appears. The enemy's health increased to 500, strength increased to 60, and agility to 20. Long Chang and Fan Yuan covered their hands from the dust that was in the air from the protagonist's blow. Long Chang exclaimed that the opponent's stats had only improved. Fan Yuan said that his defense had increased several times. With a stern look, knitting his eyebrows, Scorpio said that no one would break through his defense and he would pay tribute to the tribe with the blood of the guys. Seriously looking at the enemy, Kyo-yu stood shrouded in blue flames. Behind the main character was kneeling Scorpio, who had returned to his original state judging by the characteristics window. Standing in front of the guys, who were shocked by what they saw, Kaiou asked what kind of sacrifice they were making and who the woman at the well was. Holding his face, Scorpio, still on his knees, said that the woman was an elder and they had signed a contract with the insect queen who lived in the well for fresh flesh and blood every full moon. Yang Xiangdai approached Kaiou and said that he understood why Xiaodong helped them get rid of the poison. He decided that this was done for the sake of sacrificing them later. Kaiou stood in front of Scorpio with his shoulders wide. He asked him why the tribe was called the Den of 10,000 Poisons according to Xiaotong, to which the enemy asked who Xiaodong was. With a face covered in bruises and knocked out teeth, Scorpio said that in their tribe there is only one person with the surname Dong, and this is the elder, whose name is Sun Dong. The enemy began to rise from his knees. Kaiou thanked him for his help, but did not allow him to leave. The next moment, he dealt a decisive blow to Scorpion and killed him, gaining additional experience and characteristics. Kaiou received an S-tier item called the Sage Shelter, which grants immunity to death once. The main character, with a satisfied smile and a sparkle in his eyes, thought that he had finally gotten something cool of a high rank. The guy stood slightly ahead of the other guys. Fan Sun said that sooner or later the tribe will learn about Scorpio's death. Fan Yuan exclaimed that if an ordinary tribe member is so strong, then the capabilities of an elder are unfathomable. And Long Chang argued that Kaiou could not defeat everyone alone. Turning to his comrades, the main character said that they needed to destroy all the beetles, not the tribe, and it would be enough to blow up the well. With a confident step, the guys followed the main character, who argued that they must act quickly before the elder found out about what had happened. A clearing in the light of the bloody moon. Someone exclaimed that they needed to hurry up because no one was there. The guys approached the well and saw corpses lying on the ground. Fan Yuan exclaimed that these were Xiaodong's parents, members of the tribe. With a serious expression on his face, Kaiou looked away. He thought that everyone here was strange and said that now they needed to destroy the well. Long Cheng, Yang Xiangdai and Fan Yuan stood at the well, around which clouds of sand rose. They called upon fire, air and earth spells. There was an explosion. A huge hole appeared in place of the well. Yang Xiangdai, standing next to Kaiou, said that probably all the beetles died from this, but immediately asked why the system did not indicate the completion of the task. A female figure appeared behind the guys, laughed and called them naughty little mice. It was Elder Zundong and Assistant Python who was standing behind her. The girl said that she did not expect them to kill Scorpio. With his brows furrowed, Kaiou asked her if she was an elder and if her name was Sundong. The girl burst into a smile and asked him why he didn't recognize her. The next moment she turned into the little girl they met at the cave. She asked if the main character liked this image of her better. Closing her eyes, she said that she wanted to leave him alive and continue the family line with him, but since he killed so many insects, the queen of the insects would become angry without a sacrifice. Kaiou stood opposite the elder and her assistant. He asked why they kill their own people, especially their parents. Sundong left. She asked about her parents. With a serious, dangerous expression on her face, she said that they were just two losers who were sticking their noses where they didn't belong. The main character summoned his aura and a blue glow began to emanate from his eyes. The two groups stood opposite each other on the field. Sun Tong asked the main character if he was angry. Then, smiling evilly, she exclaimed that he would soon go to them. A swarm of flying insects appeared. It was directed at Kaiou. Fan Yuan, reacting quickly, exclaimed that she would help the guy and caused a fire. But at that moment the rest were attacked by Python. Long Chan fell. Python, throwing his weapon over his shoulder, stood with his torso bare. He said that they could not attack the elder, otherwise they would have to deal with him. The NPC stats window appears. He was level 10 with a strength of 55 units. At this time, the swarm was causing damage to Kaiou. He was losing 5 health units and thought there were too many insects. He, trying to fight them off, also thought that if everything continued the same, then the end would come for them. But if he improves his defense, strength and agility, then he can cope. The thought of using a new skill called Brave Heart flashed through his mind. The next moment, he jumped towards the elder with the thought that he could cope without this. He realized that he had to deal with Sundong first. The little girl, looking at the main character's attempts to get out, grinned and said that it had finally dawned on him and he himself had decided to become dinner for the bugs. The next moment she was scared and her eyes widened in bewilderment. Kaiou broke through Sundong's defense and struck her. Natona quickly recovered and became an adult again. She said he doesn't understand how great it is to be eaten by bugs. A window with its characteristics appeared. She was also level 10, but her health was 1,000. Turning around, Kaiou wondered why she was a rare NPC if her stats weren't as good as Scorpio's. He realized that something was wrong with her. The enemy lowered her hand and began to cast spells. Her agility increased by 80. She said that he hit her hard and now it's time to get a response. Kaiou became wary. The next moment, Sun Tong struck the main character and wished him death. Kyo Yu was punched in the chest. Blood sprayed from his mouth. He thought that with her increased agility there was nothing he could do. His health dropped to 9. Sun Dong's hand was still on the protagonist's chest. She said she would skin him as a souvenir. Yang Xiangdai saw this. He called him, but the next moment the python attacked the plump guy. Looking at the guys, Python said that he was their opponent and it was bad form to be distracted. Python's health was 312 units. Gathering his strength and clenching his fist, Yang Xiangdai summoned the sand shackles. Python grinned and said that the fat man had not yet realized that his tricks were nothing compared to him. Python repelled Yang Xiangdai's blow with his weapon, saying that his attacks were akin to tickling for him. Suddenly, the sand around Python turned red, which is what the enemy shouted about. The next moment, Yang Xiangdai caused an earth explosion and struck with 312 units of force. A thin guy stood in front of the guys. It was the same Yang Xiangdai who started the fat burning state. He screamed at Python to go to hell. Brother and sister fans stood in shock. Yang Xiangdi rushed to help Kyo Yu. The main character asked him what happened to him. The alarmed Yang Xiangdai said that he himself did not understand what happened, but his fat was burned and his mana increased by 300 units. The beaten Kyo Yu thought that this was due to the strength of the skill release, and now his performance was almost like that of a middle-class magician. The main character shouted to his friend, while simultaneously trying to strike him so that he would quickly use an earth explosion on the elder, to which Sun Dong asked what he was planning. But the still alarmed Yang Xiangdai exclaimed that he could not say such a thing, since then Kyo Yu himself would suffer. Kyo Yu replied with a furious expression that he should not talk nonsense and should trust him. With a serious expression on his face, Yang Xiangdai still caused an earth explosion. Kyo Yu grabbed the elder. She told him that she didn't want to die with him, to which Kyo Yu chuckled and said that it was too late. There was another big explosion. Yang Xiangdai and Fan Yuan became discouraged. They called the main character. The dust from the explosion has not yet cleared. Notifications have appeared that Kyo Yu has received a skill called a powerful contract, which increases strength and health. Kyo Yu became inspired and smiled. He thought that the system did not want him to die, and now he was given 1,660 additional health units. He said that now he doesn't have to worry about being killed by some boss. Yang Xiangdai ran to the main character. He asked him how he survived. To this, Kyo Yu asked him if his friend really wanted him to die and why, in his opinion, he could not be resurrected. Kyo Yu crossed his arms as he stood next to his friend. He asked what happened to Yang Xiangdai for killing Sun Dong, to which the magician replied that nothing yet and suggested that she might still be alive. The dust from the impact began to clear. Sun Dong exclaimed that she was in pain. He broke into an evil smile and said that now she would show them her true appearance. Sun Dong appeared before the guys, who had half become an insect. She laughed evilly. The characteristics showed that her level became 15, her health increased to 2,000, and her strength became 130. Kyo Yu turned his gaze to his friend standing behind him. He said that the characteristics had increased and asked Yang Xiangdai to use the Earth Blast again. But the frightened guy said that his mana had dropped to 48 and he could not do it since the effect was temporary. Red notifications have appeared. They said that the difficulty level of the dungeon had increased and they urgently needed to leave the dungeon. Kyo Yu, standing opposite Yang Xiangdai, asked, "How can they leave the dungeon if they have a goal?" To which the friend replied that they need to quickly escape or they will die. Another red notification window appeared asking you to leave the dungeon in order to then open a copy. Kyo Yu rushed forward at the monster, saying that he didn't care how strong she was because she would still die today. The elder looked at the main character with a grin and said that he would not be able to leave even a scratch on her and she would destroy him. They struck each other, but the monster's strength was greater than Kyo Yu's. She jumped on him and began striking him one after another. She gritted her teeth and thought to herself how he could stay alive if he was only level 8. Inspired, Kyo Yu defended himself, his eyes exuding a blue aura. Looking at him, Sun Dong wondered where he got such powerful strength if he was a simple magician. Hovering in front of the protagonist's face, she screamed at him to stop and asked if he had come from Baizai. The monster's eyes widened and she thought that he was definitely from Baizai, since only he could create such a monster, because she herself was his creation. Swinging his staff at Sun Dong, the protagonist shouted that he did not know any Baizai and his name was Kyo Yu. He dealt the monster a blow equal to 213 units. Blood spewed out from Sun Dong's mouth. She thought that she knew his last name and this simply couldn't happen, but then she didn't understand why he wanted to kill her. A notification window appeared telling you about killing a monster and gaining stat points and experience. Kyo Yu looked forward with a serious expression, his eyes still emitting a blue aura. The next notification congratulated him on his level up. As the dust from the impacts began to clear, Kyo Yu stood in front of the purple core received from Sun Dong. More notifications have appeared. Player rank assessment has begun. Long Chang was rank F, Wang Yuan and Fan Yuan were rank E, and Yang Xiang Dai was rank A. Kaio Yu was rank S. Long Chang knelt down, grabbed his head and asked if it was all over. There are new notifications about adding characteristics and skills. Looking at his hand, Kaio Yu said that he had finally reached level 10 and became a real player. He then said that he was interested in what was at the core of the soul. He approached the core, where there was purple armor of rank B with a limitation of level 11. Kaio Yu thought to himself that this equipment was perfect for his powerful contract skill. A blue cube appeared in front of the main character. The notice said that it was sealed by some force. Kaio Yu thought he was strange. The next moment, blue flames reached towards Kaio Yu and new notifications appeared. The cube recognized the protagonist as the owner. Now the guy has the ability to determine characteristics with an error of 10 levels. However, the unlocking method is also unknown. Looking down, the main character thought that the cube was tied to him, giving him some kind of ability that he needed to unlock, and this was impressive. A portal appeared behind the guys and an elf, a non-player character, came out of it. She congratulated the guys on successfully passing the test. Standing in her green outfit, she said that she had a small bonus for them in the form of raising their willpower by 20%. Yang Xiang Dai's eyes lit up and he exclaimed that this was cool. But Kaio Yu drooped. He thought that with his willpower characteristics equal to 0, this reward remained useless. The guys began to approach the portal. Fan Yuan thanked the main character for saving them and helping them complete the dungeon. Kaio Yu replied that she had nothing to thank him for and said goodbye. The two friends entered the portal next to the elf. Yang Xiang Dai and Kaio Yu were asked which university they would go to. They replied that they wanted to go to Kyoto. The guys exclaimed that they would definitely go there too. The elf smiled. The main character's stat windows have risen, and he is now level 10 with a strength of 202 units and health of 2,120 units. New skills have emerged. Sunny day. The building of the 4th Academy. Kaio Yu is sitting at the table. The headman standing at the other end shouts at him how he could also reach the 10th level. He thought that in his dungeon, due to the monsters, swordsmen leveled up faster, but how Kaio Yu could become the same level as him was simply incomprehensible. The healer and the shield girl stood on either side of Yang Xiang Dai, who was chewing on a chicken leg. The healer asked if Kaio Yu was sure that it was really Yang Xiang Dai. She asked why he had changed so much. Suyu confirmed the girl's words and said that he had become more handsome. While devouring the food, the guy replied that he wanted to quickly return to his previous form and go home, because otherwise he did not feel safe. Suyu turned her head to the main character and asked if Kaio Yu was planning to take the entrance exams because they were all accepted without them. A picture of 5 classes of heroes appeared in my head: magician, swordsman, healer, assassin, defender. It was explained that the exam is the most important of the year for students and it gives a chance to get into a better group, as well as an artifact of rank. The headman waved his sword, cutting through the air. He exclaimed that he would take the exam and would definitely become the best. He grinned and looked at Kaio Yu, saying that this year the prizes will be better and he will definitely get an S rank item. Blue sky. The main character walks down the street past houses. He said that he definitely had to take first place in order to get an S rank item. Someone was whispering against the background of the street. Number 9527 asked number 7438 if Kaio Yu was exactly their target. He said that he had the highest score and was level 10, and also doubted their victory over him. To which number 7438 replied that it doesn't matter and they just need to grab him. Black shadows flew at the main character. 2 people landed in front of him. A notification window appeared, indicating that the ability to see characteristics had been activated. Frowning his eyebrows, the guy thought about who stood in his way. He asked what they wanted. 2 guys stood right in front of him in gray cloaks with a special emblem on their chest. They were new to the assassin class. Number 7438 asked the main character if he was Kaio Yu. He also clarified whether it was he who killed Sundong from the den of 10,000 poisons. Watching closely, Kaio Yu thought that the guests came from Baizi's group, but he is not sure since he could not really ask the monster about it. Standing opposite the guys, he replied that they had identified themselves and his name was Ma Fei. Number 7438 asked about Ma Fei, and the second one scratched the back of his head and said that he told him that it was not him and apologized for the inconvenience. The next moment, number 7438 slapped number 9527 in the face, saying that he was a fool for believing this boy for no reason. Circular currents of air appeared around the guys. Number 7438 ordered to take the boy and check whether he is a magician. They pushed off and instantly disappeared, leaving behind dust. Kaio Yu stood and waited with a calm expression. 2 guys hit him symmetrically on the hands. Number 9527 clenched his teeth and exclaimed that he didn't even try to escape. The next moment, Kaio Yu was already heading towards room 9527 to strike back. He sent the enemy into the wall and dealt him 197 points of damage. Looking at this picture from the side, number 7438 thought that, having hit him twice, They could not defeat him, and he, in turn, defeated his partner with just one blow. Turning to number 7438, Kaiou asked if he would like to grab it too. Number 7438 folded his hands in a prayer position and said that he didn't want to quarrel and they were just passing names. He extended one hand forward and said that he was just one of the organization's minions, ranked 7438 in level, and offered peace. Kaiou tensed and thought that at the 18th level, such a low place is very embarrassing and they should let them return to report everything to the main one. The main character began to leave the scene, saying that he wished them luck if anything could help in the search. But number 7438, stuttering, said that they didn't need her. The beast with 3 horns, wings and hooves of heavenly color is mythical. He looks like a lion with fire patterns on his limbs. This is Baizi, a being who knows all the exorcism spells and is an assistant in this matter. Sitting on a computer chair at home in front of the computer screen, Kaiou searched for information about him. He said that there was no information about Baizi's organization. He sat back and said that sooner or later he would find out everything, but for now, with his strength, he could not defeat them. With his hands behind his head, Kaiou looked at the ceiling and said that his goal now was to pass the exam. Also, such an organization will not be able to get close to him while he is busy with the entrance exam, and therefore, at Kyoto University, he will be safe under the supervision of the rector Jai Pingyang, who is the god of the sword. The figure of the rector in red clothes. The main character told himself that if it was unsafe at Kyoto University, then it would be so for him everywhere. Kaiou moved towards the table and summoned a cube. He said he was wondering what the cube from the dungeon was. He looked at it intently and took it in his hand. He asked himself if such awards were really in all-exclusive copies or if it was specially given to him. Frowning, the guy said that it was impossible to predict his actions and leave something in the copy. He is confused and does not understand what is happening. Tall multi-story building. There are 3 figures standing on its roof. In front of killers 7438 and 9527 stands a man in a dark cloak. The man asked them why there was no information about Sundong's death until now. Number 7438 said that there was no information and Kaiou turned out to be not a magician and even beat number 9527. Turning around, the figure with bright purple eyes said that they were worms. She looked down at the city from the top of the building and told them to leave the investigation and move on to organizing an operation in Sioux City. The 2 guys accepted the order. 4th Academy of Sioux City, in the director's office. The director is sitting at his desk and Kaiou is standing in front of him. The director asked the main character how he could help him. The guy replied that he just wanted to let him look at the cube from the dungeon. He summoned the cube and handed it to the man. He said that he got it from an exclusive dungeon, but it was sealed, and asked him to help him open it. The gray-haired man, looking carefully at the cube, said that in this case, only the key to remove the seal remains. Kaiou asked him what it was. Frowning, the director said that this is a key with which you can easily open the cube without damaging the contents. Surprised, Kaiou asked the director where he could get it. To this, the man replied that he was in an E-rank dungeon called the Mechanical Kingdom. But the director warned the young man that there might be hostile players there. A city built thanks to new technologies. City of Mechanics. Kaiou stood in the middle of the street. He thought that this was the kingdom the director was talking about. One day, a war broke out between people and machines, according to the director. The confrontation between machine knights and people against the backdrop of a techno city. It ended with the signing of a peace agreement. With a serious look, Kaiou thought that after peace was concluded, the territory received the name of the Mechanical Kingdom, which means he is in the right place. The main character walked forward, followed by an old scientist in glasses and a white coat. The guy thought that, according to the director, he needed to get a task about the mayor, but first he needed to be found. The old scientist put his hand to his beard and said that real particles do not move at the speed of light in a vacuum and it is worth assuming that their performance is the same. Then he exclaimed that it was so. The next moment he came across 2 athletic guys and said, "Oh." Sitting trembling on the asphalt, he asked the 2 young men for forgiveness. One of them said that the old man deliberately crashes into people and does not look where he is going. He said that he had hurt him and owed him compensation, continuing to press on the scientist, who rose from the ground. The second guy chimed in. The scientist apologized again and said that he did not mean to do this. Kaiou watched this incident from his peripheral vision. The guy grabbed the scientist by the leg and turned him over in the air. "Something fell out of my pocket." The main instigator demanded money. His friend asked if the old man had any money. Kaiou approached them. The guy threw his grandfather aside. The main character said that they have no right to rob an old man in broad daylight and his upbringing does not allow him to tolerate this. The main bully told him not to stick his nose where it doesn't belong, crossing his arms over his chest. He then asked Kaiou if he would like to give alms to the old man. The main character clenched his hand into a fist. He said that any evil will have consequences sooner or later. Kaiou swung and struck the bully. He flew into the building. The second bully, his mouth open in amazement, stared at the main character. He folded his hand in a prayer position and said that they were wrong and were apologizing to him and the old man, and also asking him to let them go. The next moment there was no trace of the hooligans. Kyo-yu turned to the scientist and asked him if he was okay, to which he said that he did not have much money. With a smug smile, the main character, closing his eyes, said that he is decent and does not stand in line with these worms. He sighed and thanked him, but said that he had nothing to repay him with. Kyo-yu turned to and said that he had one request, which was to find the leader in the city. Grandfather, standing opposite Kyo-yu, asked if she was looking for the mayor. The guy said that it was and that he was looking for an item called the unsealing key, which can only be obtained from him. Grandfather ruffled his beard and said that since this happened, he would help him. Kyo-yu thanked him for this. The grandfather turned to the young man and said that getting this item was very difficult, but Kyo-yu assured him that he was very strong and used only 10% of his strength in the fight. The main hero smiled slightly. Two hooligans stood on the roof of a modern building. One asked the other what he thought, whether the mayor had found the man he was looking for. He replied that he did not know, but this guy was the strongest he had ever met, remembering the blow that Kyo-yu dealt him. Mechanical Kingdom. A man in a black robe addressed his comrade, standing in front of some kind of hologram. He turned to Brits and said that tomorrow they had another colloquium and he didn't care how, but Professor Hu-jun would have to appear here. Brits smiled evilly and said that he would do anything for Mr. Monder. Building with a glass roof. The old man and Kyo-yu approached him. The scientist said that the mayor he was looking for was here. The main character thanked him for his help. The guy looked puzzled at the building and wondered if this was really the headquarters and why his grandfather had brought him here so calmly. He turned to the scientist, but he was no longer there. He wanted to ask him something. Sighing, Kyo-yu touched the door, saying that he needed to get the seal-breaking key. The main character opened the doors. There were 3 people in front of him. He cried out in surprise. A scientist sat in a chair, and 2 hooligans stood on either side. He asked why he was with them. The scientist looked at Kyo-yu and said that he was right and in fact he was the mayor of the city of mechanisms. Kyo-yu looked at his grandfather in shock. The scientist said that these 2 are powerful guardians of the city. Kyo-yu wanted to ask something, but hesitated. Grandfather, with a serious expression on his face, understood that he wanted to ask about that scene in the city. He said that he had to find the strongest, someone stronger than his guards. And such a person was found. This is Kyo-yu. The main character was a little puzzled. Grandfather leaned a little forward in his chair and said that if he needed a key, he was ready to provide it in exchange for one favor. The hidden mission window appears. The scientist, frowning, said that tomorrow there would be a colloquium at which he would talk about advances in the field of machines and organics. But robots who want to steal this research will not miss the opportunity to do so. Kyo-yu, looking at the old man, said that he understood that he wanted him to provide his protection. But the old man said that everything was wrong. A picture of a mechanical heart appeared behind the old man. He said that he wants Kyo-yu to defeat the leader of the machines and destroy the mechanical heart. A system window appeared with tasks to defeat the leader of the Monder machines, destroy the mechanical heart, and obtain the key to remove the seal. The main character was inspired and beamed. He said they were simple robots and it wouldn't be a problem. The next day in the seminar hall, Grandfather spoke to the public, standing behind the podium of a large hall. He said that they live in a society of extremely advanced technology, but because of this, man has abstracted himself from nature and put computers and artificial systems on the same level as people. A picture appeared of a man holding a sprout and a DNA code in his hands. The double-stranded DNA helix glowed with a bluish light. The mayor continued to talk about how artificial intelligence was created to understand how life could be transformed. But even if artificial intelligence passes the Turing test, it will not become a new life. A picture of a head appeared, covered with energy connections based on programming. Grandfather also said that robots from the machine kingdom cannot reproduce like living beings. Continuing his speech from the podium, he asked the audience whether machines could achieve organic growth. At this time, Kyo-yu was sitting in the hall and yawning. He thought that this was all mortal boredom and waited for opponents to appear. Suddenly, cracks appeared on the ceiling through which light was visible. The next moment, the ceiling was completely broken through and an enemy landed on the stage, throwing the mayor back with a shockwave. It was the robot Brits, who said with a grin that people are very frail and cars are eternal. He advised Professor Hu-jun to leave her human shell and become a machine. People got excited in the hall and shouted that robots had arrived and were calling for security. 2 guards and Kyo-yu ran up to the mayor. A blonde guard, standing a little ahead, shouted that there was no place for a robot here. The next moment, only a flash appeared in the robot's place. Brit struck the guard in the stomach, causing blood to flow from his mouth. The second guard and Kyo-yu watched this scene from the side. Brits quickly dealt with the guards and that guard with a laugh. He exclaimed that the people were pitiful. Kyo-yu was surprised and the mayor looked at him. The main character said that it was disrespectful to them. The mayor stepped forward and motioned with his hand to stay behind Kyo-yu. He said that they had come for him and he would go to the kingdom of machines. With a serious expression on his face, he told the protagonist that he was relying on him. Kyo-yu understood him. At this time, Brits beat the second guard with the words that this is the power of the machines, which lies in his invincible body. From above, a figure in a black cloak appeared from a hole in the quilted ceiling. She turned to the mayor. It was Monder in a scary mask. He said that the professor was coming with him. The old man opened his mouth and said that then he must give the order to his people to stop. Monder released the red and black chains and wrapped them around the professor. He said that he should have realized everything sooner. Monder called Brits from above, but the robot was too enthusiastic and told him to go with the old man and leave him here. Monder disappeared in a red flash along with the old man. Kyo-yu stood and looked at Brits and the guard. He called out to the robot. He asked with a grin if he was the one who boasted that he had an invincible body. Brits approached the main character and said that ants do not understand all the charm of robots. Kyo-yu asked him if he was finished and said that he would deal with him now. Brits smiled and asked if he, too, would like to join the machines to have the same power. The next moment, Kyo-yu struck the robot and reduced its health by 306 units. Brits was a level 11 NPC according to the stat window. His eye opened wide and he asked where the hero got such strength. Brits had a hole in his side from the blow. Kyo-yu said that he already has everything he boasts about. Looking at his body, the robot exclaimed that it could not be that a person would break through a mechanical body. He fell to his knees in front of the main character and asked him how he did it. Kyo-yu said that he simply raised his hand and struck. Leaning on his hand, Brits leaned towards the hero and asked how a mortal body could be so powerful. Kyo-yu, standing sideways to him, said that he was actually an ancient sacred body. The next moment she stepped on Brits' back with her foot. The robot screamed, asking what the main character was doing. Kyo-yu landed another 102 Brits kick. He said it was time to stop talking and scrap it. He ordered the robot to take him to the kingdom of machines. The next moment, Kyo-yu was flying, standing on the robot's back, across the sky. With a purposeful look, he thought that the mayor deliberately allowed himself to be captured in order to gain time to destroy the mechanical heart. He mentally turned to the old man and said that he could handle it. In fright, Brits looked at the main character and thought that with such terrifying force, Monder should have taken him, not the old man. He thought he should tell him about it. They flew like a whirlwind over the city. At this time in the mechanical kingdom, the old man was sitting on the floor near Monder. The villain looked at the projections of the diagrams. He turned half a turn from under his terrible mask to the professor. He said he was sorry to meet here under such terrible circumstances. The mayor, looking seriously through his glasses, said that he should not worry and he would never betray humanity, even at the cost of his life. The cloaked mask turned to him and told him not to worry and to look at what he had first. A mechanical heart appeared in front of Monder. It sparkled yellow and worked. The professor watched the heart along with the villain. Monder said that the heart becomes more organic and combines both human spirituality and mechanical strength. He smugly said he preferred to call it the Ascension because humans are mortal and machines are eternal. He again invited the professor to join evolution, but the professor only showed a grimace of a smile on her face. He said that no one becomes a robot by being human. He called Monder a traitor. The villain mask leaned forward and asked what he said. People who were thrown by Monder chains appeared above the heart. The villain invited him to look again. Monder's chains wrapped around a poor man who asked for help. Other victims were also wrapped in heart chains. Their clothes were bloody. They begged for help. Their hearts devoured them. At this time, Kyo-yu reached his destination and stood in front of the army of robots, and Brits' body lay behind him with his arm torn off. The robots detected the intruder. The main character rushed forward, killing low-level metal creatures one by one. Notification windows for receiving stat and experience points appeared. He was excited and smiling. Kyo-yu thought to himself that it was unexpected that they also give points for killing robots. He walked along a road strewn with metal parts. A CCTV camera was watching him from above. The professor was horrified. He called robots monsters, even beasts. Looking through the glass at his bleeding heart, Monder said it wouldn't change anything. Examining his creation, the villain said that his name is Martha and this is their failure. They wanted to let it grow organically, but things didn't work out that way. He sadly said that they had created a life-eating monster with an ever-increasing appetite. Previously, the heart ate one person at a time, but now it eats 5. The professor was angry. He, looking at the glass stained with blood, told the professor that he was needed to fix this problem. He said that he could refuse, but then Martha would eat innocent people every day. Frowning his eyebrows, the professor thought that it was Kyo-yu's exit. Another blonde robot ran up from behind. He shouted that an ancient sacred creature had entered the territory. Monder turned to him and asked if this was the creature Britz was talking about. The next moment, a Sakura flew through the airlock door. Kaiou's terrifying face appeared through the hole in the door. He said he was finally there. The grandfather was delighted at his arrival and was inspired. Monder, wearing his terrible mask, asked Kaiou if he was the same ancient sacred body that Britz was talking about. Standing behind his two robots, he welcomed him to the mechanical kingdom. He said that Britz was the best warrior in the kingdom and he did not expect Kaiou to deal with him. The Monder characteristics window appears. He was level 16 and had 2000 health. The main character chuckled. He asked if he was ashamed that the best warrior had fallen by his hand. He asked if he wanted to take revenge on him. Two robots rushed at the main character. Kaiou grimaced with a smile, thinking that these were additional experience points. With one fist he killed first the first, gaining points, and then the second with the other fist. He stood in the middle of the room, with robot parts lying around. The main character said that this mortal body is stronger than a mechanical one. Monder was shocked. He thought that if he could be persuaded to become a robot, they would create an unprecedented monster. In his fantasy, the image of Kaiou with a metal body appeared. He thought that he would be the strongest warrior in the world. The main character ran up to the professor and asked if he was okay. The old man turned towards Martha and called Kaiou to look at it too. The main character saw a bloody mechanical heart of the 15th level, according to the characteristics window. Kaiou exclaimed that this is it. The professor said that robots feed this machine with living people. Kaiou came out a little ahead of the mayor and said that he would definitely destroy it. The professor said that everything depends on him. At that moment, Monder looked at them and thought that he needed to defeat the sacred body at any cost. The ugly mask turned to the main character. She invited him to join evolution. But Kaiou continued his movement towards the glass near the heart. Monder didn't understand what he was doing. Kaiou jumped on the table and broke out the window. Then he found himself inside together with his heart. Monder screamed in fear of what Kaiou was going to do to Martha. The main character hit his heart with his fist and dealt 404 units of damage. Monder rushed towards Kaiou. He screamed for him to stop now. The guy looked at him. He raised his fist towards the villain and said that then he needed to make him change his mind. Red notifications appeared, indicating a hellish level of danger. Monder was shocked. He didn't understand what happened. The notification said to leave quickly. The next moment, Kaiou dealt a blow to the villain equal to 280 units. Monder flew into the wall. His health dropped according to the notice. His mask was cracked, revealing a human face with yellow eyes. Smiling, the villain thought that he needed to get such power. Kaiou stood at the heart. He dealt him 2 more hits for 404 units. He was angry and shouted that this stupid thing must break. A notification appears indicating that you have successfully destroyed a mechanical item and received 100 experience points and 3 stat points. After the explosion, blood began to rain from the internal contents of the heart. Monder was furious and shouted that his robots had high expectations. Kaiou looked at his hand, which was bleeding from the rain. He asked how many people they fed him. He looked at Monder with contempt and asked why he called himself a robot if he was a human. He said it was his turn. The villain furrowed his eyebrows and asked him to stop and listen to his story. He stood up and stood opposite the main character. He said that Kaiou is certainly strong, but compared to the queen, he is simply insignificant. Monder smiled. He said that even though Kaiou destroyed Martha, the queen was still not angry with him. Monder extended his hand to the protagonist and said that he could redeem himself if he joined them. Kaiou furrowed his eyebrows and wondered where the queen came from if Monder was the head of the machines. The professor excitedly shouted at the main character not to agree. Kaiou turned to him and said that he was not interested in such things and was happy with his body. Monder was still smiling and thought that everything would change as soon as Kaiou saw the queen's power. The main character stepped towards Monder and said that he was ready to look at their queen. The villain called him after him. They walked along the corridor and came to the airlock. Monder said they were there. He glanced sideways at Kaiou with a smile, holding some kind of mosquito-like insect in his hands. The insect pierced Kaiou's neck. It was a mechanical bug that can parasitize a person's body and turn him into a robot. The bug was sitting on the collar of Kaiou's shirt. Monder grinned at the protagonist. He thought that if he could parasitize on him, the queen would reward him. The insect began to pierce the guy's neck, but Kaiou slammed him down in one motion. The next moment he raised his fist to strike Monder, saying that he knew he could not be trusted. Monder turned to him and asked what was going on, but Kaiou had already struck his opponent in the stomach. Monder jumped back to the airlock. The protagonist frowned and thought that the villain was a very worthy level 15 opponent for him and would not be that easy to deal with. Monder shouted that Kaiou was too arrogant and was it he who wanted to meet the queen. Smiling, the guy asked the villain if he really wouldn't even lay a finger on him. He asked if the queen was not far from here. He approached Monder and said that if this was the case, then he would find the way further on his own. Monder smiled evilly and said that you can't say gop until you jump over. Orange swirls appeared around him. He said he could bring his limbs to the queen. A huge mechanical hand appeared from under Monder's cloak and swung at the hero. He growled that the queen would create a new mechanical body for him anyway. The mechanical fist moved towards Kyo-Yu. The main character met him with his fist. The guy grinned and said that Monder ate little porridge. The villain was horrified. He thought about this boy who repelled his blow. Kyo-Yu grabbed Monder's hand and said that they are robots and don't eat at all, but he forgot about it. The next moment he hit Monder with his head. The second half of the mask shattered into pieces. Monder screamed to be let go. He thought in horror that he could not move. Kyo-Yu tilted his head back, preparing to strike again. He hit Monder on the head so hard his face was cracked. The villain flew into the wall. Under the cracked face was a metal head. The villain's eyes flashed. Monder said he underestimated him. His health was at 432. His body was completely metal, yellow stones shone in his chest and elbow joint. He growled that he would now treat him like an enemy. Kyo-Yu calmly looked at this monster, thinking that his form was very ugly and even on his deathbed he would not agree to this. Monder rushed forward with his fist. Kyo-Yu rushed towards him and said that then it would also be more serious. They collided. Metal debris from the robot was falling all around. A notification appeared about the death of the enemy and the increase in the level of Kyo-Yu. The window congratulated him on becoming an entry-level mage. His characteristics increased again and now he has reached the 11th level. His additional skills were amazing. The desired key appeared in front of Kyo-Yu. A notification appeared and the mission was completed. The main character said that he finally has the key and the mayor's mission has been completed. He looked at the door at the end of the corridor and said that it was time to get acquainted with the queen in the hope of receiving new talents or items from her. There was a password on the door. Kyo-Yu entered incorrect combinations. He put his hand to his side and said that if he had known about this, he would not have killed Monder. Kyo-Yu scratched his head and asked where he could find the password. He entered combinations, but they were all incorrect. Inside sat a blonde girl on a throne. She asked why he came if he had already completed his mission. The next moment, Kyo-Yu smashed the door with his blow. He smiled and said that the good old method works much better. He was surprised by the girl on the throne. He thought that she was human and was kept here as a prisoner. He stepped towards her, greeted her and asked what she was doing here. The girl was surprised because the man was not from her circle and generally behaved strangely. Kyo-Yu looked at her calmly and called her milady. He asked if she could talk and what her name was. She, looking sternly at the main character, said that her name was the Mechanical Queen. Kyo-Yu became wary and thought about how she could be a mechanical queen. The girl looked at him calmly. A window with its characteristics appeared. Her level was 48th, her health was off the charts, and the rest of her characteristics were unknown. Kyo-Yu was speechless. He was shocked by the amount of her health. His pupils constricted. He thought that with such characteristics, she could easily become the boss of the dungeon. Kyo-Yu turned towards the door and raised his hand. He said that he seemed to have the wrong door and was already leaving. But then chains extended from the queen and grabbed the main character. The next moment he was already bound with shackles. She pulled him close to her and put her hand forward. Kyo-Yu was dumbfounded. He thought that she was very strong and he could not move. But the girl said that she would not harm him. She made contact with him mentally using energy. She saw pictures of the outside world in his head. Ice cream, TV, basketball game, football, festival. She thought it was the outside world. She said she always knew this world wasn't perfect. She presented a projection of the city and said that this was a virtual dungeon world and would soon be restarted to return it to its original state. She said that there are a lot of glitches in this world and she is always here, even when the dungeon resets. And this has happened countless times. She touched the guy's face. She said that after countless reboots, he came to her first and she would never refuse such an opportunity. Kyo-Yu looked at the girl. He asked if she was counting his memories. She pointed a finger at her temple and said that she borrowed them and they are all hers now. The red connection still remained. Kyo-Yu looked at her calmly. He thought that now it was clear why she had such high characteristics. Standing in front of her, he asked if she wanted to get out of here. She confirmed his words. The main character closed his eyes and said that then she should kill him, because he is just an 11th level player who cannot fight the internal rules. She waved her hand and said it wasn't necessary. She plunged it into her chest. Kyo-Yu opened his mouth in amazement and shouted what she was doing. She took out a mechanical heart and said that they could play according to the rules of the inner world. Her heart was an S-rank item. She tossed it to the main character and said that it would soon turn into another version of her. She ordered him to ensure that he was not taken away. The girl looked at Kyo-Yu, who was holding her heart in his hands. She said that it would soon turn into a clone of her that could interact with the outside world. The guy asked her if she was afraid of his betrayal because she had no control outside the dungeon. He calmly replied that she was not afraid, since she did not find a single memory of betrayal in his head and she just wanted to see the outside world with her own eyes. Kyo-yu listened to her calmly and thought that this was the first time he had seen an NPC who wanted to escape from the dungeon. The wound on the chest has healed. She asked, sitting on her throne, whether Kyo-yu had thought about her proposal. The main character threw up his hands and said that he had no choice. The queen beamed and thanked him, saying that he could go. System windows appeared that congratulated Kyo-yu on his victory over the queen. They also talked about the system releasing rewards later. He was given a B rank skill book and a C rank item called Mechanical Brass Knuckles, which increases critical damage by 30%. Kyo-yu became inspired and smiled. He said that the brass knuckles were good and he could now go to the director to open the cube. The main character appeared in the director's office, but the director's place was empty. He asked where he was. He then summoned his cube and said that he would do everything himself. He inserted the key into the lock of the cube. It opened before the eyes of the stunned guy. From it came a weapon called Kinglong Yanuedao. It was a weapon of growth. Kyo-yu was discouraged. He said what it is and why there are no characteristics for it, because without them it is not clear how it can be improved. He took a weapon similar to a guandao in his hands and said that he seemed to be a magician. The director burst into the office. He called out to the young man. The guy said he opened his cube. The concerned director said that he needed to quickly run to the hall, otherwise the exam would begin without him. Kyo-yu timidly asked what exam he was talking about. A curse followed. Examination hall at this time. Students are standing on the floor. A group of students stands in front of the teacher and asks if they can start. Yang Xiangdai, who was standing nearby, called out to them. He said that not everyone had arrived yet. They were students from the first academy. They had distinctive white jackets with a green stripe. The main guy from their company asked if Yang Xiangdai was studying at the fourth academy. Another guy from his circle said that such worm had no need to take the exam since they were already in the air. Yang Xiangdai, who had eaten his starting weight, exclaimed and asked what he said. The students of the first academy with grins on their faces said that their academy has the highest pass rate and they are the best here. Last year, a student from their academy won the grand prize. Making a scary grimace, the main guy with blue hair said that their academy would again take first place. His friend agreed that it was better for the fourth academy to go home. Another guy from the first academy said that if one of them didn't come, it means he was just scared. His comrades laughed with him at these words. Standing in a fighting stance opposite the guys from the first academy, said that Kyo-yu would kill them all with one blow. The blue-haired guy grinned and said that it had to be proven and that he would show him how it was done. Zuyu and Zhao Ziyu watched the altercation. Zuyu asked why Kyo-yu was not there yet. Ma Fei stood up with his shoulders and legs spread wide, holding his sword in his hand. He said that today he will end their winning streak with his sword and his only opponent is Kyo-yu. He furrowed his eyebrows and wondered where he was taking the main character. At this time, Kyo-yu ran towards the stadium as fast as he could, mentally cursing. The teacher of the first academy turned to his colleague from the fourth with the words that it was time to start the exam. He clarified whether all his students were there. The curator of the fourth academy asked to wait a little longer. Frowning his brows, the teacher thought that if Kyo-yu did not appear now, then he could no longer delay the start. The guys shouted joyfully. Yang Xiangdai exclaimed that Kyo-yu had arrived. He walked from the open door saying that he had finally arrived. The blue-haired guy looked at this scene and said in disappointment that they were waiting for some kind of schmuck. His friend chimed in that it was a waste of time. Zuyu, standing next to the furious Yang Xiangdai, said that he was not late and they were in too much of a hurry. Standing in a castle pose, the blue-haired one said that they were in a hurry to take first place. Kyo-yu, standing right in front of Yang Xiangdai, asked where that smug blue-haired guy came from. The friend replied that he was from the first college. The guys from the first academy got angry and the main instigator clenched his fist. He said that Kyo-yu had better run away from here, otherwise he will smash him all over the arena. The guy in the hat said that they are from the fourth academy and you shouldn't waste your time on them since they are trash anyway. Kyo-yu smiled and said that there are arrogant upstarts studying at the first college and he hopes that they will have time to show their abilities before they start to be scraped out of the arena. The main character said that the first place would be his. The blue-haired man was angry. He shouted that Kyo-yu asked for it. A black-haired guy in a jacket appeared from behind. He called out to the guys. He walked ahead of the first college and said that their goal was first place and there was no need to add inconvenience to the organizers. The blue-haired man called the guy Gusu and asked him to forgive him for his trick. The guys from the first college began to leave. Zuyu and Kyo-yu with Yang Xiangdai looked after them. The girl said it was strange that their attack ended. A man appeared on the podium and said that it was time to start the exam. An older man with a beard introduced himself as the chief examiner, Jin Tong. He said there was no point in wasting time and it was time to start. He talked about the point system in the exam. If a student wins, he receives 2 points. If he loses 1. If there is a series of victories, then additional points are given. If a series of defeats occurs, a fine is issued. A hierarchical table appeared with the winner's sign at the top. He also said that after the qualifying rounds, 10 players will remain who will score the most points. They will fight for first place. Standing in front of the students, he asked if everything was clear to them. Everyone confirmed that they understood everything. The examiner joyfully exclaimed that in this case, examination number 3080 of Sioux City begins. Relatives of the students sat in the stands and supported them with their shouts. Magic Arena. Kyo stood in front of a pink sphere floating above his head. He thought that the rules for the exam coincided with the rules for duels in the territories, and if the life points dropped to 1, no one would die, and therefore he could not restrain his strength. He looked at his hand with a smirk. A guy with brown hair stood on the podium with the teachers. It was the winner of the last exam, Long Xiang. One of the teachers asked him who he thought was the winner this year. With a grin, he said that the student from his first college would win. The first round was announced at Arena 108. Long Meshin competed against Kyo. That blue-haired guy is a badass. They stood opposite each other. Calmly looking at the enemy, the main character said his name in his head. The opponent said with a grin that such a surprise gave him the opportunity to meet him in the first round. Kyo asked his name and clarified whether there was any meaning in his name. He pronounced his name sequentially, syllable by syllable, slightly distorted. Long Meshin was furious. He shouted that he did not dare insult his name and that he would beat his lips off with his staff. The examiner asked if the participants were ready to fight. The guys standing opposite said they were ready. The man also asked them to introduce themselves to each other, to which the guys gave him a questioning look. Long Meshin exclaimed why couldn't they just start fighting. Kyo calmly replied that he agreed with the enemy on this issue. The blue-haired guy finally introduced himself. He was a 9th level novice stage lightning mage. The main character also introduced himself with a serious expression on his face. He said that he is an initial stage and 11th level Necromancer. Long Meshin's pupils shrank and he became afraid. Thoughts ran through his head that his opponent was already in the early stages. The teacher was also surprised. He thought that he was the first candidate to win. The teacher, holding his papers in his hands, commanded that we could begin. Long Meshin began to summon his lightning bolts around him. He thought that he could overpower Kyo's ability with his element. A field of lightning appeared around him and thunder sounded. It was a circle of thunder spell. Kyo watched him calmly. Spectators watched the fight. They gasped at the lightning magician they saw. It was whispered in the stands that such a class was also very rare, almost hidden, and such spellcasters were the strongest. But people also noticed that Long Meshin was on the defensive. The guy stood in shock, not understanding what was happening. The people decided that Kyo forced him to defend himself, but why is unknown. The main character stood with a satisfied smile, clenching his fists. Long Meshin became angry and shouted that he was waiting for a demonstration of the Necromancer's power. He furrowed his brows and waited, thinking about why Kyo didn't take out his staff. Standing at the teacher's stand were the directors of the 4th Academy and a man in a blue robe. He asked Venerable Zhu if this was the student who received the training quota and why he was not taking action. The man said that he was acting confident, but if he didn't start calling lightning right now, he would lose. The director of the 4th Academy chuckled and said that it was impossible to predict how this battle would turn out. He thought that Kyo was a real one who knocked out the teacher from Jingdu with one blow. Last year's winner chuckled and said that he would see how necromancy would be tested by the forces of the magician. Kyo began to walk towards the enemy. Long Meshin became wary and thought that he was approaching. A blue aura began to gather around the main character. The enemy thought to himself what he was doing and why he had not yet called upon the evil spirits. Entering the lightning field, Kyo lost 92 health units. Long Meshin yelled that Kyo was a monster and asked how he could withstand the damage from his barrier. Kyo headed towards Long Meshin through the lightning, constantly taking damage. The enemy was horrified and thought that the Necromancer must be physically weak. The people in the stands were alarmed. They did not understand how my magicians passed without spells and what kind of recklessness Kyo was doing. The main character put his new brass knuckles on his hand and said that everything was going great. The brass knuckle characteristics window appears. The enemy was shocked. With a furious expression on his face, Kyo rushed forward towards Long Meshin. He said it was time to check out his new toy. The enemy was frightened by this turn of events and shouted at him to stop. But it was already too late. Kyo landed a critical blow to Long Meshin's stomach. He flew into the wall. The poor enemy lay on the floor with bloody smears from his mouth and swollen eyes. Clenching his hand with the brass knuckles, Kyo said that Long Meshin owed him 5 lives. The people in the arena became alarmed. They didn't understand what happened. They were shocked that the Necromancer passed through the lightning barrier and dealt more than 1,000 damage. The director of the 4th Academy was grabbed by the collar by a teacher in a blue robe. He was beside himself and said that he could understand how he passed through the barrier or took out brass knuckles, but he did not understand how he gave out a blow equal to 1,000. He pointed his finger at Kaiou and shouted that such a creature could not be called a necromancer. The director adjusted his collar and proudly said that he was just a little stronger than usual and had been training since childhood, so this was expected. The teacher asked how this could be expected. Last year's winner looked at the main character with interest. He said that if a necromancer did such a thing and is so strong on his own, then his magic must be impressive and this must be found out. A student wearing a hat ran into the room where Gusu was sitting. He shouted in shock that Long Meshin was defeated by the guy from the 4th Academy. Calmly holding the book in his hand, the guy replied that he already knew about it. He offered to give him problems. Opening his lilac eyes, he said that his first college should win. People in the stands were still whispering that a physical fighter had leaked into the mage exam. They also discussed the fact that he passed through the lightning barrier and compared him to Saitama. Kaiou smiled widely and thanked everyone for their support. The chief examiner approached him from behind. He called Kaiou and told him to follow him. The two guys surrounded Kaiou. The examiner said that because of his actions, there are shocked faces who suspected him of cheating and now he needs to pass a couple of tests. The main character was indignant and said that they wanted to test him because he performed too cool. He asked if the law allowed this. The examiner asked how he could explain the fact that he was a mage who dealt such high critical damage. Kaiou, standing opposite the old man, said that he was simply physically strong. The examiner closed his eyes and waved his hand, saying that he should be taken away. People looked at the arena, where Kaiou waved his arms and said that he was simply strong. Spectators asked where the necromancer was being taken. Someone suggested that he broke the rules and therefore caused 1,000 damage. At the teacher's stand, a teacher in a green cape stood and asked the director of the 4th Academy whether Kaiou could really cheat. The director crossed his arms and said to just wait and watch. Mafe, who also watched the fight, said that he was already strong in the village back then, and suggested that even then he began to cheat. Tsuyu was angry with the headman. The guys from the 1st Academy grinned and said that Kaiou is a fraud and the test will reveal this. The student in the hat was willing to bet that the main character was taking doping. His friend told him that it was so, and when the test was over, the whole stadium would say that the results were cancelled. Yang Xiangdai said with a stern expression that they would see what his friend was capable of. The guy in the hat said that he should worry about whether he will return at all. There was a device in the room that vaguely resembled a portal. Kaiou stood right in front of him. The examiner told him to go to the machine and take the test. The main character stepped into it without a drop of doubt, saying that true geniuses are always doubted. He exited the device and a green notification lit up, indicating that no anomalies were detected. The old man was surprised and told him to take the test again. Kaiou went inside the device again, but the result remained the same. With a stern expression on his face, the examiner ordered to check the serviceability of the gate. His subordinates accepted this order. Kaiou stepped aside and put his hands in his pockets while the two men checked the gate. The men reported that the gate was working properly. The examiner asked if there were any mistakes. Kaiou turned his back to them and was about to leave, but the examiner asked him from behind how he was able to deliver 1,000 blows with his bare hands. Is he really a melee magician? An unprecedented case. A man in dark glasses from the examiner's retinue asked if he needed to be sent further to take the exam. The examiner said that since he passed the information test, he should be sent for a chemical test for prohibited substances. If the result is positive, then he goes home. If negative, then he remains in the exam. Second round of exam. Light arena. The guy in the black jacket, Gusu, stood in the crowd of other students and said that the main character would never appear and therefore would soon be automatically disqualified. The new opponent was already standing in the arena with a staff, waiting for Kaiou. The guy with freckles asked why he still hasn't come out to fight. The guy turned towards the teacher and asked what would happen if the enemy never showed up. He replied that then he would automatically become the winner. The people in the stands were whispering that the Necromancer was still missing. Doubts about his honesty and power capabilities began to creep into their hearts. Meanwhile, in the toilet, Kaiou stood in the booth with one of the inspectors. He asked why he even went to the toilet with him. The man replied that this is a rule so that the student does not have the opportunity to replace the sample. Kaiou rushed towards the man with his arm outstretched and said that he might be scared. But he just lowered his glasses and said that they had undergone special training for this. The cabin door is ajar. Kaiou pats the shoulder of a man who is crying. He reassures him with the words that it's all nature and no one is to blame. The man told him to leave him alone and called him a horse. The man brought the test results to Kaiou. They confirmed the negative test. The examiner looked closely at the papers and said that then he should be sent back to the exam. Looking at Kyuyu's card, he said that this was Kyo Anking's son. He carefully studied his file and said that a magician with an attack power of more than 500 ensures automatic admission to Kyoto University. He realized that he should expect surprises. Yang Xiangdai stood with Suyu and Ma Fei, waiting for the main character. His friend asked what they should do if he did not come, and the victory was declared to another person. The guy in the hat grinned and said that violators had nothing to do here. His friend agreed with him that a magician with 1,000 damage was not real. The guy in the headdress in the castle pose concluded that Kyo had already been kicked out. Zuyu angrily told them that someone had reported on Kyo and that was the only reason why he was sent for inspection. She asked them if it was them. The guys turned their backs on the girl and said that she could fantasize as much as she wanted because she had no direct evidence. And even if it was really them, she wouldn't do anything to them. Turning around, the guy said that everyone present understood that such damage was not normal and the examiners also thought so. Yang Xiangdai flared up and shouted that this was nonsense and brother, you would never do such a thing, so he would soon be released. The guy in the hat smiled smugly and said that the guys were out of touch with reality and he was betting that the results of the main character would be annulled. Yang Xiangdai concluded that they were the ones who reported on Kyo. Ma Fei, who stood halfway around the others, said that they were afraid for their first place in the exam, but their plan failed. He closed his eyes complacently and said that even if Kyo didn't come back, he would still take first place. But then Zuyu shouted out the name of the main character. Ma Fei shut up and pursed his lip. Yang Xiangdai was very happy about Kyo's return. During the duel, the teacher was already looking at his watch and began to say that the opponent did not show up, and therefore the match would end in favor of the guy with freckles, but then a scream was heard. Kyo asked to wait with this because he had arrived. He walked easily and naturally. The teacher raised his hand and said that in that case they could begin. Kyo introduced himself while looking at his opponent. The people in the stands began to roar. They remembered him and were surprised that he did not cheat. The guys from the first academy tensed. The young man in the hat said that he had indeed returned. Standing in front of Kyo, the guy with freckles said that he didn't need to know his name since he was giving up. He pulled a white flag from his pocket. He left the arena saying that he didn't want to take thousands of damage. Kyo chased after him, asking him to give him at least one blow. The teacher, perplexed, said that he defeated Kyo and received 3 points. The main character was annoyed. He raised one eyebrow. He had 5 points. His friends ran out into the arena and called for him. At this time, the rest of the First Academy members were in the room with Gusu. The guys asked what they should do if the Necromancer returned. Turning gloomy, Gusu said that they complained about him, which was infuriating, and since he didn't cheat, then his return is quite natural. He looked up at the others and told them not to worry because he had enough ways to defeat him. In front of Kyo in the arena stood a blonde guy. The teacher raised his hand and said that the battle was beginning. The guy raised his hand and addressed the teacher. He said he was giving up the fight and admitting defeat. Kyo was shocked and annoyed. He shouted that the student had no pride. He shouted that he first had to tell something about his unprecedented courage and serious connections at the top, and then he should have attacked him. The main character shook his fist at the leaving guy, but he calmly said with a smile that everything in the world is ephemeral except for the pain from a blow of 1,000 units. The next opponent in a gray jacket also raised a white flag in the 4th round and said that he admitted defeat. Then everything happened again and the girl in the gray t-shirt raised her hands up and shouted that she also admitted defeat. Kyo was depressed. A student in a hat from the First Academy said that the main character has 8 victories in a row and he risks breaking the tournament record. Gusu, standing next to him, said that it was time for them to use their influence and bring Teacher Xiaorong from the Second Academy to battle. The guy in the headdress asked in surprise how Teacher Xiaorong would do such a thing. He began to doubt their plan because the girl might not do what was required of her. Gusu, standing with his back to his comrade, said that she does not solve such things in the main exam, and if she wants an acceptable result, she must give it her all. The 10th round has arrived. A charming girl with long purple hair came out against Kyo. It was Xiaorong. The people in the stands immediately fell into euphoria. Hearts appeared in the men's eyes and their cheeks turned red. They said that Xiaorong was a real beauty and they would do anything for her. There were 3 people standing in the arena, 2 teachers and Kyo. The teacher, who was the organizer, told them to introduce themselves. Xiaorong said that he is an early stage 11th level ice mage. The teacher's podium was lively. The teacher in a green robe and a scythe said that the guy would not have an easy time because Teacher Xiaorong was against him. But the director calmly replied that they knew nothing about Kyo. At this time, in the arena, the main character enthusiastically introduced himself. A girl with lilac hair and eyes of the same color was holding her staff in her hand and had already begun to summon magic. Kyo was surprised. He asked her if she wanted to give up too, but she asked with a straight face why she should do this. Kyo was overjoyed and clenched his fist with brass knuckles. He exclaimed that finally at least someone had not given up. There was discontent in the stands. The guys started shouting that if he hurt Miss Cheorong, they would take action against him. Accusations began to fly that Kyo would use such a mean trick against a sweet girl. But the main character was not upset and smiled, saying that he was just joking and he would not dare to use such a pathetic method against the beauty. He summoned his new weapon from his inventory. The teacher who conducted the duel was surprised and asked if he was really a necromancer. The girl thought that she had never seen a magician like him. Kyo rushed into battle directly at the beauty. At that moment, the girl began to cast an ice prison spell. Kyo was frozen in ice. The guy swung his weapon and broke the growing barrier. Shaejong, seeing this picture, thought that under no circumstances should he be allowed to get closer to her. She thought that her abilities should be enough to hold him back. In a fit of joy, Kyo broke the ice. The next moment, he jumped towards Shaejong with his weapon. The girl was just waiting for this. She thought that he had finally gotten off the ground. She pointed her staff at Kyo and said that he is very strong, but too self-confident, and now she will personally end his winning streak. The main character began to be walled up in a huge ice wall. It was a spell called Wall of Eternal Ice. Only the eyes remained uncovered by ice after some time. Once she had completely frozen her opponent, she landed neatly near a block of ice. There were cheers from the people in the stands. Everyone was talking about how cool teacher Shaejong was. They also said that Kyo turns out to be not so scary. One of his former opponents said that he should not have given up and that he should have done it in vain. In the stands, the teachers said that Shaejong was an exceptional magician from the 2nd Academy, but the director of the 4th was in no hurry to draw conclusions. He said they should hold their horses and just watch. But the teacher in green said that it was all over and there was nothing to see. Shaejong, standing half-turned to the man, asked the teacher if she had won the match. He answered, puzzled, that victory is awarded when the enemy's health drops to 1 unit. But Kyo continued to lose 45 or 50 health units. The teacher said that his health continued to decline, which means it had not yet reached 0. The girl approached a block of ice. She freed the protagonist's face from the ice. She told him that it was time for him to give up because he had lost. But Kyo, shivering from the cold, refused to do this. Looking at the guy indifferently, she said that his heroism was not needed and that he would soon lose anyway. Looking at his health indicator, he thought that this was unlikely to happen. The next moment he began to break out of his icy captivity. The girl was dumbfounded. She tried to use the Eternal Ice Wall spell again, extending her hand forward. She extended her hand with the staff forward and thought that it simply had monstrous strength that could break through her wall. Kyo broke through the girl's wall again, and I asked with a mad smile how much mana she had left. She continued to cast spells despite being slightly tired. She wondered why Kyo's health was still not at 0 while her mana was almost gone. The main character finally broke the ice block into small fragments. The girl opened her eyes wide in surprise. Kyo smiled and said that he had dealt with her ice wall and now it was time to deal with her. Kyo raised his weapon to the level of the girl's neck. He invited her to accept defeat with genuine pleasure. She refused with a serious expression. But the next moment the main character hit her on the head with the blunt part of the weapon. The girl was thrown away. She took 260 damage. The audience grabbed their heads and got angry at the main character. They shouted how he could be so harsh towards their wonderful teacher. Kyo, standing in a smug pose, said that in the main exam, all means are good. Behind him, Shaejong fell. The teacher, who is the caretaker, awarded the victory to Kyo and awarded him 3 points. The girl was lying on the floor in the dust, trying to lean on her hands. Her health dropped to 1 unit. At the podium of the leaders of the academies, the director of the 4th Academy happily told his colleagues that he was right and this year no one could stop Kyo. The other directors gaped in surprise. A woman approached Shaejong and helped her stand up. The girl asked her for forgiveness. It was her teacher. The woman reassured her, saying that she had done everything she could and she had enough points to take part in the arena battles. A woman with a bun on her head and bright red lipstick looked furiously in the direction of the main character. She said that it was not Cheorong's fault, since that guy was a real problem due to the fact that he was not even a full-fledged magician. She exclaimed that he insulted the honor of all magicians. Kyo heard this and turned around, thinking that there was no reason to be offended and that his strength and physical training was not worth such great attention. In the room of the 1st Academy, Gusu sat with his head in his hand. The guy in the hat asked Gusu what they should do now, because Kyo already had 10 victories and the right to participate in arena battles. The guy in the black jacket was beside himself with rage. His pupils shrank and he exclaimed that the 2nd Academy was a non-entity that could not even defeat a person from the 4th, and he would have to do everything himself. In the recreation area of the 2nd Academy, Shaejong sat on the chair in front of her teacher. The teacher asked her what she could say about her opponent. She paused and said that he was very strong. The woman said with a serious face that she checked the schedule with the examiner and it turned out that she was not supposed to fight Kaiou. Shaejong opened her mouth in surprise and asked if she wanted to say that someone had replaced her opponent. She thought that someone wanted her to not be able to fight in the arena, but apparently they wanted to frame not her, but Kaiou. But does he know about this and should he tell him this news? I didn't know. She and Kaiou met in a spacious, bright corridor. The main character, putting one hand on the other, asked the girl if she meant that someone had changed the schedule of fights. She calmly replied that it was obvious and that someone wanted to remove him. She advised him to be more careful because this could continue in the arena. The main character grinned and said that such complex tactics were of no use to him and if anyone tried to stop him, he would be eliminated with one blow. Combat arena, many spectators in the stands. Below in the arena stood the students who had passed the selection process. Among them were Kaiou and Gusu. The chief examiner happily announced that 10 rounds had passed and now he would no longer go into details of the rules of battle. He exclaimed that the fighting in the arena was beginning. In the stands, inspired spectators discussed the long-awaited event. They were glad that they would finally see the 10 best fighters fight, of which one would become the best. Someone suggested that Kaiou had a good chance of winning, but someone refuted his arguments with the words that the guy was simply a cheater. Kaiou landed on the arena. He smiled contentedly and thought that he had already waited for the cowardly man who wanted to stop him. He mentally said that he was already here. The stands began to boil. Someone shouted that Kaiou decided to enter the arena first and suggested that he would fight with 9 students at once. A powerful guy landed opposite the main character. A very pumped up and self-satisfied young man said that only a genius can become the most valuable fighter and he is ideal for this role. The next moment, Kaiou's fist was already in the pompous guy's face. He delivered a blow equal to 354 units of force. The main character stood next to a guy lying unconscious after being hit. He said he didn't think the same way. The teacher said that he defeated Kaiou from the 4th Academy. The stands were alarmed again. The audience was shocked how such a strong person could be a necromancer. They also noted that if there was no one stronger than him, he would become the most valuable fighter. We listened to Kaiou's words of support. People raised their fists in the air and chanted the name of the main character. Someone shouted out that they were now a fan of Kaiou. The protagonist was happy to listen to this. He clenched his hands into fists and mentally asked how long his opponent would hide. A figure in black suit appeared behind Kaiou and said that he was an ordinary pontoon cutter. It was Gusu. He offered the main character 5 million. Turning to the guy, Kaiou asked what he meant. Gusu replied that this is the amount he will receive for getting out of here. Kaiou drooped and lowered his head. Gusu said that he knows that the main character is an orphan who was left nothing but an old house as an inheritance. He said that this money would last him for the rest of his life. Kaiou became enraged and shouted. He asked Gusu who he thought he was because his dream was to become the most valuable fighter in the main exam. He asked him if his dream was worth some unfortunate 5 million. He furrowed his eyebrows and said he needed more. Gusu looked at the main character with hostility and said that he would not be able to show off for a long time and specified how much more he wanted to get. Kaiou smiled and said that the price is very low. His refusal costs 1 billion, but he won't refuse 100 billion. Gusu looked irritated at the main character and said that if he doesn't want it in a good way, then he will do it in a bad way, and he will hit him carefully, but hard. Kaiou looked at the evil enemy and wondered why he was so angry and that he was the puppet master. Gusu, knitting his eyebrows, said that he was a shadow mage from the 1st Academy and was glad to meet you. Kaiou looked at him belligerently and thought that everything was clear to him. The teacher raised his left hand, commanded that it was time to begin, and shouted the word "let's go." The main character clenched his fist and said that they had finally met. Gusu extended his hand and said that he was summoning a shadow serpent. Black whirlwinds enveloped him. A humanoid creature emerged from one of the vortexes. The enemy extended his hand towards the main character and the creature rushed forward. There was excitement in the stands. The guys perked up and began shouting different statements in turn. Someone was amazed that Gusu was a shadow magician. Someone was surprised that the battle was very intense. Someone was shocked that both students had the ability to summon. Kaiou closed his eyes and said that he had no use for the undead. The main character summoned his weapon and lunged forward, saying that he could handle it himself. A shadow servant was moving towards Kaiou. Kaiou struck him. Looking at the shadow servant, he asked what he was and why he was so strong. Gusu, continuing to cast his spell, replied that the bones of the shadow servants were made of metal and this was only his first gift to him. Kaiou continued to strike with his weapon. He asked with a smile if that was all and that metal bones were nothing to him. He swung his weapon and said he was wondering if they could be broken. He jumped and struck the shadow servant from above. The monster remained unharmed, looking at him with violet eyes. Kaiou struck the monster again. He slung his weapon over his shoulder and said that he was annoyed that there were only 3 monsters left. Gusu looked at the picture of his monsters being destroyed and thought that he easily dealt with the Shadow Servants in close combat, and these were simply inhuman abilities, almost inhuman, on par with a beast. Kaiou rushed forward with his weapon, delivering another blow. He dealt the final blow, saying that he was the last. His weapon stuck into the floor, emitting blue sparks. The main character said that now it's Gusu's turn. Kaiou jumped towards the enemy with lightning speed, but he was waiting for it. He said that the main character is a fool and never summoned Shadow Servants just to fight. Gusu began to accumulate energy from the killed monsters around him as Kaiou headed towards him. He shouted a spell to unite the shadows. The next moment, the main character struck the enemy. There was excitement in the stands, and one man said that this blow could have cut the Shadow Mage in half if not for the training ground. His side neighbor said that Kaiou was terrifyingly strong. The main character turned around and looked at his hand, which received a blow. He grabbed the injured limb with his other hand while Gusu pulled the opposite one to the side. The opponent said that he recognized his strength because in the entire Sioux City there was not a single person who could defeat his shadows. He is impressed that Kaiou forced his henchmen to be used as victims. Kaiou became alert and still held his wounded hand. He thought that any attack he made would be reflected back at himself, and he needed to find a way to attack his body indirectly. Gusu held a dagger in his hands. He asked the main character if he thought that if he took his time, he could survive. The next moment, he stuck a dagger into his chest and exclaimed that Kaiou should appreciate this. This attack reflected on the young man and blood flowed from his mouth. He was shocked and sighed indignantly. He was dealt 50 units of damage. Satisfied, Gusu stood opposite the main character with a smile. He said that he had to admit defeat because he was not his opponent. He also said that if he lost, he would pay him the promised reward. Kaiou bowed his head forward and said with a bloody mouth that he should say this to his mother. Gusu looked at Kaiou intently and thought that he had pierced his heart, but he was still alive. The enemy struck himself again, but this time in the abdominal area. He said that Kaiou should not be offended because it was his own fault for being so persistent. The main character also received this blow, losing 50 units of health again. He thought that the wound was real, as was the pain from it. Gusu aimed his dagger at his groin area with an evil grin. Kaiou shouted with wide eyes that he should stop perverting. The next moment, he stabbed Gusu with his weapon. The enemy took a fighting pose and again began to conjure the union of shadows with a furious look. The next moment, Kaiou received his blows back, losing 496 health units. The main character stood with a wound in the heart and wrist. He was surprised and thought that too much attack power was playing a cruel joke on him. Kaiou wiped the blood from his mouth with his hand and thought that such a spell must have a limitation and suggested that the answer lies in the aura that appears on Gusu. Kaiou leaned one hand on his weapon, spreading his legs wide, and said that he now understood what Gusu's weak point was, and if he was right, the next blow would be his last. Gusu, standing in his black and purple aura, asked if he had figured out his skill. The enemy's hand was placed behind his back and supported the violet flame. Gusu said that if Kaiou is not afraid of death, then he can try what he has in mind. The next moment, the main character punched the air next to the enemy. He looked seriously at his opponent and asked if he really assumed that he could not see his secretly created spell. Kaiou stood opposite Gusu with a smile. The opponent said that if he started dodging, he would be ready to call the main character daddy. Kaiou excitedly raised his fist for the next blow. Gusu furrowed his brows and summoned another shadow guard. Kaiou struck the summoned creature, blocking the enemy from being hit. Kaiou looked at the circles spreading out from his strike on the shadow guard. He asked why Gusu was defending himself if Kaiou, in his opinion, was wrong. Gusu asked if he tried to dodge, to which the main character said that it was time for him to finish. He threw another punch at the Shadow Servant and dealt 125 points of damage. Gusu was thrown back by the shock wave and the aura around him began to dissipate a little. He thought that Shadow Guardian was a powerful protection spell that helped him in fighting bosses, but why Kaiou would destroy it in that case, he didn't understand. He decided that the main character was stronger than the boss. Gusu was kneeling with his hands on the floor in front of Kaiou. The main character said that it was time to finish, but Gusu just grinned in response and agreed with him. Black flames condensed around the enemy. He summoned a shadow-eating victim. Something began to take possession of him. His eyes turned purple. Kaiou became wary. Gusu stood up angrily, covered in black flames, and said that in his condition, even the master would not be able to defeat him. He asked what the main character will do now. Gusu smiled evilly, his eyes sparkling. He said that only he deserves to be the champion and Kaiou must die. But the main character struck first, saying that he was doing it suddenly. The enemy was thrown far back across the arena. Kaiou landed back on the floor and thought that after merging with the shadows, he had taken all of their abilities for himself. But at this moment, an enraged Gusu was already heading towards the main character to strike back with his fist. He said that Kyo-yu is not the one to talk about martial arts. Kyo-yu swung his fist back. They met each other with blows. A huge explosion occurred. Gusu raised his leg to strike again. He kicked Kyo-yu in the side with his right foot. Then he grabbed him by the leg. Kyo-yu was excited. The next moment, he punched Gusu in the face, and he flew back across the arena again. Everyone in the stands was stunned. Viewers asked if the students were really magicians and why they fought so fiercely in close combat. Behind the audience stood two guys whom Kyo-yu had met earlier on the street. They were furious. They were annoyed that he had deceived them. Now they have set themselves the goal of getting both students by any means necessary. At this moment, in the arena, two disciples stood opposite each other, shrouded in their auras. Gusu said that this cannot be and Kyo-yu is using demonic methods. He asked why he was fighting him on equal terms. Kyo-yu chuckled and asked if he was sure they were on equal footing. Gusu was horrified and thought that his shadows had a time limit. He began to accumulate energy around him again and said that Kyo-yu forced him. Gusu gritted his teeth, knitted his eyebrows, and cast a shadow-eating spell. At that moment, from the teacher's podium, the director of the First Academy shouted out in concern that he was not allowed to do this. He acquired a blood-red aura and shouted that he could not submit as he had to become a champion to prove that he was no weaker than his brother. Last year's winner looked at this with disdain and said that it seemed like everyone had been putting a lot of pressure on him since last year. Kyo-yu enthusiastically supported his opponent. He encouraged him to continue in the same spirit and said that there were things that he would not tolerate and could take out all his anger on him. Gusu hit the main character in the jaw with death wishes. The impact was equal to 141 units. Kyo-yu spat blood to the side. He punched him in the face in response with a satisfied grimace. There was a large explosion with a powerful shock wave. The teachers in the stands, standing next to the chief examiner, asked him if he would like to intervene. But he waited and said that no one could stop this. At that moment, the girl with purple eyes radioed that it was time to remove both of them and that it was necessary to go into readiness mode. Kyo-yu and Gusu continued their fight. Gusu furiously fought back the attack, asked why the main character was still on his feet. But Kyo-yu just grinned and asked him the same thing, comparing him to the boss. They continued to fight with their fists. The next moment, Kyo-yu hit the enemy directly in the face and cracks began to appear. The red aura dissipated and Gusu silently wondered if he had lost. The chief examiner sternly said from the podium that the title of champion goes to Kyo-yu. The teacher conducting the fight raised his hand and declared the main character the winner. But the next moment, in anger, the examiner shouted that they were tired of living. Kyo-yu began to look around. He asked what was the matter. His eyes widened and reflected a figure with red eyes flying towards him. The van is driving through the forest. It is protected by a purple field. It has the same mark on the jackets of the two attackers who attacked Kyo-yu earlier. In the van, the strongest players are lying on the floor: Mafei, Zhao Ziyu, Suyu, Yang Xiangdai, Gusu, Xiaorong, and Kyo-yu. Their hands are handcuffed. Kyo-yu opened his eyes and asked himself what it was. He looked at Gusu and Xiaorong lying in front of him and was surprised how they also fell into the trap. Kyo-yu perked up and squatted down. He suddenly realized that this was some kind of place for the best. Three men in cloaks stood a little behind him. The girl with lilac eyes asked if he had woken up and apologized for such a way of inviting him here. The rest of the guys also began to come to their senses, and Kyo-yu, sitting on the floor, asked whether this could even be called an invitation. Looking at the hero with contempt, she said that they did not need to worry because they would not harm the guys, and they invited them because of their outstanding abilities. He introduced himself as Huakai and said that he was in charge of the Beiji district of Sioux City. Mafei, also sitting on the floor with a serious face, asked about Beiji. Yang Xiangdai asked in surprise if this was some kind of organization. Kyo-yu, gloomily assessing the situation, thought that they were real psychos if they dared to kidnap them right in the competition. Xiaorong, looking angrily at Huakai, asked what they wanted and whether they understood the consequences of their actions. The girl in fishnet tights laughed and said that they would understand everything as soon as they arrived at the place, but for now they needed to sit quietly to be safe. She looked at the students threateningly and said that if anyone decided to run away, she would be forced to kill them with tears in her eyes. Zuyu looked at Huakai's figure with worry. She asked her why she needed them. The girl in the robe broke into a smile and said that all universities want to get the best and their organization was no exception. Their job is to select talent throughout the country, but it is quite labor-intensive and therefore it is easier for them to kidnap the worthy ones. One of the students in a dark gray suit jumped up and shouted that this was nonsense and they had never heard of such an organization, and also demanded to be released. The next moment, Huakai kicked him in the stomach and pinned him to the floor. Keeping her foot on his chest, she said that he had no right to choose, and as soon as he realized the power of the organization, she would ask to be taken to them. The girl turned to the rest of the students and said that for those who refuse, the only outcome will be death. She also said that she hoped they were smart enough to understand the meaning of her words. She turned towards the exit and said the words that they might not dream of escaping from here because their bracelets were made to special order. The door slammed shut. Earlier in the exam, the chief examiner held his shining bow in his hands, loading an arrow into it. He asked who the intruders were. He shot an arrow at one of them. The guy's body was lying on the floor with a bloody stain on his chest. The examiner thought to himself that the intruders were posing as employees. He frowned and thought that there were traitors in their ranks and he would have to deal with it after saving the students. A man in a torn jacket appeared behind the chief examiner. He called Jintong a high-ranking level 35th archer and was surprised that he was the examiner in Sioux City. Jintong quickly turned towards the new enemy and aimed his arrow at him. He asked the guy with blue hair who they were and why they needed students. The young man replied that he should guess whether he would receive an answer to his question or not. The examiner released the arrow, but there was no one in the guy's place when the arrow mark disappeared. Jintong asked if it was an afterimage, but the next moment a kick from the young man fell on him from above. The guy landed on the floor of the arena and said that at such a respectable age, Jintong is still impulsive and afraid that the examiner will die today. Another explosion occurred above the examiner, who was trying to get up from the floor. A pile of rubble fell on him. Current time, mountains, fog. Jintong rose from the pile of rubble. Two assistants ran up to him, asking if everything was okay. The examiner replied that he was fine and asked what happened to the intruders. One of the bespectacled assistants said that they kidnapped the members because they couldn't stop them in time. Jintong frowned and asked who exactly they took. The assistant began to list the names of Kaiou, Gusu, Sheizhong. The examiner punched a nearby pile of rocks and said it was a curse. The director of the 4th Academy landed next to Jintong, addressing him. Behind him was also the director of the 1st Academy. The examiner noticed them. The director of the 4th Academy said that they took the best, and this is not without reason. He suggested that now the students are not in danger and they have a chance to save them. He, along with the director of the 1st Academy, stood opposite Jintong and continued his speech. He said that the kidnappers were very organized, which means it was a serious organization. He also exclaimed that no one would have the nerve to do such a thing in an exam. Another assistant was running behind Jintong. He said he had bad news. They were that other cities were also attacked, where children were also kidnapped. The examiner shouted furiously that they needed to urgently investigate this matter and ensure the safety of all the abducted students. At this time, Kaiou was sitting on the floor and looking at his hands. He repeated the words about custom-made handcuffs. A large, muscular guy stood behind him and said that the pathetic piece of metal couldn't hold him up because he was a body cultivator. He clenched his teeth and tried to break the handcuffs, but then he remembered the devil. He didn't succeed. Kaiou, sitting on the floor, easily broke the handcuffs, saying that it looks like they make this junk in Baizi. The guy was shocked and said that out of the two of them, he was the body cultivator. Kaiou straightened up, summoned his weapon and said that the guys could come to him to remove the handcuffs. The pumped-up guy immediately asked for help. He cut the handcuffs with his weapon. Zuyu stood opposite Kaiou. She pointed her finger towards Gusu and said that there was one more person left there. The main character approached the guy, but he said that he didn't need help. Kaiou then cut the air with his weapon several times. He cut the door and he, at the head of the disciples, led them to the exit. Huakai was surprised and turned around. She sat in the cab of the van and ordered the car to stop. The driver said he understood her. She walked with a pistol in her hands towards the crowd of students. Her silhouette stood opposite Kaiou and the other guys. The main character said that they met again and it was quite funny. Frowning her brows, Huakai said that even a level 20 cultivator could not destroy the handcuffs. She asked how they did it. Kaiou burst into a smile and said that someone today will not be able to sleep, tormented by this question. The next moment, the guys began to move to another place and Kaiou said that he would not answer her question and said goodbye to her. Huakai fired her pistol, but none of the students were there. Her shot created a huge explosion. The driver said that they had gone to another world. The girl thought to herself that by the time they got out, half of Sioux City would already be here. She looked angrily from under her cloak at the scene of the explosion and said that she remembered Kaiou. The guys ended up in a dungeon. Kaiou landed behind a guy with a bag with a yin and yang sign, who was walking behind a man in yellow clothes and holding a bell. System notifications have appeared. The mission was to go to the burial mountain and stop the revival of the drought demon. Rewards varied depending on the player's contribution. Kaiou looked to the side and thought that Yang Xiangdai and the rest of the students were not with him, and, therefore, the rest had been scattered to other locations. Kaiou extended his arms in front of him, holding his spear horizontally. He thought that if he immediately destroyed the gong and the soul-capturing bell, he would immediately return to freedom. Suddenly the bell rang. Kaiou and the guy with the bag noticed each other. The guy turned to the man, calling him a teacher. He told him that the god of joy had risen from the dead. The grandfather, turning to the guy, said that he was talking nonsense in the middle of the night and asked how he could rise from the dead. The teacher and student looked at Kyo-yu, who was pale blue in color. Looking at the main character, he told his student that when a corpse falls into the power of evil, it acquires fur, long claws, and teeth. He exclaimed that he had wasted so much time on it. The teacher turned around, intending to continue on his way, but the student assured him that he really saw the god of joy holding a dagger in his hands. But the teacher said that a numb body cannot perform such complex actions. They continued on their way forward. Kyo-yu thought that they were non-player characters, and if he followed them, he would get to the point of advancing the storyline faster. Kyo-yu stood at the threshold of the Temple of Books with his arms outstretched like a ghost. The three of them stood inside. The teacher pasted yellow amulet paper on Kyo-yu's forehead. He walked forward, leaving the student and the main character behind. He said that he needed to go away for a while and ordered the disciple to follow the god of joy. The student accepted his assignment. The ceiling of the temple was hung with long yellow strips. The disciple, standing next to Kyo-yu, asked not to rise from the dead. The answer was silence. The next moment, two people entered the temple, opening the door with their feet. An old man in a green robe with a beard and a young man with a striped robe, holding something very large on his shoulder. The old man walked up to Kyo-yu and looked at the talisman on his forehead. He said that this is a talisman of immobility, and this technique is familiar to him. He asked who he was to Guzeuk Shuan. The student answered him seriously that Guzeuk Shuan was his teacher. He asked them if they were the guardians of the coffin. The old man lit a long pipe and said that disciple Guzeuk Shuan has some insight. He, still looking at Kyo-yu, asked where his teacher was. The student replied that he would be right back. Continuing to smoke his pipe, the old man said that the main character's body had not yet decomposed and was warm, which means he died relatively recently. The disciple shouted in fright that he must not disrespect the deity of joy and that if he offended him, the consequences could be disastrous. A pumped-up guy in a striped robe put a huge carved coffin on the floor and said that this was not a deity of joy, but an ordinary corpse and such problems could not arise with him. He threw some kind of weapon over his shoulder and said that only corpse drivers could treat a dead body like that, and if they caused them any inconvenience, then his club would explain what was what. The student frowned and said that he was saying some terrible words and that one should not show such disrespect to the deity of joy. At this time, the old man lifted the talisman and looked at Kyo-yu's face. He said he had good looks and could be sold to a rich family. He ordered the guy, whose name was Feng Lai, to take this body. The guy took a step towards the main character and accepted the order. A student stood between Kyo-yu and Feng Lai and said that in this case he would be no different from an ordinary thief and his teacher would not leave it so easily. The pumped-up guy hit the student on the cheek. The student staggered back and prepared his fist for a fight. He said that if he dared to take a step, he would fight him until his death. Feng Lai looked at the disciple arrogantly and asked if he really thought that he would fight him until his death. The next moment, the guy struck the student in the stomach with his knee. The student flew into the wall. Feng Lai confidently walked towards the student and said that he was a real weakling and had even a penny's worth of abilities, but he behaved as if he could do something. Kyo-yu opened his mouth and sighed. The student with the black eye opened his mouth in surprise. Feng Lai and the old man also turned around, shocked. The main character began to remove the talisman from his head, looking at everyone present. He said he was tired of everything. He looked at them intimidatingly, removing a piece of cloth from his forehead. The student was shocked. He exclaimed that the god of joy had risen from the dead. Kyo-yu's hand clenched the weapon. The main character said that he did not intend to interfere, but he needed to get to the burial mountain. He rushed forward at the old man, saying that he could not allow this deal to be made. The old man crossed his arms in front of him, holding a pipe in one of them, and began to recite the incantation of the demonic plague of the fallen phoenix while he was enveloped in purple whirlwinds. But the next moment, Kyo-yu struck with his weapon and the man flew back. From the shockwave, he found himself in the corner of the room on the floor. The old man sat down and exclaimed that Kyo-yu was not a corpse. Feng Lai rushed from behind at the main character. He said they were just pathetic tricks. He swung his club to hit Kyo-yu's face, but he stopped a centimeter away from him, trembling. The main character looked contemptuously at the enemy and called out to him. The old man looked at this picture with his mouth open. Kyo-yu held the club with one finger. The man asked him if he was a corpse or a person. Kyo-yu clasped his hand at the level of his chest and said with a serious expression that he would also like to understand this. Notification windows appeared. They said that the corpse state had been activated and now the main character received additional defense points, but could not restore them. Kyo-yu, with an emotionless face, thought that he now understood why the bell spell worked on him. He also noted that the condition is negative, but with his amount of health there is no need to restore mana. The old man rose from the floor and, standing behind Feng Lai, ordered him to detain the main character while he used the technique of suppressing the undead. The student accepted the order for execution. He swung his club. Kyo-yu swung his weapon back. He struck his opponent, but he blocked it with his club. Covered in bruises and abrasions, Feng Lai asked the teacher how long he could hold back the main character. But then the door behind him burst open and the teacher ran out of the room. Enraged, Feng Lai shouted insults at the old man and wished him curses. Kyo-yu grinned and said that he shouldn't worry about the teacher because he wouldn't be able to leave here anyway. Kyo-yu rushed forward with lightning speed and a menacing expression on his face. He threw his weapon after the old man and it flew right over his head. Feng Lai fell to his knees in shock. Kyo-yu turned towards him and said that he accidentally forgot about him. The main character pinned the student to the floor with his hand. A notification window appeared, which stated that Kyo-yu had won and was receiving additional experience and 10 free points, which he could distribute himself. Kyo-yu stood thoughtfully and looked at the coffin carried by Feng Lai. He asked what it was. A notification appeared that said there was a subject inside with special properties. Kyo-yu reached for the lid to open it. He said he wanted to look in there and look at the contents. Zuyu was lying inside. The main character was very surprised. He said that her legs were not covered with anything and suggested that it was Zuyu. The girl sat down and looked at the main character irritably. She asked why he recognized her by this particular sign. Kyo-yu, a little puzzled, said that he didn't know that she was awake. The main character crossed his arms over his chest. Zuyu was sitting nearby. She asked him why she slept in a coffin, to which Kyo-yu replied that he was just beginning to understand what was happening. He said that all 10 players turned into corpses and became part of this dungeon's quest. The disciple calling the main character the God of Joy was shocked. He said in horror that another deity of joy had risen from the dead. The guy was sitting on the floor. Kyo-yu called out to him. Rising from the floor, the student asked how he could serve the deity. Kyo-yu said that he had to go to the burial mountain. The guy replied that they were just heading to the right place. The teacher returned in yellow robes. The guy exclaimed that he was finally back. The disciple said, pointing his hand at Kyo-yu and Zuyu, that he had caught the 2 deities. The teacher asked when he became able to do this because he was too young to do this. But the next moment he turned around and began to walk towards the exit. He said that he should forget his question and focus on other important matters. He held a bell in his hand. The student ran after him and said that he agreed with him. Burial Mountain, Xiaozing Village. Talismans made of yellow paper fly in the air. Along the road there was a procession led by another man in yellow robes. He was holding a very interesting sword in his hand. This man said that one must descend from the back of the dragon and place the coffin in a deep well to fill the hall with light and complete creation. Kyo-yu and Zuyu looked at this picture carefully. The teacher approached the man from behind and addressed him as if he were an older brother. The man answered him that soon other older brothers would be here. The teacher turned to his student and handed him a bell, saying that he should take good care of the deities of joy. The student accepted this order. He picked up the bell while Kyo-yu and Zuyu stood behind him. He led them into the room where all the other disciples were standing, including Yang Xiangdai and Xiaorong. Yang Xiangdai opened one eye, looking at the people entering. Kyo-yu and Zuyu were happy to see everyone else. The main character, standing surrounded by all the students, turned to his friend and he shouted his name in response. The stunned student opened his mouth in surprise and shouted that he was going crazy because all the deities had come to life. At this time, all the older brothers gathered in a separate courtyard. There were 5 of them. They stood at a square table. The 2 brothers asked if everything was ready for the deities of joy. The elder brother, who was addressed by the first teacher Kyo-yu met in this dungeon, said that they would be calling on the spirits for the 5th time and no one should make mistakes. The brothers said they were ready. Eldest chief brother said with a terrifying look that then everything is fine and today they will go to the emperor's tomb. Night, full moon. Talismans made of yellow paper fly in the sky. The brothers walked slightly ahead, and teacher Guzu-san led the students behind them with the help of a bell. Emperor's tomb. Courtyard. Fire torches. Guzu-san ran up to his elder brother. Standing with a torch behind him, he asked if they could now go if they had brought the deities of joy. Without turning around, the elder brother, frowning his eyebrows, asked where he was going. Guzu-san was surprised and turned pale. He asked what the elder brother meant by this. The elder brother fell to his knees and said that the time had come for the supreme ruler. With a crazed smile, he raised his head and said that they had brought corpses full of yin energy and were sacrificing them so that the supreme ruler would continue to rule this world. The other brothers were shocked. Guzu-san asked if he really wanted to sacrifice them. The remaining brothers rushed to the exit, saying that it was time to leave. The elder brother turned around and, smiling slightly, asked where they were going. Opposite the brothers a monster appeared that looked like a man. He grabbed the 2 brothers and opened his toothy mouth. Guzu-san called out the shield and, gritting his teeth, said that this was a corpse filled with evil, which means they were planned to be killed from the very beginning. Zuyu, along with Kyo-yu and Yanxiang, looked attentively at what was happening. She asked the main character if they should do something. Kyo, calmly looking at what was happening, said that they need to stop the demon from returning. He also asked if the Heavenly Emperor could be that spirit. The students jumped up and rushed to attack. Kyo crushed one corpse and immediately gained free stat points. At this time, the elder brother spread his arms and said that 9 corpses with yin energy would help the Lord to be reborn. He suddenly turned around and saw the confrontation between monsters and students. He asked exclamatorily whether corpses with yin energy were really alive. He clutched a calligraphy brush in his hand and asked what right they had to interfere with his plans. He drew with a brush the outline of a circle and another circle inside the first. He said that the first blow would shake the earth and 3 pure strokes in the heavens would respond to the call of the mind below. Kyo was attacked by corpses. He swung his fist in mid-flight at one of them. Kyo angrily wondered why his movements were so slow and whether it was related to the condition of the corpse. Kyo clenched the sparkling weapon in his hand as he looked at his opponents. The next moment, the main character threw his spear towards his older brother while he drew another symbol in the air. But the monster closed it. The old man completed a pattern in the air that looked like yin and yang. He, frowning his brows, said that the second blow, created by the founder, would summon the great god and place a brilliant army under his banner, and the third blow would allow the pathetic corpses to see what they were most afraid of seeing. The yin and yang symbol spread across the sky. The old man said he would draw the next stroke. Under the sign, hidden 10,000 corpses began to appear on the site. Young Xiangdai and Xiaorong watched what was happening and were shocked, their mouths open in surprise. Kyo also stood in shock and thought that he could not move. The old man, covered in sweat, said that there was no need to be afraid, because all the corpses with yin energy were ideal food for the Lord and he would not dare to harm them. Kyo stood behind the old man, and Guzu-san was lying on the ground. The main character thought that at this rate it would actually be possible to resurrect the ruler. He asked Guzu-san if he was okay. He also said that they came here to prevent the drought demon from awakening. He asked to remove the fetters that were restricting his movement. The poor teacher exclaimed and opened his mouth in horror. He asked if he was really talking about the demon of drought, who lies in a stone sarcophagus. Kyo asked if he was really that strong. The old man replied that when the drought demon appears, he burns the area for 1,000 miles. With a stern look, Guzu-san said that he was one of the great ancestors and if he was reborn, the whole world would perish. A picture of an incinerated mountain appeared in the teacher's head, on the top of which stood a huge dark monster. Biting his finger, Guzu-san said that he doesn't care who Kyo is, but the most important thing for him is to stop the resurrection of the drought demon. Using blood from his finger, Guzu-san began to draw a circle on the back of the main character. He said that he would first remove the curse of oblivion from him using the magic of talismans. He took his hand away from Kyo and told the spell to dissipate. Red and black stripes appeared around the main character. The teacher then told him that with these talismans and his yang energy, the corpse control technique would not be a problem, but the effect would not last long. Kyo smiled smugly and said that there is no need to worry because he is here, which means this demon will not crawl out of his grave. A brass knuckle appeared in his hand. Guzu-san turned to his brothers who were sitting on the floor after being hit by the corpses. He asked what they were waiting for. The brothers began to approach the students and repeat Guzu-san's manipulation, freeing them. They used the same magic of talismans. The head teacher angrily shouted that no one could stop the revival of the Lord. At that moment the main character was already rushing towards him. Kyo struck the old man with brass knuckles, saying that he could do it. The old man lay unconscious on the coffin. Then Guzu-san shouted in fear that human blood must not be allowed to get on the coffin. But then the elder brother with black empty eyes, lying on the coffin and bleeding, said that it was too late, because the essence of the descendant was used as a sacrifice and bathed in blood, which would awaken the Heavenly Emperor. A hand suddenly came out of the coffin, turning the coffin into a pile of fragments. The purple silhouette of a huge dragon appeared from the coffin. The elder brother said that riding on the breath of the dragon, the Heavenly Emperor returned to this world. A notification appeared that the drought demon had awakened. Another notification indicated that the task had been changed. Mafei, who was standing slightly ahead of the other students, was dumbfounded. A notification appears indicating that resurrection has been activated successfully. Behind Kyo stood Xiaorong with a frightened expression on her face. A notification appears indicating that a new task has been loaded. A huge humanoid creature with horns and pronounced ribs and muscles appeared before everyone. The notification said that it was necessary to kill the demon of drought, and the difficulty level of the task was D. His face was terrifying, sharp fangs instead of the usual teeth, red-black eyes, claws on his hands. The notice stated that the demon was level 20 with 4,000 health. His additional skills were corpse poison and corpse pressure. One of the students, frightened by everything, began to run away saying that it was all over because the demon of drought had been reborn. The demon's face looked even more terrifying, 5 eyes, 2 holes instead of a nose and pointed ears. The monster rushed after the student, who was running away, with an evil smile. The guy shouted why the demon would chase him. The next moment, the guy noticed Kyo-yu, who was standing nearby. He reached Kyo-yu in a few leaps and said that he was asking for forgiveness, but he could not die here. The main character was furious and said that he should get it for all his deeds. The next moment, there was already a huge demon figure in front of Kyo-yu. Kyo-yu hit him in the stomach and he was thrown back. The monster found itself slammed into the wall. Debris from it was scattered everywhere. The demon narrowed its eyes and began to emit green fumes from its mouth. The next moment, he sent a stream of poisonous substance from his mouth towards Kyo-yu. Kyo-yu did not touch the substance and stood in shock. Tsuyu screamed at him in fear that he should beware of this stream because it contained corpse poison. Sejong grabbed her staff with both hands and summoned her permafrost spell. They created a block of ice, which protected Kyo-yu from the poison. The main character jumped back a little towards the guys. Standing behind Zhao Ziyu, she extended her hand forward to Kyo-yu and began to heal him with her spring wind. The guy thanked her. The next moment, the demon broke a block of ice with one blow. One of the students began to use his shadow technique with a serious expression on his face. He stabbed the monster in the side with his sword, but the demon was puzzled by what just happened. He got angry and used his corpse pressure skill as indicated by the new notification. Yang Xiangdai, Ma Fei and Tsuyu tried to shield themselves from the gusts of wind with their hands. There is a new notification that this skill reduces the value of all stats by half. Kyo-yu gritted his teeth angrily and said that then his health would decrease. He was shocked by the difficulty level of D. The student who stabbed the demon with the sword asked what they should do. He said that after reducing his characteristics, he would not be able to deal damage and they should team up. Another explosion occurred in front of the students. It was Kyo-yu who punched him in the stomach with a magnitude of 398 units. The guy with the sword was shocked. He exclaimed what kind of magician he is, and Kyo-yu's hit is 10 times his critical damage even after reducing his stats. The demon struck back. Kyo-yu flew far away, leaving a dust cloud behind him. Yang Xiangdai, who was behind Kyo-yu, asked if he was okay and what they would do if only he could now stand against the monster. At this moment, with his peripheral vision, the main character noticed Gusu standing nearby. He appeared behind him with a satisfied smile. He kicked Gusu into the air. The guy shouted the hero's name, but Kyo-yu smiled and told everyone to watch. Gusu flew towards the demon. He summoned his aura and used the Shadow Servant spell. The demon struck Gusu, but he absorbed him into his shadow. Kyo-yu crossed his arms and said that he didn't think the Shadow Servant would be useful. The demon tried to strike Gusu again. The next moment, the demon swung at the guy again, but Gusu began to use his Shadow Sacrifice skill. The monster hit the student in the face. The shockwave was so strong that Gusu's legs broke the slabs. The demon then struck Gusu's face with another one. Kyo-yu was standing next to Yang Xiangdai and Xiaorong at this moment. He asked them if they could handle it. Sejong closed her eyes, furrowed her brows, and said that they had to hurry up. She raised her staff upward with one hand and summoned her Ice Fury spell. Yang Xiangdai was clutching his staff in his hand in front of his chest at this moment. He started using his Sand Beam skill. 2 attacks fell on the demon. The monster stood, half encased in ice and shrouded in whirlwinds of sand. Kyo-yu looked at him and thought that he was strong and didn't care about anything. Yang Xiangdai furiously shouted that his mana was running out due to the decrease in stats, and it was the turn of the main character. Kyo-yu pushed off the floor with force. He thrust his fist forward, aiming for the head. The demon noticed this with peripheral vision. Kyo-yu shouted out a request for him to look at him carefully. Kyo-yu punched the creature's jaw and knocked down 398 units again. The monster roared in pain. The next moment, Kyo-yu struck him 5 more times. The monster rolled its eyes and continued to scream in pain, losing another 398 health units. The next moment, he straightened his shoulders, spread his arms, and screamed furiously. He attacked the main character and struck him with such force that Kyo-yu began to bleed from his mouth. But the guy hit him back and told him to go to hell. There was another explosion. The demon rose from his knees, surrounded by a cloud of dust. Kyo-yu jumped up and swung at the creature, saying that it was time to finish. At this moment, Guzu-san shouted that the drought demon could not be killed so easily and he could give advice. But Kyo-yu had already completed his strike, pinning the demon to the ground. The creature was lying on the ground, and Kyo-yu was looking at its body. Notifications appeared stating that for killing in melee he would receive 200 experience points and 20 stats. The notification also congratulated Kyo-yu on winning and completing the dungeon. The new notice said that the main character's contribution was assessed as rank. For this, he received another 50 experience points and 5 stat points. The next notification congratulated him on achieving the level. Teacher Guzu-san ran to Kyo-yu, saying that he had done something stupid, because anyone who kills the drought demon will be cursed. The young man asked what a curse was. The demon's body began to decompose. The teacher shouted for everyone to be careful. Red vapors rose in the place of the demon. These pairs gathered into a red ball. The main character looked at this. Stunned, Kyo-yu saw a new notice that he had suffered from the drought demon curse and that he would die in 30 days. Turning to Guzu-san, the main character asked if there was a way to remove the curse, but the teacher replied that he had not seen such records in the monastery. Kyo-yu had young Xiangdai, Chiorong, Mafei and Zuyu walking by. His friend asked if he was okay. Kyo-yu replied that he was fine. He thought to himself that his university would surely find a way to remove the curse of the level 20 boss. Young Xiangdai shouted for the young man to pay attention to the demon soul core. Gusu leaned towards him and said that he thanks Kyo-yu for solving the problem with the drought demon. He took the thing from the core and said with a grin that once the main character was able to catch him, but now it was his turn. In his hands was a ring that shone red. The notification said that this was an ancient ancestor ring that could steal 50% of an opponent's agility for 10 seconds with a 20-second cooldown. Gusu smiled and put the ring on his hand. Yang Xiangdai clenched his fist and said that he did not see Gusu helping them fight the demon and considered him just a thief. The guy from the first academy turned his back to them and said that he would continue to say anything, while it was time for him to go along with the ring. The transition has been activated, but then Gusu's feet began to get stuck in the sand. It was Yang Xiangdai who summoned his staff and conjured quicksand, into which Gusu was caught. The chubby guy commanded Kyo-yu to start, but Gusu said with an evil grin that he did not want to fight and understood that they could not defeat him. At this moment, Kyo-yu had already swung his hand to hit Gusu, but the guy said with a smile that the main character was too naive because he had just fought the boss, but if he really wants a fight, then perhaps. He uses his new equipment. He activated the ring, it glowed red, dexterity was stolen. But Gusu was only able to gain 4.5 units of agility. He was dumbfounded. His jaw dropped. He shouted how Kyo-yu could have 9 agility. Kyo-yu struck Gusu's face with a punch equal to 520 units. The main character said that after the demon's aura disappears, 4 units of agility will be enough to send him to the next world. The enemy's eyes widened in horror. He wondered how he was still able to fight after this and how many health units he had in this case. Gusu jumped back and landed on his feet. He said with a smile that this was not a training ground and he would be able to catch him so easily. He said goodbye to Kyo-yu and promised to return to him the shame he had suffered. But then his body was frozen. Gusu exclaimed that teacher Sheorong did this. The girl looked determined. She said he had the nerve to remember the exam. The next moment, Kyo-yu's menacing gaze fell on Gusu. The main character said that Gusu managed to offend a lot of people. The guy began, in horror, to conjure a sacrifice with shadows. But Kyo-yu dealt him a blow equal to 335 units. He smiled contentedly, pointing his fist at his chest. Gusu jumped back, but Kyo-yu already had the ring in his hands. Gusu teleported with the words that they would definitely meet again. The main character looked at the artifact with a smile and said that it is not surprising that he became slower, because the ring steals agility. He exclaimed that this was a great trick. He turned to the guys and thanked Shejong. She, looking at Kyo-yu, replied that it was nothing and the main character should be more careful. The guys began to move back from the secret kingdom, dissolving in blue light. Kyo-yu was pleased with himself and smiled. He looked at his numbers. Now his level is 12, his strength has increased to 320, and his health has become 4,120. The amount of his talents and skills has also increased due to the new equipment in the form of a ring. The students were transported to their previous location, where they got out of the van. There were a lot of people around, military vehicles and ambulances with red crosses. Everyone was surprised to see the players appear. They exclaimed that they were finally back. The guys approached the chief examiner and the rest of the teachers. They were standing right in front of them. The chief examiner furiously said that the scoundrels will answer for their crime and they will not let anyone get away with impunity. The guys stood calmly and listened to him. He continued his speech and said that the incident had become so important that local authorities were furious. The examiner said he would take them back to their institutions. The students began to walk towards the bus. Kyo-yu was calm and smiling. Sheorong said with concern that Gusu would definitely try to take revenge for what happened, but the main character said that he could not harm him. At this time, in a huge gloomy castle, which is by his eye's base, a girl with lilac eyes was sitting on the floor with signs of beating on her body and cut off hair. A man sat in front of her on a chair and asked her how the students were able to escape from her and, moreover, return from the Dark Kingdom. The girl looked exhausted, her gaze was emotionless. The man in the dark said that he had seen Kyo-yu back in the day, but he didn't make any impression on him back then, but now he looks like Kyo Anking's worthy son. A light lilac eye peered out from under the man's arm. He said he needed to take a closer look at it because it was getting more interesting. At this time in Kyoto, the sun is shining brightly. Clock Tower, Kyoto University. The bus with the students arrived. Guys began to emerge from it. Kyo-yu looked very serious with a briefcase on his back. Behind him stood a joyful Zhu Yu and Yang Xiangdai. Suddenly, Kyo-yu was approached by Teacher Pan, who was visiting the first academy. He exclaimed that he was glad of his arrival. Kyo-yu stopped opposite him and said that he needed to see the rector to discuss something very important with him. Teacher Pan said he would see him off and asked him to follow him. The next moment in the rector's office, Zhai Pingyang, the rector of the university, stood in the middle of the office. He said that Pan told him that Kyo-yu wanted to see him. The main character confirmed his words. Kyo-yu rolled up the sleeve of his shirt on his left arm and asked him to look at the symbol bracelet on his forearm that appeared after the battle with the secret realm boss. The director was shocked. He recognized the curse. He shouted that Kyo-yu would die in 30 days. Teacher Pan was shocked by the principal's words and asked if there was a way to remove the curse. The director closed his eyes and said that the most reliable way to avoid the effect of the curse was to find an item called the Sage Shelter. But this is an S-class item and even at auction it is difficult to find. At this moment, Kyo-yu's mind flashed back to the memory of how he spent it in the battle with Sundong when she pierced his chest with her hand. He thought it was a pity that he had used it up. But even if someone had such a thing, it was unlikely that anyone would want to sell it. The director put his phone on the table and said, leaning on his cane, that he asked his friends about the Sage's hideout, but no one had such a thing lying around. Kyo-yu, standing in front of the table, asked if there were alternatives. Looking sternly at the student, the director said that they exist. But in this state, sending Kyo-yu there is tantamount to death and it is easier to live quietly for 30 days. The main character was shocked. He said he thought he could still be saved. The director turned away from him and said that this was impossible and that place was really tantamount to death. Looking at the director's back, the guy said that he really needed to know what this place was. But the director said that this was a D-class mission. Kyo-yu crossed his arms and said that he had already completed missions of this complexity. But the director looked at him sternly and said that D-level and E-class missions are different from D-class. He said that these are completely different things and it is useless to compare them. Turning around, he said, imagining terrible scary shadows in his head, that middle-class players go to such dungeons and he had nothing to do there since he would simply be mistaken for a non-player character. Looking sideways at the young man, the director said that it was because of his weak body. Kyo-yu thought about it and began to hide something. The director shouted furiously that there was no need to hide anything because his things had not been surrendered to him. Kyo-yu scratched his head and said that it was a simple habit. Kyo-yu smiled and asked to name the dungeon again. The director got angry and said that he was too persistent a boy. The director's aura burst out and dealt 500 damage to Kyo-yu. Kyo-yu did not expect this and closed one eye. He thought it was as if something had struck him in the eyes with a blade. He realized what the strength of the best sword master in the world was. Teacher Pan had already fallen to one knee at this time, but the director saw that Kyo-yu could still stand. The headmaster thought that a newly initiated student could resist his aura. Blood flowed from Kyo-yu's eyes, but he did not give up and again asked the name of the dungeon he needed. The director extended his hand and began treating the guy. He said that this was a D-rank dungeon. It was called Soul Purification Lake. A picture of the water surface and green light appeared in his head. The director said that if the hero enters the water of the lake, he will be able to wash away all the negative effects from himself. Kyo-yu looked at the director calmly. He thanked him for his help. The director, continuing the treatment, said that Kyo-yu needs to try not to find new troubles out of the blue because there are practically no novice players there. But the main character with a purposeful look and a smile said that the director had nothing to worry about and he understood everything. Kyo-yu headed towards the exit, saying that he was going to the Lake of Soul Purification. The director then asked him to return alive. He threw the guy something, saying that it would help him, and told him to put it on. Kyo-yu looked at the thing in his palm. He asked what it was. He saw and noticed that it was a Rankakyanki pendant, which increased skill power, spell casting speed by 20%, and also had a resistance effect. Kyo-yu turned to the director, who was standing sideways to him. He said it was a very valuable thing, but the director replied that he gave it to him for a while and after returning he would wait for her back. Kyo-yu waved goodbye and said that he was leaving. The next moment, he was already entering through a portal into the dungeon of the Soul Purification Lake, which had no additional description. Kyo-yu started entering the Lake of Purification dungeon with difficulty D. He walked through the portal and was greeted by a voice that said that allies were being sought. The characters find themselves in the rainforest of soul purification. They listened as the voice told them to read the rules. The first rule was not to look back if they heard someone calling them. The second rule was that if their companion disappeared from their sight for more than a minute, then they should be more careful with him. The third was that they should remember the behavior and habits of their companions. Kyo-yu looked around. The voice continued to say the rules. The fourth rule was that if the characters heard strange noises, they must scream until the noises stopped. The fifth was not to answer questions from strangers. The sixth rule stated that, in the opinion of the players, the forest was safe. The voice wished the characters good luck and a good time. A man in glasses with an alarmed face cried out that the rainforest was not safe because those who died here could not report back. The girl with long white hair said that following the rules, she should have introduced herself to each other. She said her name was Kayangsu and she was a level 22 water mage. The man with glasses introduced himself as Kayashao, level 22 blade master. He was a level 21 assassin. 3 other characters also began to introduce themselves. Among them were level 22 wood mage Tanglin, level 22 blade master Chengfu, and level 25 sword master Miyun. The main character said with a smile that he was a level 13 necromancer and his name was Kyo-yu. Kayashao said with displeasure that it was strange that a D-level dungeon matched him with such a low-level ally. Chengfu agreed with him, saying that Kyo-yu would drag them down. Miyun said that if Kyo-yu could summon enough undead, then he could be equal in strength to an average level. Kayashao folded his arms and said that they only trusted the main character because of his beauty. The girl took out her sword and pointed it at Kayashao's face. She said that if he continued to talk nonsense, she would cut out his tongue. He began to move the blade away from him and said anxiously that he was just joking. Kyo-yu put his hand on his head and smilingly asked if his beauty was a crime. Kayangsu called the main character to her, calling him her younger brother. He happily ran to the girls. Miyun sheathed her blade. Kayashao thought with a disgusted face that as soon as he had a chance, he would mess women up. The characters walked through the forest, with Kayashao and Chengfu walking behind the main group. Kayangsu explained that the lake of purification was in the center of the forest. She said that they should be careful and not break any taboos of the system. She turned to the main character and asked why a low-level player like him decided to go to the D-level dungeon. The second Kyo-yu appeared, and they simultaneously began to answer the girl. The main character noticed this and looked at his copy in surprise. Chengfu asked with a surprised face why a seventh person appeared in the dungeon. All the characters looked at Kyo-yu in surprise. Chengfu said that there were 2 necromancers. Miyun readied her sword and asked if Kayangsu could figure out which one was the real one. She replied that she could not. With an ominous smile, Kayashao suggested that they kill both of them. Kayangsu said with her eyes and mouth wide open that whoever could use necromancy must be real. A copy of the main character was surrounded by magic. He said, laughing, that he would summon the undead. Kyo-yu clenched his hand into a fist. He thought about how he didn't expect the fake to have such a trick. He thought that no one would believe him, that being a necromancer he would go into close combat. The main character took out his weapon. He shouted loudly that the fake impersonated him. He swung his weapon and said he would beat the fake to death. The copy was broken into pieces. It said in surprise that Kyo-yu's strength was very high. A tree monster appeared in front of the main character. He began to attack Kyo-yu and shouted that he would kill him. The main character unleashed a flurry of blows on him. The monster fell apart. It was a level 22 evil spirit puppet. Some kind of energy entered Kyo-yu's blade. He looked at his weapon in surprise, saying that something had entered his green dragon crescent blade. Kayangsu looked at him and said that it turns out the monster was fake. Miyun asked the main character how he, being a necromancer, could use such a weapon and at the same time kill a level 22 monster with one blow of physical force. He proudly put his hand on his chest and said that he had extraordinary physique since childhood. He continued to say that when he was only 3 years old. Behind the heroes, a spirit appeared behind a log. The spirit moved towards the characters. Kyo-yu and Miyun noticed this. He shouted to the girl to watch out. The spirit entered her head. The girl began to smile ominously. She attacked the main character with her sword. Kyo-yu was scared. He thought that the strength of a mid-level sword master was terrifying. He thought that it was good that he had a lot of health, because otherwise he would have died. Miyun ran towards the 2 men. They took out their weapons. Seashao said that the girl was captured by an evil spirit. Chengfu added that if they don't kill her, they themselves will die. Kayangsu raised her hand up. She was enveloped in water energy and used her water dragon surround. Water surrounded Miyun. Kayashao said that the girl was trapped. Chengfu shouted that they should have struck her while she was down. Captured by the spirit, Miyun cut the water in front of her. She smiled and used her Luoling dragon Zin. Both men were thrown back by the blow. Behind the girl was Kyo-yu. He punched her in the face and Miyun lost consciousness. The girl was lying on the ground in front of the main character. The other characters were amazed. Kayashao opened his eyes wide and thought that the low-level player had knocked out the mid-level sword master with just one blow. An evil spirit came out of Miyun. Kayangsu cried out in alarm that they needed to kill this monster. The main character took out his weapon. With one blow he destroyed the evil spirit. Kaiou began to put away his weapon. All the characters around him were surprised. He asked if this ghost was the one who was controlling the girl. Kaiou said that Miyun was the strongest among them, but even she was unable to resist the ghost. The girl regained consciousness. Kaiou walked up to her and asked how she was feeling. She replied that she did not feel very well. Healer said she would treat the girl. She held her hand out in front of her and used blessing of water. Miyun held onto her sword and thanked the girl. She said that as soon as the spirit entered her, she lost control of her body. The group walked through the forest. The main character said that if Miyun recovered, then they should move on. He said that everyone should be careful because the forest of purification was no joke. Miyun turned to Kaiou. She said that without him, she would have been killed by those two men. He replied with a smile that she shouldn't have thanked him because this dungeon was about helping each other. The girl continued to say that his punch was very strong. She said that because of its strength, everyone thought that he was a fake. Kaiou cleared his throat and said that he was born strong. A group of 4 characters walked through the forest. Kaiou stamped his foot in displeasure. Behind him was Chengfu. He asked what they should do now since they were separated from their companions. The bespectacled man cursed the women and said that they didn't even check to see if anyone was behind. The 2 men heard something behind them and turned around in fear. Behind them was a monster asking if it looked like a man or a god. It was Yellow Weasel seeking a level 29 title. Chengfu was surprised to see the monster. Yellow Weasel asked again if he looked like a man or a god. Kaiou gave him the middle finger and said that the monster was neither like a god nor a man. The beast bared its teeth. He attacked both men. Kaiou took out his weapon. He said that the monster was too aggressive. Chengfu shouted that he should not answer the beast's questions because it was a rule not to answer questions from strangers. The bespectacled boy attacked Yellow Weasel and said that he was not afraid of such a beast. Smiling, the monster hit him in the stomach. Chengfu ran at Yellow Weasel from behind. He hit the monster in the face with his sword, but his weapon fell into pieces. He was surprised by what happened. Yellow energy appeared around him. Energy came from the monster's mouth. This energy filled the entire forest. Kaiou cried out in alarm that it stank. Chengfu covered his nose with his hand and said that besides, it was poisonous. Yellow Weasel smiled ominously. Several strikes occurred. The characters noticed this and turned around. The main character asked if they heard the sounds of battle. Kaiou said with a scared face that there were no 2 men behind them. She said that they must have bumped into something. The 4 characters ran to the scene of the battle with 2 men lying on the ground in front of them. Kaiou was wounded and begged for help. Kaiou said in surprise that in front of them was Yellow Weasel. The monster opened its mouth and asked them whether it looked like a man or a god. The main character crossed his arms over his chest and replied that the beast looked like a short, red-eyed girl with animal ears. The 2 girls were surprised by this answer. Yellow Weasel thought about what he had said and imagined what he must have looked like. The monster screamed and attacked Kaiou. Kaiou shouted in alarm that they should be careful because the monster must have been strong to defeat 2 blade masters. Tanglin put her finger forward and said that she was using wood type. The monster was surrounded by a vine bind, which the girl used. Yellow Weasel broke the spell with ease. Tanglin was surprised that her vine was destroyed. The monster attacked the main character for 369 damage. Blood flowed from Kaiou's cheek. The monster was surprised. He asked how this was possible. The main character put on brass knuckles and said that the little girl ate too few vegetables. He hit Yellow Weasel with his hand and dealt 1042 damage to it. The 2 girls were completely amazed. Kaiou asked in surprise whether Kaiou was truly low level. Chengfu held his body and asked how a low-level necromancer could have such strength. Kaiou rose from the ground and asked in surprise that this guy was good not only for his appearance. There was a strong blow. Kaiou stood with his foot on the monster. He said that there were a lot of different oddities in this dungeon. All his allies looked at him in surprise. Chengfu said that Kaiou was very strange. The main character smiled. The man asked if Kaiou could have been possessed by something. Chengfu said that the main character killed the one who used necromancy without delay. Kaiou said that perhaps the real Kaiou was killed. The 2 girls looked anxiously at the main character. Kaiou walked towards his allies with a smile. He asked if everyone was okay. The bespectacled boy anxiously shouted to him to wait. He took out his sword and told him not to come closer to them. Kaiou asked what was the matter. Kaiou put his blade to the protagonist's throat and asked if he was a monster. He continued to say that otherwise a low-level necromancer would not be able to defeat a level 20 monster with his bare hands. He pushed the bespectacled man's sword away and told him that he was talking nonsense because the monster would not have saved them. Kaiou replied that they could not be sure that he was not putting on a show for them. He stated that the Forest of Purification was a very scary place, and that Kaiou had to prove that he was not a monster or leave their team. Kaiou said seriously that the main character couldn't be a monster since he was with them all this time. Miyun said she didn't think Kaiou was fake either. Changfu asked them how it was then possible to explain that a low-level necromancer had such power. The main character took out a weapon, a necklace and a ring. He stood with his hand on his side and asked what kind of monster could have all these things. Kaiangsu opened her mouth and said that the items were unique to players and monsters didn't have items. She stated that it must have been the real Kaiou. The two men were unhappy. Kaiashao clicked his tongue. The bespectacled boy understood something. He was thinking about the main character wearing an A-level subject. He exchanged glances with Chengfu, both men smiling. The man said there was a misunderstanding. Kaiashao told Kaiou not to take it to his heart, because he did not look like a necromancer, so he aroused suspicion. He said that since they had proven his identity, they could continue going. The main character looked at the men and thought that they were up to something. The characters walked through the forest, two men falling behind the main group again. Kaiashao asked with a smile if Chengfu saw Kaiou's items. He replied that he noticed at least 2 A-level items. He asked how a low-level player could have so many good items. The man with glasses said that he did not expect to be so lucky in this dungeon. Chengfu asked what he was thinking about. Kaiashao smiled and clenched his hand into a fist. He said that Kaiou was of low level, so they could easily deal with him and then divide the spoils in half. Changfu said with a serious face that the main character easily killed Yellow Weasel. He asked what if they failed to beat him. The man with glasses crossed his arms and replied that they were simply poisoned by the monster and that they would easily defeat the main character. The characters continued to walk through the forest, the two men behind them. Chengfu agreed and asked when they should attack Kaiou. Kaiashao replied to wait for his signal. Kaiangsu noticed something strange. Niyuan asked what was the matter. The girl frighteningly pointed forward with a trembling hand and told everyone to look in that direction. There were a bunch of figures standing in front of the characters. These figures looked like spirits. Kaiou and Miyuan were surprised. The girl said that it must have been the players who failed to complete the Lake of Purification. She stated that she did not know that this dungeon was so scary. Tanglin shouted for someone to come to her quickly. Kaiangsu asked if it was an altar. She asked what was written on the stone slab. The characters gathered near the altar and looked at it. Miyuan said that these were ancient writings and that on the tablet it was written that it was an altar. She stated that they could only complete the dungeon by sacrificing a living being. She looked back and said that those who walked around the lake were slaves of the lake. The girl looked at the figures of the spirits and said that those who are sacrificed become slaves who are trapped here forever. Kaiangsu stood behind the protagonist and shouted in surprise that they needed to make a sacrifice. Two men stood behind the characters. Kaiashao said with a smile that their chance had come. The two of them attacked Kaiou. Kaiangsu cried out in surprise, asking what they were doing. Attacking the protagonist, Chengfu replied that they were on a dungeon mission. Kaiou turned around, cursed and said displeasedly that he even saved the two of them. The men continued to attack him. Kaiashao said that there was no room for loyalty in the dungeon because they were all strangers. Kaiou slipped to the altar. Smiling, Kaiashao shouted to quickly activate the altar. Chengfu looked around and asked how to activate it because he didn't know. The man with glasses turned to Miyuan and asked her how to activate the altar. She replied that she shouldn't tell him that. He said with an angry face that he would deal with the girl after that. The men took out their weapons. Kaiashao said that since a sacrifice was necessary, Kaiou should have been killed right there. The main character closed his eyes and said that the principal warned him. He said that he did not expect to meet such people in the dungeon. The opponents stood opposite each other. Kaiou headed towards the men. Changfu said that the main character was a necromancer who didn't even know how to summon undead. He asked if Kaiou thought he could deal with them with just physical attacks. Kaiashao added that it was just a pipe dream. The girls stood next to each other. Kaiangsu asked what they should do. Niyuan said that the main character helped her, so she will help him. Kaiashao and Chengfu jumped on the main character, who was taking out his weapon. Kaiou was serious and had a green aura surrounding him. The opponents exchanged blows with each other. Kaiou blocked Chengfu's sword attack. He seriously told the main character to give up. He said that if he gives up his items, they will spare his life. Kaiou blocked the sword and said with a smile that the guys wanted to take his items from the very beginning. Kaiashao was running behind him. The man with glasses noticed something and heard the girl shout, "Luoling Dragon Slash." Miyuan attacked him, but the man managed to jump away. Kaiashao was annoyed and asked her what she was doing and why she was interfering. She stood with a sword in her hands and replied that Kaiou helped her, so she simply helped him in return. The man with glasses asked if she wanted to complete the dungeon quest. He stated that if they sacrificed the main character, they could complete the dungeon. Tanglin stood and was silent. Miyuan held the sword in front of her and said that she would rather not complete the dungeon than resort to such a method. She said that the tablet was written to sacrifice a living being, not an ally. Kaiou pushed Chengfu away with his attack. Kaiashao was surprised to see this. Chengfu was surprised. He thought that Kaiou was too strong. The main character stood with his hand on his side and with burning eyes, he said displeasedly that the men were talking about the donation, but did not even ask his opinion. Kayashao shouted to his ally that Kaiou was just a low-level magician and they could defeat him together. Miyuan jumped on them and asked how dare they do this. The characters fought with each other. Kayashao shouted that he would finish off the girl too. Tanglin touched the altar. The ground below the characters glowed blue. Everyone was surprised. Chengfu asked what was happening and what was the matter. He and Miyuan grabbed their heads. Kayashao screamed in pain. Kaiou thought that it was a mental attack. He thought that he was lucky that he had the Kyonki immunity amulet. Through the pain, Kayashao angrily shouted that the girl had done this. Tanglin stood next to the altar while the man asked her what she was doing. She smiled and said that she only wanted to complete the dungeon task. The men lay on the ground. Kayashao swore displeasedly. The man was grabbed by the vines. It was a Tanglin spell. She smiled and said that if they could attack Kaiou, then she could attack them. The girls were on their knees. The main character stood in front of them and did not understand how the girl knew how to activate the altar. He remembered the second rule of the dungeon, which said that if allies disappeared from sight for more than a minute, then he should be careful with them. He thought that Tanglin had even found the altar, as if she knew it had been there all this time. Kaiou opened his eyes in surprise and thought that the girl might have already been in this dungeon before. She turned her back on the characters, used her vines, and said that they should die here. The main character looked at her with a serious face while the vines wrapped around him. He destroyed them with his attacks. Kaiou jumped out of the altar. He ended up next to Tanglin. The girl asked him why he was immune to the altar and said that it was impossible. The main character stood opposite her. Miyuan and Kaiengsu were sitting next to him. He said that he could ask Tanglin the same thing. He asked how she knew how to activate the altar. He walked towards the girl and said that it seemed like from the moment they entered the dungeon she was planning to sacrifice them. He asked if he was right. Tanglin smiled and took off her hood. She used Vine Strengthen. The girl asked what he thought. There were many vines in front of Kaiou. He took out his weapon. The main character attacked the vines around him. One vine wrapped itself around his weapon. He was surprised and thought that he was unable to cut the vines. Tanglin extended her hand in front of her and used Parasitic Woodseed. She said that it wasn't difficult to deal with a couple of mid-level players. She asked if the main character was seriously thinking about defeating a higher level player. A magic shot flew towards Kaiou. It hit him in the neck. The main character asked what it was. It was a parasite. Something began to sprout from its neck. Tanglin approached him and told him that he should stop resisting and become her sacrifice. Kaiou used his corpse ancestor's ring and thought he had the perfect chance. He stole half of her dexterity from the girl. The main character was strengthened. He thought that the ring could steal stats only for 10 seconds. He swung his fist and used Kyonki Pendant, which increased the power of his skills by 30%. He shouted for Tanglin to look at him. The girl said with a smile that he only reduced her agility and that a low-level player could not do anything. Tanglin was scared of something. She saw the terrifying aura of the protagonist as he used his serious punch. A drop of sweat rolled down Tanglin's cheek, saying that Kaiou was just a low-level player, but thought that he was a big shot. He jumped on the girl who was using Guardian Vine armor. The main character easily broke through the girl's defense. His fist hit Tanglin's face. This attack threw the girl a huge distance and caused her 13-14 damage. She winced in pain and thought that it was amazing that a low-level Necromancer could cause so much damage. Kaiou ran towards her while she was trying to use her Guardian Vine armor. The main character hit her in the face and knocked her to the ground. She writhed in pain and used her Guardian Vine armor. She tried to defend herself from Kaiou's attacks and asked him if he was a man for not having pity for a woman. He replied that the girl tried to kill him, so he needed to beat her. Miyuan and Kaiengsu looked at this anxiously and remained silent. The main character swung his fist. The effect of his corpse ancestor's ring ended. Tanglin jumped away from him at a fairly large distance. Kaiou, with a serious face, thought that the ring's effect had ended, but judging by the girl's condition, she could no longer attack. Tanglin clenched her hand into a fist, tears welling up in her eye. She said that she would remember Kaiou's name. She said displeasedly that even her father had never hit her like that. The girl began to disappear. She used teleport. Before that, she shouted that it wasn't over yet. Kaiou stood with his hand extended in front of him. He said that if it weren't for the Kyonki pendant that the principal gave him, he could have died. The main character turned to Kyonki and Miyuan, who were scared. He told them it was all over and they were safe. The girls hugged each other in fear and shouted for Kaiou not to come near them. He said that he really didn't usually hit women. The characters approached the altar, on which nothing remained. Kyonki said it appears that the two men were sacrificed at the altar. The main character took out his weapon. Miyuan asked him what he was going to do. Kaiou stood in the middle of the altar and declared that this altar should not exist. The two girls looked at him in surprise. The main character hit the altar. The voice congratulated him on having absorbed the life energy of the purification altar and earned 20 free attribute points and 12 experience. The altar exploded. The voice congratulated Kaiou on receiving a level and 10 free attribute points. He held his weapon in front of him and said that even the remaining energy gave him so many attribute points and raised his level. He said that it was not surprising that Tanglin wanted to sacrifice everyone. Kaiou's face was serious. He thought that he didn't know what kind of energy entered the green dragon crescent blade. The girls approached him. Kaiou turned to the main character. She thanked him for saving them because they could have been donated to the altar. She said that the girls decided to give up on this dungeon task. Kaiou smiled and gave a thumbs up. He said he was just a nice guy. He thought it was time to go to the Lake of Purification. 3 characters stood in front of the lake. Miyuan asked if this was the Lake of Purification. She said that those wandering players' souls must have been freed when the altar was destroyed. The main character began to take off his outerwear. The girls blushed and Miyuan took out her sword. She shouted and asked what he was doing. He held his shirt up and showed off the runes on his chest. He replied anxiously that he was cursed, so he was here to break the curse. Kaiou said that if the girls didn't believe him, they could look at him. Blushing, Miyuan closed her eyes and said that she thought he was about to go wild. The main character dived into the Lake of Purification. The blushing Kaiou said that they should also take a dip, because in this creepy place they could pick up unknown curses. Kaiou lay in the water. The curse lifted from his body. He threw his head back and thought that the Lake of Purification was working. He noticed that there was still a wood seed on his neck that Tanglin had planted on him. He thought he would deal with it when the time came. 2 girls lay in the water of the Lake of Purification. Miyuan sighed tiredly. Kianki said that the dungeon was creepy and they were lucky that Kaiou was with them. Miyuan told her that this guy was not a saint either. The girl floated forward and hit the main character. Miyuan said that she told her that the main character was not a good guy. Kaiou was embarrassed and closed her eyes. Kaiou said displeasedly that they were the ones who swam to him. The characters climbed out of the water and put on their clothes. Confused, Kaiou turned to Kaiou and Miyuan. She asked if she could take their contact information. Both replied that she certainly could. The girls entered the portal. The main character waved his hand to them. The voice said that the Lake of Purification dungeon was not protected, so if Kaiou left it, he would lose all the rewards he had received. The voice asked if the main character wanted to go out. Kaiou said yes seriously. He thought that this dungeon was too strange and he couldn't explore it now. He decided that he would return to the dungeon another time. The main character entered the principal's office and turned to the man. He said with a smile that Kaiou returned safe and sound. Pingyang thought that the main character was no joke, because he, being a low-level necromancer, managed to leave the D-level dungeon alive. He extended his hand and said that since Kaiou returned safely, then everything was fine. He asked where his item was. The main character took off his pendant and said that thanks to this item he was able to survive on the Lake of Purification. Principal stood with his hand outstretched and said that he was glad to hear it. Pingyang tried to take the pendant, but Kaiou did not let him go. A blow was heard. Principal said with dissatisfaction that the little punk tried to keep his gear. He said that the main character can fight him and if he wins, he can keep the Kianki pendant for himself. Kaiou, with a bump on his head, asked what the +5 was on his pendant. Pingyang turned to him and said that it was an enchantment. He explained that for a level equipment and above, enchantment stones could be used to strengthen the item. The surprised protagonist said that he understood. He thought that the enchantment on his green dragon crescent blade was different. Pingyang asked how the curse of Drought Demon was. Kaiou clenched his hand into a fist and replied that it had been removed. Principal leaned on his cane and said with his eyes closed that he was glad to hear this. He said that since Kaiou was fine, he should get out of here and stop bothering him. The main character left and thanked Pingyang. The main character left the building. A man with long hair stood in front of him. He turned to Kaiou, who asked in surprise if they knew each other. The man with long hair introduced himself as Longsang from Sioux City. He said that he was at the Sioux City major exam. Kaiou said that it was senior brother Longsang. He thought that this guy was the best warrior in the exam last year. He had often seen him on TV. The characters shook hands. Longsang said that since they were from the same city, he would try to help the main character with any problems. He said that they should exchange contact information. Kaiou agreed with him. The characters began to disagree. The main character thought that Longsang was a good guy. The long-haired man's face expressed hostility and anger. Kaiou lay in bed, thinking that the curse had been lifted and that he would have to ignore the wood seed for now. He closed his eyes and thought that he should get stronger as quickly as possible. The next day, the teacher turned to the main character. He asked him to explain. Teacher Zhang asked why the Necromancer chose physical training as his main subject. Kaiou clenched his hand into a fist and stated that he believed that a magician who was unable to fight up close could not be considered a true magician. He stated that without a strong body and physical strength, he would not be able to defend himself. Teacher Zhang put his hand in front of him. He said that studying at the university was necessary to specialize in one field. He said that even despite his incredible strength, a necromancer like the main character would not be able to cope with physical training major. Kyo said that he still chooses the physical training major. He thought that if his necromancer advisor found out that he couldn't even summon a skeleton, he might kill him. The teacher handed the card and said displeasedly that the main character was unbearable. He told Kyo to keep his student ID safe. Zhang held the card in his hand in front of him and asked the teacher why it was needed. Jiang explained that at Kyoto University, everything from food to equipment and skills required credits. Maffei folded his arms and asked the teacher how much it cost to buy 1 credit. He asked if he could buy 1,000,000 credits right now. Jiang replied that credits could only be obtained by completing school-issued assignments or passing instructors' assessments. Maffei was shocked. He said that his wealth was completely useless at the university. Someone shouted for physical training class 2 to come here. Kyo told Jiang that he was leaving. The teacher with a dissatisfied face told him to leave quickly. A man was looking at this. It was necromancy professor Jianshu. His face was serious. Kyo was scared. It seemed to him that something terrible was watching him. A man with red hair introduced himself to the students. He said that his name was Wan Lihao and he was level 35 in physical training. He said menacingly that he didn't want weaklings in his class, so now he will unleash his aura. The students listened as he said that those who could withstand his attacks for 5 minutes would be able to remain in his class. One of the worried students asked what would happen if they could not stand after these 5 minutes. Smiling menacingly, Wan Lihao replied that then he would personally go to the admin office and help them move to another class. The teacher released his aura. Many students were amazed by the power of his aura. One of the students shouted that the aura was so intense that he wasn't sure if he could hold out for 5 minutes. A student with his hair tied in a ponytail shouted so that no one should panic. He said that even though Wan Lihao was a high-level player, he couldn't move, so if everyone worked together, they could handle it. The teacher smiled. He thought the guy had guts. He thought he was promising because he could stay calm under pressure. The student said his name was Linlang. He told everyone to gather around him and think of a plan. He continued to tell the other students that facing the teacher's head-on was a bad idea. He suggested that everyone get together in pairs and distract Wan Lihao with themselves one at a time in order to last all 5 minutes. Linlang clenched his hand into a fist. Someone shouted that this was a good idea. The student said that since no one was against it, they should have gathered in groups and balanced their forces. In front of Kyo stood 2 guys looking at each other. One of them invited the second to form a team. He agreed. Linlang saw that the main character was left without a mate. He approached him and asked if he was against being on the team with him. Kyo replied that he did not mind. Linlang asked with a smile what level the main character was and why he was so skinny when he was a physical trainer. The students were surprised to hear Kyo's answer, who said that he was a necromancer, not a physical trainer. Linlang stood with his mouth open and was very surprised. He asked in surprise whether Kyo was a necromancer. He replied that he was a level 14 necromancer. The students around were laughing. Linlang thought anxiously that the main character was not a physical trainer. He covered his face with his hand and said that Kyo put him in a difficult situation this time. He clenched his hand into a fist and replied that he should not worry, because his strength was higher than most low-level physical trainers. The students whispered among themselves that Linlang would have a hard time with a skinny necromancer on the team. The main character crossed his arms over his chest in displeasure. He thought that he was finally telling the truth, but no one believed him. He thought that it was hard to be an honest person. Linlang turned to Kyo and said that he would protect him so that he could summon his undead. Wan Lihao shouted that time was up. He asked if everyone was ready. The disciples stood around him and answered that they were ready. Wan Lihao clenched his hand into a fist and smiled. He said that in that case he would start. The teacher's aura looked like a tiger. She was heading towards the main character. Kyo prepared himself. He thought that the teacher had aimed his first blow at him. Linlang appeared between the tiger and Kyo and tried to protect the main character. The attack knocked him to the ground. The students were surprised. One of them said that Linlang was not a weakling, but he was knocked to the ground so easily. The second student said that the entrance exam was too difficult since even Linlang could not cope with it. Wan Lihao looked at the students and thought that the freshmen needed a good beating so they won't get too full of themselves later on. The aura flew towards Kyo, who swung his punch. He deflected the attack with his fist, but took damage himself. He thought that it was only the wind from the blow that caused him so much damage. He thought that it was the power of a high-level physical trainer. Wan Lihao was surprised. He asked how this was possible. He looked at Kyo standing on his feet and said that it was surprising that the necromancer was able to withstand his punch wind. Wan Lihao smiled as a stronger aura surrounded him. He thought that this could not continue, because if he could not knock the main character to the ground, then he won't accomplish what he needs to. He sent a stronger attack. The aura flew towards Kyo. He was surprised that another blow was flying at him. He managed to repel the attack, but again lost a lot of health. The students were surprised that the Necromancer was able to withstand 2 attacks from the teacher, although Linling could not withstand even 1 attack. Linling looked at the main character in surprise. Kyle-Yu repelled the teacher's attack. He stood on his own 2 feet. The main character was surrounded by his aura. He thought that the blows were very strong. He thought that Wanlihao wanted to use him as an example to others. The beaten Kyle-Yu shouted with a smile, asking the teacher why his attacks were so weak. Linling shouted that the main character was crazy, because if he angered Wanlihao, he might be seriously injured. The teacher smiled, looking at the main character. He said that Kyle-Yu has got guts. He thought about how the low-level Necromancer looked down on him. He was surprised that the main character was able to withstand 2 whole blows from him. Wanlihao crossed his arms and smiled. He said that the boy had got some nerve. He headed towards Kyle-Yu and said that if he could withstand his next blow, he would become the patron of the main character. The teacher appeared next to Kyle-Yu and raised his fist. He attacked with his Tai strength. The main character smiled and prepared to attack. The 2 characters punched each other, causing the ground around them to fly into the air. Kyle-Yu looked at his injured arm in surprise, his sleeve being torn by the force of the blow. Wanlihao's attack sent the protagonist flying. Kyle-Yu hit his back hard and blood sprayed from his mouth. The students were scared. They said the entrance test was too brutal. The teacher turned to Linling, who was standing behind him. He told him and 2 other students to help Kyle-Yu get to the medical office. He thought that he couldn't believe that he had allowed himself to get into a fight with a student. Wanlihao saw something that amazed him. He thought that this was impossible. Kyle-Yu rose from the ground, blood dripping from him. The main character was seriously injured. He was leaning on a tree and shaking all over. With only 240 health left, he said with a smile that he took this punch. All the students were surprised. They did not understand how the Necromancer could stand after such an attack. Kyle-Yu looked at the surprised teacher and repeated that he was able to withstand this blow. He wanted to continue talking, but began to fall to the ground. The teacher watched in surprise as the main character fell and showed him the middle finger. Kyle-Yu was lying on the ground and was seriously injured. He started to lose consciousness. He saw 2 teachers. Jianshu said dissatisfiedly that Wanlihao should control his strength. He said that as a teacher he should not have attacked the student with all his strength. Wanlihao replied that Kyle-Yu himself decided to be in his class. The main character began to open his eyes. He sat up in the hospital bed, the teacher standing in front of him, who said that he had finally woken up. Kyle-Yu tensed. Wanlihao told him not to worry because he was able to withstand the last blow, so the teacher will help and support him, as promised. Jianshu raised the curtain. He said that Kyle-Yu does not need Wanlihao's protection. The teacher replied that the main character had passed the entrance test, so he was now officially a physical training class 2 student. Jianshu exclaimed that Kyle-Yu was a necromancer. Wanlihao replied seriously that regardless of class, a person with such a strong body should study in physical training. Jianshu stood near the hospital bed and asked why he, being a necromancer, wanted to be in the physical training class. Kyle-Yu replied that he felt that physical training was better suited to him because he had incredible strength since childhood. The teacher began to be surrounded by an aura. He told the main character not to talk nonsense. A portal appeared behind Jianshu. Some creature began to crawl out of the portal. A dragon spirit appeared in front of the surprised main character. The teacher pointed to the summoned creature and said that necromancers also had their advantages. He explained that necromancers could destroy enemy armies with just a wave of their hand. He asked if Kyle-Yu thought that this was better than attacking the enemy head-on. Wanlihao snorted displeasedly. Jianshu raised his hand. He stated that if the main character joined the necromancy department, he would be able to teach him all this. He said that he would teach Kyle-Yu all the skills and one day he would be able to summon the dark dragon with just a snap of his fingers. The protagonist's face expressed sadness. He thought that his fortitude was 0 and he could not even summon a skeleton. Jianshu was surprised to hear the answer that Kyle-Yu still wanted to study in the physical training class. The teacher put his hand in his pocket. He sighed and said that he understood the main character. He handed him the card and told him to take it, because with it he could always find him at the faculty apartments. He said that if Kyle-Yu changed his mind, he could turn to Jianshu. The main character thanked the teacher. He watched in surprise as the teacher entered the portal. Kyle-Yu looked at this and thought that necromancers were capable of such things. He thought that it was a pity that he could not use necromancy. Wanlihao put his hands on his hips. He said that the protagonist's wounds were almost healed. He continued to say that tomorrow he would be waiting for him in physical training class 2 and that he would take the students to a great place. The next day in physical training class 2, the students appeared in front of Wanlihao. Kyle-Yu looked around. He thought that this was a sea-level dungeon. All students teleported to the dungeon. Wanlihao stated that their task for today was that they needed to meditate in the dark forest before sunset. The teacher smiled as he listened to the muscular student say that meditation was not a difficult task. He picked up a stone from the ground. The teacher threw it into the thick of the forest. The stone shattered into small pieces. The students were scared. One of them asked if they really had to spend the whole day in such a creepy place. Another student panicked and said that they would all die. Wan Lehao smiled and said that as long as he was here, no one would die, but he said that he would not be able to protect them from injury. One of the students turned to the teacher and asked what the point of all this was. He replied that, first of all, to train willpower. Smiling, the teacher said that they would find out the second only when they entered the forest. Linlang stated that he would be the first and headed towards the portal. He entered it. Linlang screamed as he was attacked by Wind Blade. Sweat was running down the student's face. He did not understand what it was. Wan Lehao looked at the meditating Linlang and thought that the guy was brave and persistent. The teacher was wondering how long the student could hold out. Wan Lehao stood in front of the students with his arms crossed over his chest. He said that it seemed like Linlang had already experienced all the wonders of the dark forest, so the others should also come in. He asked if anyone had a defense stat below 100. Kaiou put his hands in his pockets and asked the teacher what would happen if their defense was below 100. Wan Lehao stood with his arms crossed over his chest and replied that in that case they could possibly die. The teacher asked the main character if his defense stat was low. Kaiou's defense stat was 6 points. He said that his defense was not so low because if he rounded up his defense stat, he got double digits. With concern on his face, Wan Lehao asked how he fought with such defense and managed to withstand 3 blows. Kaiou looked to the side and replied that his health was a little higher than that of ordinary people. The teacher asked how much better his health was. The main character looked at his stats and replied that his health was 4630. Wan Lehao stood with his eyes closed and began to say that his health was only 4. In surprise, the teacher widened his eyes and opened his mouth. He asked if his health was 4000. He was surprised by such numbers from a low-level player. He looked at how Kaiou entered the thick of the forest and thought that he looked less like a necromancer and more like some kind of boss. The main character began to be attacked by Wind Blade, which took away 20 health from him. He said he understood now. Kaiou smiled and said that this place improved defense stats. His defense rose to 6.1 points. He looked around and thought that everyone was focused on increasing their defense. The main character was filled with determination. He thought that he would give it his all. Kaiou sat down on the ground and began to meditate. Teacher Wan Lehao looked at him and thought that due to his low defense, the protagonist might get hurt and he should keep an eye on him. Something was crawling along the branches of a tree above the students. Kaiou continued to meditate, and a huge spider descended on him. The teacher ran towards the monster, shouting that the dirty beast must die. The students looked up. They were scared when they saw the spider. The monster was a level 33 dark spider. The main character opened his eyes and looked at the spider. He thought that the beast was too strong for an ordinary monster. Wan Lehao found himself in front of the enemy. He shouted, calling the monster a dirty beast. The teacher raised his fist with a serious face. His blow reached the dark spider. The monster shattered into small pieces. The teacher stood behind Kaiou, who was thinking that this was the true strength of the physical training teacher at Kyoto University. He thought that Wan Lehao went easy on him that day. The teacher was stained with the monster's blood. He turned to the meditating students and told them to continue their training. Smiling, he told them not to dare leave this place until they reached their limit. The main character was meditating. He thought that if Wan Lehao were not here, then the students would not be able to train in the sea-level dungeon with such calm. 2 hours passed. Many students were tired and came out of the thick of the forest. One of them lay exhausted on the ground. Kaiou meditated, but continued to receive 20 damage. He thought that with his low defense, he would not be able to stay here much longer. The wood seed in his neck glowed and used wood absorption. The energy of the trees around the main character headed towards him. Kaiou was recovering his health. He wondered if it was the wood seed that Tanglin planted in him. He smiled with his eyes closed and thought about what he owed to this woman, because if not for her wood seed, he would not have been able to take advantage of the unique capabilities of the dark forest. The girl sneezed loudly. Tanglin wiped her nose. She looked at the city in front of her and said that thanks to wood seed, she knew where Kaiou was now. The students, including the main character, continued to meditate in the forest. The other students were very surprised. They said that they were incredible to have withstood a whole day of wind blades. Especially amazing was Kaiou, who, being a fragile necromancer, lasted so long. Wan Lehao looked at the meditating disciples and thought that they were promising. He didn't expect the main character to last so long. He looked at Kaiou in confusion as to how he still continued to meditate. The teacher crossed his arms and thought that the main character must have reached his limit and Linlang had great potential. One of the students was kneeling in front of him and saying that he chose to withdraw. The teacher was surprised that it was not Kaiou. Linlang looked at the main character and was surprised that he was not even as good as a necromancer. A group of students looked at them and said that Kaiou would rather drop out first because Linlang was very strong. One of the students looked at the protagonist and stated that it didn't look like the Necromancer was going to give up. Linlang began to shake from tension. He fell to the ground. Wanlihao approached him and told him that he should get out because he had reached his limit. Linlang tried to tell the teacher that he could continue, but he couldn't. The surprised students watched as Linlang stood up and walked towards them. The teacher looked at the meditating Kaiou. He thought it would be interesting to see how long he could hold out. Some time passed and night came. The students looked at the main character and said admiringly that he still continued to meditate. Wanlihao smiled and thought that Kaiou was a strong disciple. He looked at the sky and thought that it was getting dark. The teacher approached the main character and said that the training was over and he should go out, because after sunset even Wanlihao would not be able to protect him in the dark forest. Kaiou turned to him and said okay. He got up and followed his teacher. He thought that the dark forest was insane. The main character looked at his defense stat. It became 23. He thought that he managed to raise as many as 17 defense points in just one day. Shocked students looked at Kaiou. One of them said that if it had not gotten dark, then most likely he could have held out in the dark forest even longer. Wanlihao raised his hand and said that the lesson was over. He ordered everyone to rest and said that they would continue training tomorrow. Several days passed. Kaiou walked through the university grounds. He stood and thought that thanks to Woodseed he had managed to greatly increase his defense over the past couple of days. He thought that it was time to get some more training in today. His friends were behind him. He turned around when he heard Zoyu calling him. They approached him. The girl asked if he wanted to create his own guild. Zoyu began to explain that there were many benefits from forming a guild, such as exclusive dungeons and guild wars. She clenched her hand into a fist and said that besides, guild members cannot kill each other, otherwise they will be hunted by the underworld. Kaiou answered with a smile that he was not against creating a guild. He said that first he needed to go to the physical training class. Zoyu said that in that case they would apply first. She told the main character to come as soon as he finished. He replied that it was good. Maffei crossed his arms and said that he didn't mind starting a guild with the condition that he would be the guild leader. Xiangdi looked at him and said that having him as the leader would be embarrassing. Zoyu and Kaiou waved at each other. Teacher Wanlihao and another man were in the dark forest. The man told Wanlihao that he heard that there was a physical training prodigy in his class. He scratched his chin. He thought that Kaiou might have been a prodigy, but he was still a necromancer. The main character sat and meditated. His defense was 500. He opened his eyes and thought that his defense stat has hit its limit. Something began to appear in front of Kaiou. He was surprised by it. A woman with long blonde hair appeared out of thin air. The main character was shocked. He asked what the mechanical empress was doing in such a place. The girl replied that there was something in his body that absorbed energy, thanks to which she was able to rebuild her new body. Kaiou smiled. He was thinking that he did not expect that Woodseed would accidentally awaken the mechanical empress. He asked the girl what she was going to do next. She said with a slightly surprised face that the main character promised to show her the outside world, so it was time for him to fulfill this promise. A strong aura began to emanate from the Empress. Energy began to enter the body of the main character. In pain, he grabbed his chest. The girl told him to relax because the pain would not last long. Kaiou stood and still held his chest. His face looked a little tired. The Empress said that now she could hear what he heard, feel what he thought, and see what he saw. The main character was unhappy. He thought that the feeling that someone was watching him was really awkward. He thought that if the girl could read his thoughts, then he would not be able to keep secrets from her. He thought of something and smiled. He thought that he would not allow this to happen. He imagined the beautiful body of the mechanical empress and smiled, blushing. The girl was embarrassed and asked him what he was thinking about. She said that from that moment on she would stop reading his thoughts. Kaiou grinned. He thought that the feeling that he was being watched had disappeared. He thought that the girl could not outsmart him. He began to leave the dark forest. He thought that since his defense had hit its limit, then he should have gone to Zoyu and the others. The girl closed one eye. She was defending herself from someone's attacks. The characters stood in front of a crowd of people. Zoyu asked what harm they did to them since they attacked them. Standing in front of her was a man who was the vice president of the Blazing Fire Guild. He said that honor points were needed to improve a guild, and each new guild started with 1,000 honor points. With a nasty smile, he said that they should blame themselves for being too weak. He said that they had nothing to worry about because they were only going to beat them for honor points and not kill them. Xiangdi shouted that it was Maffei's fault because he wanted to name the guild Killing God Guild. He replied that he did not know that they would get challenged to a guild war right after forming it. Xiangdi shouted that he had already notified Kaiou, so they needed to hold out until he arrived here. Maffei said that he admitted that Kaiou was a little stronger than him, but he said that it was useless and they could not defeat Blazing Fire Guild. He tried to attack the vice president of the hostile guild. He asked him with a smile if he tried to attack the air. He knocked Maffei to the ground with one punch. He then kicked him and sent him flying. Zoyu cried out excitedly, asking if the guy was okay. The vice president stood at Maffei. He asked him if he was the leader of the Killing God Guild. He said that this meant that he was the strongest in the guild. One of the Blazing Fire Guild members said with a grin that it was funny that with such skills, someone thought they should start a guild. Maffei was lying on the ground, writhing in pain. The main character arrived at the scene. His face expressed dissatisfaction. He put on his brass knuckles. With tears in his eyes, Xiangdi shouted that Kaiou had finally arrived. The vice president looked at him and smiled in anticipation. He asked if he was another tough guy. The main character walked towards him. The vice president asked if he was also a physical trainer. Kaiou smiled and asked how he thought. The vice president prepared to attack and told the guy to stop trying to play mysterious. He hit the main character with incredible force. The impact sent dust into the air. The vice president was surprised. Standing motionless in front of his fist was Kaiou, who asked him why his punches were so weak. He mockingly said that the vice president had not eaten and offered to order food for him. He got angry and shouted that the main character was asking for it. He thought that he had used 80% of his strength and still failed to break through Kaiou's defense. The vice president raised his fist and shouted that he was going to use 7 killing fists. All the blows hit the main character. He did not dodge. Zoyu was surprised and shouted at Kaiou to start dodging the attacks. Members of the Blazing Fire Guild said that the main character should have died, because even physical trainers at the same level can't withstand the 7 killing fists. The vice president continued to throw punches at Kaiou, but he remained motionless. He was surprised that this attack didn't even hurt him. He thought that the main character's defense must have been terrifying. Xiangdi clenched his hand into a fist and said that Brother Kaiou has become even stronger. The members of the Blazing Fire Guild were surprised how 7 killing fists didn't do a thing to the main character. The guild president sat and looked at this thoughtfully. Kaiou stood opposite the vice president. He asked with a smile if he had finished and said that it seemed it was his turn to attack. The main character swung his fist. The somewhat frightened vice president also prepared to attack. The members of the Blazing Fire Guild told him that since Kaiou had such a huge defense, then his attack should be weak and he shouldn't be afraid of it. The vice president stood and prepared to attack. He said that it was impossible for the protagonist's attack power to be as terrifying as his defense. He told him to bring it on. Kaiou gathered energy into his fist. The characters hit each other with incredible force. The vice president was sent flying, taking 22,001 damage from a critical hit from the protagonist. He lay unconscious and with a broken arm. Kaiou sighed and said that today's youth were too stubborn and did not have an ounce of respect for their elders. The members of the Blazing Fire Guild were unhappy. They shouted for everyone to attack Kaiou and kill him. The man surrounded by an aura ordered them to stop. He walked towards them and said that they were no match for the main character. The guild members obeyed the order. The man with long curly hair was smiling and was surrounded by a red aura. Kaiou looked at him. He thought that judging by the aura, this man was at least mid-level. The president stood in front of him. He introduced himself as Ludo and asked the main character if he was the leader of the Killing God Guild. The wounded Maffei shouted that he was the true leader of the guild and that he even came up with the name of their guild. Ludo stood opposite Kaiou and invited him to decide everything in a battle between the two of them. He said that the losing side would have to surrender and pay an honor point, so they won't end up ruining each other. Zoyu said that Ludo was talking nonsense, because he was a mid-level player who challenged a low-level player to battle. She said that his face was wider than Xiangdi's belly. From behind her, Maffei shouted that he was the true leader of the guild. Ludo smiled and asked the main character if he agreed. He smiled back and said that he agreed to the battle. At the same moment, the president of Blazing Fire Guild jumped towards him. Kaiou managed to block his blow with his fist. He looked at his opponent and thought that he was a mid-stage physical trainer. Ludo picked up the knife. He hit the main character with his weapon. The blow hit his eyes. Kaiou closed his eyes. He could not see because the blade was poisoned. He thought that he didn't expect that Ludo had an assassin class. Behind the president of Blazing Fire Guild stood the protagonist's friends. Zoyu shouted that Ludo was lowlife. She asked if he had shame, since he, being of a higher level, still resorted to hidden weapons. Ludo looked ominous as he licked his dagger. The man said that the goal of the battle was victory, so any method was simply a means to that end. He stated that it didn't matter if there was a hidden weapon or not, because if you got hit, it meant that you were careless. The president of Blazing Fire Guild swung his fist. It was his Gale Fist. With enormous force, he hit the main character in the stomach. He continued to rain down a barrage of blows on Kaiou. Xiangdi and Zoyu watched the battle with fear. The main character tried to block the attacks. Ludo took out his blade and prepared to attack. The blade approached the protagonist's face. A strange blue glow appeared near the blade. Ludo stood with his weapon drawn in front of Kaiou. He was surprised to see something. The hand that came out of the blue glow pushed his blade away. The president of the Blazing Fire Guild was thrown away from the main character. His guild members were surprised and asked what happened. Ludo was angry and scared. He didn't understand what it was. He thought that his health had dropped to half in an instant. Kaiou opened his eyes and told the girl to be careful. The mechanical empress thanked him in return. The president of Blazing Fire Guild turned away from the main character and began to leave. He stated that he had lost the battle. He was shocked when he felt Kaiou use his corpse ancestor's ring. The main character pointed his finger at him and said that after he hurt his friend, he did not have the right to simply admit defeat and leave. Kaiou rushed at Ludo and said that he would not get away with this so easily. The guild president began to turn around and angrily shout that the main character was trying to drive him into a corner. Kaiou hit him in the face with great force. Ludo was thrown a long distance from the attack. The members of the Blazing Fire Guild were shocked. They were worried about their president. Ludo walked hunched over and said that Kaiou was really pushing it. His eyes glowed red and something appeared on his tongue. The president of Blazing Fire Guild thought that strange thing had disappeared. He thought that using that technique took a heavy toll on Kaiou. Ludo opened his mouth and 3 small needles shot out. They flew towards the main character. He tried to block them. Kaiou noticed that his hand was shaking. He said displeasedly that Ludo poisoned him. After this, the main character jumped on his opponent. He hit the guild president in the face. Ludo gritted his teeth and said angrily that he was an average player and could not be humiliated like that by someone who was a low-level player. He attacked Kaiou with his Gale Fist, after which the president of Blazing Fire Guild opened his mouth, from which many needles shot out. The main character ducked down, thereby dodging the attack. Ludo raised his head up and continued to release many needles from his mouth. He wished Kaiou death. The main character looked up. There was a huge number of needles above him. He realized that he could not avoid them. He tried to repel all the projectiles falling on him. Ludo put his palms together and used his Insight Bind. The spell constrained Kaiou's movements. The guild president stood opposite the shackled protagonist. He laughed ominously and said that evil will always triumph over good. He stated that any warrior-type player caught in his Insight Bind loses his ability to move and becomes completely defenseless. Ludo approached Kaiou. He said that he was almost fooled by an early stager. He asked what it felt like when the body was completely immobilized. The guild president smiled disgustingly and slapped the main character on the cheek. He said that just now the main character were acting all tough. He said that now he will see how tough he really was. The members of the Blazing Fire Guild laughed and said that the president was incredible and the low-level guy was too naive. The protagonist's friends were shocked. Xiangdi said that Kaiou's brother couldn't lose like that. Ludo spread his arms and stood in front of the main character. He said that he was the strongest low-level player he had ever met. He said that Kaiou was still too young and laughed. The protagonist's face looked ominous. He turned to the president of the Blazing Fire Guild. He was very surprised. He did not understand how it happened. Kaiou told him that he should have considered the possibility that he was not a warrior-type player. Ludo recalled how the main character's blow sent him flying and thought that he could not be a warrior. He said that the kid almost succeeded in deceiving him. Ludo said that with his attack and defense, Kaiou could not help but be a warrior. The guild president swung his fist, shouting that there was no point in them talking anymore and that it was time for the protagonist to die. Kaiou continued to stand while Ludo attacked him. The members of Blazing Fire Guild smiled and said that regardless of talent, everyone would fall to their boss. Zoyu and Xiangdi worriedly shouted out the protagonist's name. Ludo's fist was approaching Kaiou's face. The main character easily stopped the attack with his hand. He held Ludo by his fist and stated that he told him that he was not a warrior and there was no point in not believing it. The president of Blazing Fire Guild was scared. Kaiou said that he finally caught him. The main character kicked the enemy. He then punched Ludo in the face. The guild president was surprised. He asked Kaiou why his Insight Bind didn't work. His eyes were burning. He replied that he had already said that he was not a warrior. The main character unleashed a barrage of blows on Ludo and stated that he was only a necromancer with a slightly stronger body. Blood sprayed from the Blazing Fire Guild president's mouth. He looked at Kaiou attacking him and could not believe that he was just a necromancer. The main character's blow sent Ludo flying. Members of his guild were worried about the president's condition. Ludo was lying on the ground unconscious. The Blazing Fire Guild members turned around in fear as Kaiou walked towards them, asking who was next. They said in fear that they were giving up. Kaiou stood with a serious face. Killing God Guild won the guild war. Honor points of Blazing Fire Guild were transferred to the winner. The main character approached his friends and asked if they were okay. Xiangdi replied that they only had minor injuries that would be cured by a couple of days of rest. He said that with Zoyu it was different. Kaiou looked at the girl and saw that her shield was broken. He closed his eyes and thought that since he had reached his defense stat limit, he did not need to train in the dark forest and could farm a shield in a dungeon. He spoke to the mechanical empress and asked if she knew in which dungeon one could easily get shield type equipment. The girl answered that there was one such dungeon. She said that she didn't recommend that he go into the dungeon because he probably wouldn't beat his dogs. Kyo clenched his hand into a fist and said dissatisfiedly that it was impossible and asked the girl to give him the information anyway. The main character turned to Zoyu with a smile. He said that he knew about a dungeon in which you can easily get a new shield. The girl resolutely replied that she would go with him. The mechanical empress said that at least 2 people were needed in this dungeon. Kyo told Zoyu that in that case she is coming with him. Xiangyu looked at them and mockingly said that only the 2 of them would go into the dungeon and it was unknown what they could do at night. The blushing girl turned to him and said that as soon as she returned from the dungeon, she would beat him for such words. The characters found themselves at the entrance to a rank D dungeon called Pseudo Underworld. Zoyu was worried. She asked if Kyo really wanted to enter the D rank dungeon. He seriously replied that she had nothing to worry about because he was with her. He thought that in the last D rank dungeon, he was nearly wiped out. The main character said that this was the same dog dungeon that the mechanical empress was talking about. The girl shrugged. Zoyu looked down and said that she was only worried because she thought that she would only hold off Kyo because she was useless in battle without her shield. He put his hand on her head. The girl blushed. He told her to relax. The main character put his hand on the luminous sphere. Kyo found himself in a dungeon surrounded by a dark, ominous aura. The voice said that the underworld was created by Hades as a world to which everyone went after death, and Pseudo Underworld was its copy. Zoyu screamed anxiously for Kyo to wake up. The main character opened his eyes and turned to the girl. They stood in the middle of the rocks. Kyo asked if they were in the underworld. He said it was the world of the dead from legends. The girl clenched her hand into a fist and asked if they were dead, like what happened in the Coffin Mountain dungeon. The main character looked at his stats. He said that most likely they were not dead, because otherwise they would have received a warning saying that they were in a special state. Zoyu turned to him and asked if they were in the underworld as living beings. The main character looked at the necklace that was on the girl's neck. She blushed and asked him what he was looking at. Kyo asked her not to move. Zoyu closed her eyes. He reached for the necklace. The girl was surprised. Kyo was holding her necklace in his hand. He said that she didn't have it before they entered the dungeon. Zoyu opened her eyes wide and looked at the cross. She said that she had never worn the necklace, so it must have appeared after entering the dungeon. She stood opposite him and said that he should check if he had the necklace too. He took out a necklace from under his t-shirt and said that since he also had it, it should have been a quest item. The voice told them that the first task in the dungeon was that they needed to go through the gate of hell, reach the Akron River, and protect the cross from being lost. The voice continued to say that the second task will open after completing the first. He said that they should completely trust their teammate. Zoyu turned to the main character. She told him that she heard that the gate of hell was the entrance to the underworld. She said that it was said that the dead passed through the gate of hell to reach the true underworld, but once they entered, they could never leave. Kyo walked. The girl followed him. He said that they would have to go through the gate since this was their task. The girl asked where they should go. The characters looked at the ghost. The main character said that he also did not know where to go, but thought that if they followed the spirit, they would find out. The ghost walked forward. The characters found themselves in front of a huge crowd of spirits. All the ghosts went to one place. In front of them was a gate, at the top of which was a stone dragon. Zoyu asked in surprise if these were the souls of the dead. Kyo replied that most likely yes. The characters looked ahead and said that this was the legendary gate of hell. A 3-headed dog jumped out of the gate. One of the heads devoured the soul of the deceased. The monster was called Cerberus, the Hellhound, and was level 29. Kyo asked displeasedly if this was the dog the mechanical empress was talking about. The girl replied that Cerberus was literally the native dog of hell, and she warned that the main character would not be able to defeat even dogs. Zoyu said that according to the assignment they just needed to enter the gate of hell, but she was not sure if they would be able to do this. The girl was scared. Kyo confidently said that his luck was not that bad. He said that Cerberus devoured souls by chance, so there was little chance that the dog would eat them. The next moment, Cerberus attacked the main character. The monster swallowed Kyo. Zoyu was scared. She screamed the main character's name. Cerberus opened one of its mouths, inside of which a sphere of energy gathered. The monster spat out a purple substance on the girl. Zoyu was shielding herself from this venom. Her health was falling very quickly. She angrily shouted for the monster to return Kyo to her. The cross on her neck began to glow, and the voice stated that after enduring venom for more than 100 seconds she has been rewarded with adaptive poison immunity. Zoyu opened her mouth in surprise. She said that she was now immune to the poison. Cerberus screamed heart-rendingly. The girl could not understand what was happening. One of the dog's heads fell right in front of her. Kyo came out of the monster's mouth. He thought that it was good that he jammed his green dragon crescent blade into the monster's mouth, otherwise he would have been eaten. Kyo extended his hand to Zoyu and said that now was their chance to run to the gate. Cerberus screamed menacingly, seeing them running towards the gates. The main character held the girl's hand and ran. He thought that he hoped that he could return his blade. The characters walked through the gate. They stood in front of the river. A voice congratulated them on completing their first task. The voice said that the second task was to overcome the Akron River and protect the cross from being lost. Kyo stood on the shore and said that a boat was approaching them. The boat with the ferryman stopped at the shore. The man said his name was Charon. He asked them if they wanted to swim across the Akron River. Smiling, he said that for this they had to pay the fare. Kyo reached into his inner pocket and asked if it was just money. He handed him the money and asked him to carry it across the river. Charon said that the honored guest could board the boat. The ghosts heard this. They said that they needed to get on the boat. The souls of the dead fled to the boat. Charon said disgruntledly that they were a bunch of beggars. He destroyed the ghosts with one blow and said that they did not deserve to be on his boat. Charon guided the boat across the river. Kyo asked him why the souls of the dead did not swim across the river on their own. He replied that it was the Akron River and he could stretch his hand out of the boat to understand why. The main character extended his hand in front of him, and the water began to bubble near him. He got scared. Someone's hands rose from the water. He watched as many hands tried to reach him. Kyo shouted out asking what it was. Charon replied that they were the ones who tried to cross the river and failed. He continued to say that they were now doomed to spend eternity sinking in the dark, icy waters. With an ominous face, he said that everything that ended up in the Akron River would be dragged down by them and become one of them. Charon waved his oar and said that the two of them would also go to the bottom of the Akron River. The man shouted displeasedly that they were alive, not dead, and had deceived him by using money from the world of the living. He shouted and hit Kyo with his oar. The main character began to fall into the river. Zoyu shouted his name. The first sensation Kyo felt upon touching the Akron River was that it was cold, dark, and rotten. Many hands reached out to him. Hands tried to grab the frightened protagonist. Someone managed to grab his hand. Zoyu held Kyo's hand and tried to pull him out of the river. Behind her was Charon. He said that the girl could go down too. The red light stopped the man. Kyo used his corpse ancestor's ring. He jumped back onto the boat. The main character landed in front of the enemy and swung his fist. He hit Charon in the chest. The man went flying and hit his back on the boat. Kyo thought that the man was very weak. Charon lay with a hole in his chest and said that they were facing judgment for sneaking into the underworld while alive and killing the ferryman. The main character swore and kicked the man. He fell into the river. He was seized by many dead hands. Zoyu approached the main character. She asked if killing Charon would be a problem. He replied that it was just a dungeon so they could clear it. The characters sailed to the other side of the river. The boat ended up on the shore. Kyo noticed other people. In front of him was Charon, an unknown man and woman. The main characters were surprised. They asked why Charon was not dead. The man with the mustache crossed his arms and said that it was another Charon. He said that from what they said, they killed the ferryman. Kyo replied with a serious face that they had no choice because Charon tried to push them into the river. He thought that the D-rank dungeon should have mostly mid-level players. The mustachioed man said that they fell into Charon's trap. He said that killing the ferryman meant that they would have a harder time in the first hell of the underworld. Kyo began to ask him about what the first hell means. He replied that they were strangers, so he did not want to tell him. The man saw Zoyu. He approached her and said that he felt a connection with her and was ready to tell her everything. The man began to explain that in the first hell there was a judgment on the sins of those who entered it. He said that since they killed Charon, they would definitely be sent to hell to suffer. He smiled proudly and clenched his hand into a fist. He said that the girl had nothing to worry about because if they were with him, nothing would happen because he had already completed this dungeon several times. Zoyu asked him with a smile why he completed one dungeon several times, because the reward was given only the first time. The man put his hands on his hips and said that his name was Wang Dafu and he was a hired dungeon guide. Kyo looked at him and the woman and thought that Wang Dafu made money by guiding players through dungeons. He thought that the woman must have been his client. The man said that the girl was his client. He invited Zoyu to join them. The woman said with displeasure that Wang Dafu was too nice to them when she was the one who paid him. He also answered dissatisfiedly that he should only have led her through the dungeon, and not kept her happy. He offered her to return the money so that she could go through the dungeon alone. The blue-haired woman said displeasedly that they should finally move on. Wang Dafu told Zoyu to follow them. Zoyu asked Kyo what they should do, and he replied that they should follow them for now. The characters found themselves in the first Hell's Judgment Hall. Wang Dafu walked with his arms crossed on his chest and said that Judgment Hall was quite a sight. He told them to be quiet once they got inside. The man opened the gate. A man sat on a throne in front of the characters. Zoyu began to say something in surprise. The man hit the hammer and ordered her to remain silent. He said that his name was Yinyu and he was the judge of the first hell. He opened the book and said that the time had come to judge their sins. Wang Dafu turned to the group behind him, telling them to watch carefully and do the same as him. He bowed, holding the blue crystal in his hand, and told the judge his name. Wang Dafu said that he has not committed a crime in life, and he asked Judge Yinyu to see this clearly. The judge opened a book in front of him, which glowed purple. Rays of light from the book illuminated Wang Dafu. He squeezed the crystal in his hand. Yinyu said he has no record of his criminal history and is therefore declaring him not guilty. The judge called the next person. Wang Dafu handed the crystal to his client, saying that all she had to do was say that she was innocent, just like he had done. A purple light shone on her and the judge said she was innocent. Wang Dafu smiled slyly, telling the protagonist that this item could only be used one more time, and he would not be able to help him after that. He said that Zuoyu could use this item if she agreed to join him. She looked at him sternly and said that she did not need his help. The judge called the next one. Kaiou put his fist to his heart and said that he had no choice before, but now he wants to be a good person. Wang Dafu crossed his arms and said mockingly that he would definitely burn several offerings for him next year. He thought that he had killed the ferryman, and that was enough to send him to hell. The judge opened the book, looking for the protagonist's name. He shouted in rage that he absolutely could not accept what a sinner the main character was. Yinyu began listing his sins, revealing that his first sin was disrespecting the remnants of the fallen. The second sin of the main character is the violation of their peaceful existence. His third sin is cruel abuse of small animals. The fourth sin of the main character is the desecration of corpses. Wang Dafu thought that this child was some kind of monster. The judge shouted out that his fifth and most serious sin was that he killed one of the heads of Cerberus, as well as killing the ferryman Charon. Yinyu extended his hand towards the protagonist, saying that for someone who craves violence, there is an ideal place. He sentenced the main character to go to the first valley of the seventh hell, the blood pool. Bloody red energy began to swirl around the protagonist. The judge said he would suffer for eternity in this boiling sea of blood. The protagonist jumped, and skeletons appeared under his feet covered in blood, stretching their arms in his direction. The judge told sinner Kaiou to fall into the blood pool so that the boiling sea of blood would burn his skin, melt his flesh, and cleanse him of his sins. He chuckled in surprise and a red light lit up his face. The system window reported Corpse Ancestor's ring. The main character flew out of the pool of blood below him, approaching the judge. He swung his fist, from which green energy emanated. Kaiou asked if this NPC really thinks that he is really the judge of the afterlife. He shouted that he now had one more sin to add to his list. The main character said that this sin is attacking a judge. After saying this, he hit Yinyu on the head with his fist. A beam of green energy followed the blow of his hand, and the judge was thrown towards the wall. Wang Dafu looked at this in shock, mentally thinking about how this brat dared to attack the judge. He remembered his sins, and thought that the main character actually had the courage to do this. The judge stood up, grinning. He said it had been many years since anyone had been brave enough to attack a judge. Yinyu extended his hand, in which energy began to form. He held out the spear he had created, emitting violet energy. The judge shouted that he was condemning the main character to eternal torment in hell. He ran towards him, and his spear flew after him. Yinyu hit the ground, and the protagonist jumped away from the impact. The judge said, looking at the landing protagonist, that he stole his speed. Kaiou smiled, saying that his agility was quite useful. The judge jumped into the air, spear in hand. After that, he brought down the spear at the place where the main character stood. Kaiou sank to the ground. Wang Dafu clenched his hand into a fist, saying that the main character would get hurt. His client asked if he had dodged it. The main character held his hand to his chest, thinking that he did not expect that only the shockwave would hurt him so much, because his current defense is a solid 500, and if he still only had 6 defense points, he would have died. A girl with blonde hair curled into a drill told him to be careful, because the weapon in the hands of this enemy has the effect of piercing armor. The protagonist asked her if she could fight. She replied that no, since she is the boss of the Mechanical Empress Kingdom, so she cannot operate in another dungeon. But she can teach him one skill. The protagonist said that he could not use skills, and the system window above him showed that his mental state was 0. The girl with blonde hair told him not to worry because her heart was inside him. The judge raised his hand, the spear levitated above him, and he told the main character to redeem himself. The violet energy emanating from him swirled around the protagonist. The protagonist closed his eye, thinking about how powerful this energy was. The freckled woman told Wang Dafu that he should help the main character, because if he dies, they will die next. Wang Dafu put his hand to his chin and told her that there was no need to rush, and suggested that she wait a little longer. The protagonist jumped into the air, flying through the purple energy. Zuoyu shouted Kaiou's name in alarm. Wang Dafu crossed his arms and asked if the main character attacked first. That meant he had some other trick up his sleeve. Yinyu struck with purple energy. Wang Dafu said that he might still have to fight. His eyes widened in surprise and he said to wait. The main character took the shaft of the spear that was pierced into his chest. He threw the spear back at the judge. A purple aura emanated from the main character's body and he sank to the floor. Yin Yu lies against the wall with a spear stuck into his chest. Wang Dafu asked in a state of surprise as the protagonist's strength increased incredibly in an instant. A girl with blonde hair asked the main character about how this skill works on him. Kaio Yu held his hand to the bleeding wound in his stomach and he told her that it works very well, but this skill is sure to drain. The protagonist smiled, with blood near his mouth. The system window reported the skill Wrath of the Mechanical Empress, which, when wounded, allows him to enter Berserk mode, and for every 1% HP lost, increase attack, defense, and speed by 0.5%. The system window also reported that if you stay in this mode for too long, you can activate mysterious side effects. The main character clenched his hand into a fist, and then said that this feeling was wonderful and this skill was perfect for him. The judge stood up, taking the spear stuck into him with his hand, and said that this was really interesting. The system window reminded him that he had one of the coldest hearts in the world. Yin Yu pulled the spear out of his body and admiringly told the main character that he managed to wound him. The judge raised his hand above his spear, using the 8-directional nether halberd skill. The protagonist swung his fists, which were wearing mechanical knuckles. He punched the spear that the judge had thrown. The judge shouted that he was setting the power to maximum. Violet energy from him rushed towards the spear, knocking the protagonist off his feet. Zuo Yu gritted her teeth as she watched their battle. She thought about how she was to blame for this since she was so useless. She was a tank and her job should be to stop attacks. The main character blocked the tip of the spear with his weapon. Yin Yu told Kaio Yu that as judge of the netherworld, he sentenced him to death. Black smoke appeared at the site of his attack. Zuo Yu shouted the main character's name. White smoke obscured the view of the main character lying on the destroyed floor. The system window reported that his mechanical knuckles were destroyed. The judge stood over the body of the protagonist. Zuo Yu trembled, thinking about why she was so useless. Yin Yu turned to her with blue flames burning and he said that it was her turn now. He looked down upon hearing the protagonist's voice. Kaio Yu stood up, emitting white, black, and purple energy. He said the judge had destroyed all his equipment, so if he didn't get something good out of it, he wasn't going to let it pass without consequences. His eyes also emit violet energy, and the system window reported that Berserk mode had been activated. The judge raised his spear into the air and called him a fool, after which he asked if the protagonist really thought that if he managed to rise, he could change anything. He threw the spear at the main character again. Kaio Yu caught the spear with his left hand. After that, he jumped behind the judge, raising his fist to strike. The protagonist hit him, sending him crashing to the ground. He opened his hand and ran towards his enemy. The main character punched a hole in the judge's body with a blow of his fist. Wang Dafu stood with his hands clenched into fists near his stomach. He thought that the main character was ruthless and he was glad that he didn't have to fight him. Blue energy gathered inside the judge. He asked how it was possible that he was dying at the hands of a criminal. The energy formed a blue sphere. The protagonist fell to the floor, breaking the ground at the point of impact. Wang Dafu laughed, saying that Qiu is truly incredible. To the left of the main character was a blue sphere. Wang Dafu looked to the side, saying that the main character was seriously injured, so he should hurry up and heal himself. Violet energy flew near his head. Kaio Yu said that if he comes even closer to this soul core, then that will happen to him. Wang Dafu laughed and said that he thought the main character was injured and he just wanted to help. He agreed that he could touch the soul core himself. The main character noticed a tattoo under Wang Dafu's torn sleeve. The main character thought that this was a Bei's tattoo. There is blue energy emanating from Wang Dafu, and the main character thought about the connection between him and Bei's and whether it was a coincidence or whether he came here on purpose. Kaio Yu thought that bringing Zuo Yu to this pseudo-underworld dungeon was a last-minute decision, and if Wang Dafu really works for Bei's, then Bei's intel network is terrifying. Zuo Yu asked the kneeling protagonist if he was okay. He replied that he was fine, but he was wondering what kind of good loot they would get from the judge's soul core. Kaio Yu extended his hand towards the blue sphere. The system window reported receiving an equipment upgrade stone, which can upgrade any equipment to B rank and adds a special enchantment. The main character shouted angrily, holding the stone in his hand, that he did not know what he should do with it because he needed weapons and he also needed a shield. The system window announced the completion of Quest 3 and the addition of a new quest. Client Wang Dafu asked if they had received a message about the new quest, just like she had. Wang Dafu, putting the cloak on his shoulders, told everyone that it was time to go. The main character walked with his hands in his pockets, and the others followed him. The system window reported that Quest 4 was that they would have to go through the hell before them, reach the Temple of Hades, and protect the cross from being lost. Wang Dafu told the others that it was Gluttony Hell. The sky in front of them was red, and chains hung from nails stuck into the ground. Wang Dafu turned back and said that people who were insatiable in life would end up in this hell, but this should not be a problem for them. They just had to be careful about the hellhound guarding this place. Zuoyu asked if the hellhound should protect the gates of hell and why it would be in Gluttony Hell. Wang Dafu turned to her and sneered, saying that the gates of hell are this dog's workplace and Gluttony Hell is his resting place. He said that Cerberus is not interested in the living, so as long as they don't wake him up, there shouldn't be any danger here. The main character raised his head up, noticing something. There were 6 red eyes burning in the red sky. Wang Dafu told them to run away as Cerberus was not sleeping. The hellhound jumped at the fleeing group of people. It swung its red paw at Kaiou and Wang Dafu, who were running away from it. The latter said that he did not understand what was happening, because he had been here so many times and this creature had never attacked a living person. The main character looked at it and said that he didn't expect this either, since he only killed one of its heads and now it hates him. Wang Dafu asked in horror if the main character was crazy. Kaiou turned around and stopped running, telling Zuoyu to continue running. She asked what he was going to do. The main character said that he still has something that he needs to take from this monster. Zuoyu looked back and said that she would be waiting for him ahead. Cerberus runs up to the main character. He clenched his hand into a fist. After this, the main character hit himself in the chest, causing waves of purple energy. His mouth began to bleed again and the same energy began to emanate from him. He said it was time for them to settle the score with what happened earlier. The hellhound opened its mouth at the main character. He hit her jaw with his fist. The main character jumped out of his seat. He jumped and hit the hellhound multiple times before landing on the ground. Cerberus began to form green energy inside its mouths. The protagonist looked sternly at his enemy and asked how he was so durable. Cerberus spat green poison onto the ground. The main character was losing his health due to the liquid that got on him, and he said that he couldn't believe it. His face has darkened and purple lightning is emanating from his eye. Kaiou asked if he couldn't kill one dog. He waved his right hand to the side. After that, he grabbed the chain link with his hand. The main character ran, twisting the chain around the hellhound. He stopped, tightening the chain tightly around the monster's body. The head of Cerberus, with a chain in its mouth, pulled the chain towards itself. The protagonist, still holding onto the chain, flew into the air. After that, his body collapsed to the ground, leaving cracks in the wall and floor. The hellhound swung its head again, bringing down the pillars with the chain and the protagonist still holding onto it. Kaiou grabbed the chain with both hands and angrily told Cerberus to come towards him. Cerberus swung the chain again, destroying the columns, and the protagonist told him to stop. The main character clenched his hand into a fist and raised it to strike. He slammed his hand, emitting blue energy, onto the beast's face. After that, he tightened the chain around the hellhound's neck. It raised its head up and growled. The hellhound ran forward, with the protagonist still holding onto the chain around the monster's neck. He stood on the body of the hellhound and asked what was wrong with the dog and if it had gone mad. The rest of the group stopped and Wang Dafu announced that they were safe here. He crossed his arms and smiled smugly, after which he told Zuoyu not to worry because the main character was most likely already inside that dog's belly. He said that if she was sad, then his broad shoulders were always available to her. She told him to shut up, and a dark silhouette appeared in front of them, emitting a red aura. Zuoyu turned in that direction and asked if it was Kaiou. The hellhound with the protagonist on it ran towards the group. Wang Dafu and Zuoyu scattered to the sides and Cerberus ran past them. Wang Dafu asked what kind of technique this was. Zuoyu asked if Kaiou was okay. At this, the protagonist turned around, saying that he was fine and was just walking the dog. Wang Dafu said tensely, looking after the main character, that the hellhound was carrying him to the 7th hell. The hellhound jumped over the lava lake. It landed, scattering rocks beneath it. The protagonist was standing in front of an ornate building, and he asked where he ended up. The red diamond on the ground lit up red. Cerberus began to emit a red aura stronger than usual, and the rocks behind the monster also glowed red. It tensed and broke the chains, throwing the protagonist off of him. The hellhound fired a red beam at the protagonist, who was falling down. The main character fell into the stones, breaking them with his body. Kaiou said, looking at his enemy, that he didn't think that Cerberus had cheat skills either. The hellhound opened its mouth, inside which lay the protagonist's weapon. He noticed the blade inside. The monster raised its head up. The hellhound's head was bent at an odd angle, pierced by many red spikes. The protagonist jumped, making a cut on the monster's body with his glaive. The hellhound fell dead, and the protagonist said that it was bad that it swallowed him once, but if it dared to try it a second time, then it had signed its own death warrant. The monster was lying on the ground. The protagonist thought about it, trying to understand why the message about killing the monster had not yet appeared. He came to the conclusion that the hellhound was immortal. Cerberus raised their heads up, opening their mouths. The main character thought that he needed to cut off all 3 heads of the hellhound. He released a purple aura from his body, telling the monster to die. Kaiou then invited the Hellhound to try his blade, striking many blows at the monster's body. He hovered in the air above Cerberus, holding his glaive with both hands, after which he cut off the head of the Hellhound. Wang Dafu, his client, and Zuoyu cover themselves with their hands from the shockwave created by the main character. Wang Dafu thought that it was no surprise that the boss was interested in this guy, since he clearly knew how to surprise people. The severed head flew up. The main character thought that he needed to finish with the monster before the head came to life again. He jumped towards the monster's left head. With one swing of his glaive, the main character cut off the head of the Hellhound. He looked at the last head while in the air above the monster. Cerberus growled at the protagonist. The main character approached the last head, holding a glaive from which lightning emanated. There was an explosion. Kaiou stood on the ground in front of the defeated monster. The system window reported that he killed the epic monster Cerberus, and he receives free attribute points and experience plus 145 as a reward. It also notified that the level had been successfully upgraded. Blue energy flowed into the weapon in the protagonist's hand. The system window reported that weapons had been upgraded. The main character raised a glaive from which golden lightning emanated. The system window reported that this item is called Golden Dragon Crescent Blade. This item has the ability to automatically activate another attack with increased damage if the player's attack is blocked. In addition, this item has a buff that increases damage against creatures of the opposite gender by 20%. Kaiou asked if this weapon could really level up. Zuoyu and the others ran up to the main character. She asked if the main character was okay. The main character smiled and put his hands in his pockets, telling her that he was fine and it was just a dog, nothing complicated. Behind him was a red sphere. Wang Dafu thought that Kaiou was actually able to kill Cerberus. The protagonist raised his hand to the sphere. The system window told him that this is a soul-stealing great recovery pill, and this item increases all stats by 100 points for 10 minutes, and after using intelligence drops by 10%. The protagonist happily looked at the item in his hand, thinking about how good it was, and this side effect had little effect on him. Wang Dafu put his hand to his chin and asked if the main character was grinning like that because he received something good. The protagonist hid the item, telling him that it was just a trash item, while thinking that if Wang Dafu really worked for Baze, then this wonderful recovery pill might surprise him greatly. Zuoyu approached the main character, saying that she needed to tell him something. She told him that she asked Wang Dafu, and he replied that he had never seen the same cross before. The main character raised his hand to the cross on his neck. He asked if this meant that they were the only ones who encountered these crosses in this dungeon. The main character thought about what the meaning behind them might be. The system window announced the completion of the 4th quest and also that it would give them the ultimate quest. The cross on the protagonist's neck reached out to the cross on Zuoyu's neck. A column of blue light appeared between them. The system window said that they needed to place 2 crosses in the holes in the Temple of Hades and destroy the pseudo-underworld. They will need to escape before the pseudo-underworld collapses, otherwise they will be buried along with it. Wang Dafu asked, looking at them, what it was and what they did. Kaiou asked Wang Dafu to answer what the ultimate quest used to be. He replied to the main character that once you enter the Temple of Hades, the dungeon will be considered completed. The main character thought that he and Zuoyu did something that changed the dungeon. Customer Wang Dafu told them to move out as she didn't want to stay inside a second longer. Wang Dafu said as he walked towards the mountains that he had been here several times before, so he would take her to the Temple of Hades. The others followed him. Wang Dafu stood in front of the door, trying to open it. He said that this was strange, because previously this door opened with ease. Zuoyu told Kaiou to look at it. There were 2 holes in the shape of a cross on the wall. Wang Dafu said that this was not the case when he came here last time. The main character and Zuoyu put their hands on the cross on their neck. Kaiou said that the shape is similar to the shape of the crosses they have. They placed both crosses in the holes. The doors of the tower opened in front of the main character and his companions. He closed his eyes. Below him was a river of blood and many bones. Someone's silhouette stands on a mountain of bones. The main character asked who it was. The man on the mountain turned his head in his direction. Kaiou was scared. He and his companions are in a room in front of the body of a man in a white robe, lying in an open coffin. The main character was wondering if this was the same person he saw, and if this vision could be the scene before his death. Zuoyu asked if he was okay, and he said he was okay. The main character asked her if she had any strange visions just now, and she said that she had nothing like that. Kaiou thought that it might be that he was the only one who saw it. Wang Dafu asked anxiously what the hell is going on here, and there is no point. He said that he had been to this place so many times and it was always empty, and he didn't understand why this big coffin was there this time. The main character stood in front of a corpse in a coffin. Suddenly, the corpse opened all 3 of its eyes, which glow red. Kaiou said in surprise that it had risen from the dead. A blue glow appeared from the coffin. The former corpse flew towards the main character. He covered himself with his hand. The man from the coffin flew through the main character and the system window congratulated him on receiving the seed of Hades. The white man's body disappeared, and the system window reported that this was an S-rank item with no special effects at the moment. The main character looked back, thinking about it. Zuoyu shouted his name. Kaiou sat by the column. He asked what happened to him, and Zuoyu replied that as soon as he touched the crystal coffin, he froze and did not answer no matter how many times they called him. The protagonist thought that this vision could have been created especially for him by that person. They looked in surprise at the empty coffin. The system window reported that if you lie in this coffin, you may lose the ability to move, but the corpse will never rot. Wang Dafu said that he suspects that this is the coffin of Hades, and there is a legend that one can enter the real underworld from the pseudo-underworld dungeon, and it seems that this legend may be true. He said that, according to legend, the real underworld is terrifying, it is almost guaranteed death. The main character asked him why go there if it was so dangerous. Wang Dafu crossed his arms and said that they are going there for the legacy of Hades, otherwise there is no point in going to such a dull place. The protagonist wondered if Hades' legacy had anything in common with the seed of Hades he had just received. Wang Dafu pointed his finger at 2 more holes for crosses under the coffin. The main character and Zuoyu took crosses in their hands. They inserted them into the holes. The dungeon began to tremble, and Wang Dafu's client asked what was happening. The system notified the main character that they had completed the ultimate quest and the dungeon would collapse in 10 minutes, so he should leave immediately. The system window reported that Kaiou has received an A rating, and Zuoyu has received an A rating, and rewards will be given to them based on the player's ratings. The main character receives 200 EXP, 20 free attribute points, C-rank equipment Staff of Wisdom as a reward. Zuoyu happily said that she received a shield as a reward. The protagonist told her that this place was being destroyed quickly, so they should leave here. Wang Dafu asked them what happened and what they did. He shouted that this dungeon was his livelihood, and they destroyed it, which means he will not allow them to leave. The main character suggested that he deal with this after they get out, otherwise they will all be buried here. Wang Dafu asked what difference does it make if he survives or not if he has nothing to earn money from. His client screamed that if he wanted to die, he should not take her to the grave with him. He kicked her in the stomach, saying that this annoying woman had been in his way all the way here. She flew towards the column. The main character asked if he was stopping them not because of the dungeon. Wang Dafu asked if he thought he had any other reason for this. Kaiou said that this was the case, and Wang Dafu asked him to tell him the reason. The main character said that it was because Wang Dafu worked for Base. He grinned and said that it was no wonder why the boss wanted to catch him. He said that the main character was really incredible because he was so good at hiding, but Kaiou still figured it out. Wang Dafu asked to tell when the main character began to suspect him for the first time. The main character pointed his finger at him and said that this happened when he saw his tattoo. Wang Dafu asked in bewilderment if that was all, and the main character confirmed that this was so. He threw crosses at Wang Dafu's feet and then asked if this was also Bei's tricks. A dark aura began to appear around Wang Dafu, who said that since the main character is so intelligent, he should also understand that he cannot escape today. Kaiou said that he had another question. Why did they decide to destroy the dungeon if their goal was to capture him? Wang Dafu smiled as he said that destroying the dungeon would ensure that the underworld would not be able to track it. He spread his arms, saying that once the main character disappeared, Jai Pingyang would use all his resources to find him, but if this dungeon was destroyed, they would never be able to track him down. The main character said that he understood, but he wondered why Wang Dafu was so confident that he could catch them, being so weak. Wang Dafu said while emitting dark energy that the protagonist shouldn't worry about it. He hit the protagonist in the chest. The main character thought that Wang Dafu was so fast that even Corpse Ancestor's ring could not track his movements. Wang Dafu appeared behind the main character, asking if this is all he can do. Zuoyu blocked the attack with her shield, telling Kaiou to be careful. Wang Dafu removed his hand from the shield, realizing that the shield was a rank. He said that her luck was incredible, because she cleared the D-rank dungeon and received the A-rank shield, but soon it would belong to him. Zuoyu said that they would see how he liked his own tricks. She thought that this time she wouldn't stand behind the main character, being a useless piece of trash. She pushed Wang Dafu away with her shield. He stopped his flight, landing on the ground. The main character was thinking that he didn't know that Zuoyu was so strong. She screamed, provoking Wang Dafu. He laughed as he created a purple weapon in his hand. Wang Dafu asked if they really thought they could resist him. He ran towards Zuoyu, saying that he will see how she blocks it. She realized that he was an assassin. Wang Dafu appeared behind Zuoyu, telling her not to blame him for not being sympathetic to her since she was so determined in her desire to protect the protagonist. He swung his weapon at her multiple times. Kyo-yu looked at what was happening anxiously. He ate a soul-stealing great recovery pill. After this, the main character hit himself in the chest, activating the Wrath of the Mechanical Empress skill. He ended up behind Wang Dafu, raising his hand to strike. Kyo-yu hit him, and Wang Dafu flew towards the wall. The main character turned to see if Zuo-yu was okay, and she held her bleeding hand and said that she was okay. She raised her head up and told the main character to be careful. After that, she blocked Wang Dafu's attack with her shield. Blood flew out of Zuo-yu's mouth. The main character hit the shield, knocking Wang Dafu away. He landed on the ground, surrounded by a burgundy aura. The main character said that Zuo-yu is injured and should rest. A staff of wisdom appeared in his hand. A golden aura surrounded the body of the main character, holding a spear and a staff. He told her to leave everything to him. Wang Dafu asked the main character what was wrong with his appearance and whether he was a necromancer. The main character jumped up, shouting ambush, after which he swung the weapon in his right hand, but Wang Dafu dodged it. Wang Dafu asked if the main character, being a necromancer, wanted to sneak attack the assassin, and the main character asked what was wrong with being a necromancer. He used the Dragon Roar Slash skill. Then he swung his weapon, hitting Wang Dafu. He stood holding the sword in front of him and trying to understand what was happening. Wang Dafu realized that his speed and strength had increased. The main character sent Wang Dafu flying with his golden attack. Wang Dafu was thinking that necromancers must have the weakest bodies in the underworld, and he doesn't understand how this kid can deliver such heavy attacks. Kyo-yu held the spear and thought that with his skills, equipment, and great recovery pill effect, he would be able to suppress Wang Dafu if he continued stacking Dragon Roar Slash. Wang Dafu glowed red and he said that he didn't understand what was going on here. The main character jumped on Wang Dafu, who realized that his speed was decreasing and he would not be able to dodge. He put his sword in front of the protagonist's spear. Wang Dafu thought that the attacks were also getting heavier. Kyo-yu shouted Dragon Roar Slash. He launched an attack from his golden-colored sparkling weapon at Wang Dafu's sword. The protagonist used the Dragon Roar Slash skill 3 times in a row, and Wang Dafu's sword became covered in cracks, blocking each of the protagonist's attacks. Kyo-yu used this skill again, and Wang Dafu's sword broke. He asked the protagonist to wait, while at the same time thinking that he would never have thought that he would be pushed aside so much by a low-grade necromancer. Wang Dafu asked if the protagonist wants to know about Baze, or find out about his parents, because if he kills him, he will never be able to find out. Kyo-yu ran up to him, holding a weapon that gave off an aura similar to a dragon. Wang Dafu, in desperation, asked the protagonist to think carefully about this, because if he killed him, he would lose his best chance to get this information. He said that Baze had spies in the underworld, but the protagonist lowered his spear down, and a golden dragon created from energy fell to the ground. Wang Dafu, cut into 2 halves, said that Baze would never let him go because the protagonist dared to kill him. Kyo-yu stood in front of the hole in the ground left by his strike. He shouted angrily, why didn't Wang Dafu tell him this earlier? This skill couldn't stop once it was activated. The main character heard laughter behind him. Wang Dafu's customer said that he was really useless and she didn't know why the boss trusted him. She held Zuo-yu's hand and put a knife to her neck. The main character asked if she was also in league with Baze. The woman waved the dagger aside, saying that it was so, and asked if he was surprised. She said they had met before and then cupped her cheek. The woman took off her face and threw it aside. The protagonist recognized her. A woman in a black cloak and blue hair stood in front of him, and the protagonist asked if she was Hyusai. She said she didn't expect the main character to remember her. Kyo-yu smiled, saying that he certainly remembered her, and he asked Hyusai to let his friend go, and after that they could talk in private. She laughed and asked if he was a fool if he thought that was possible. Hyusai said that she had to admit that he was quite impressive. Last time he managed to help all the students escape, but how does he plan to escape this time? The main character thought that his strength had increased significantly compared to what it was before, and do not forget that the effect of the pill had not yet ended. She said that if the protagonist wants to fight, he should think carefully first. She opened a status window showing her name, her class as Shadow Assassin, and her high stage level LV35. Kyo-yu looked at her blankly, thinking that she was showing him her characteristics on purpose, and he didn't know how he could even defeat her, because even with 10 pills, he wouldn't have a chance against her. Hyusai waved the knife, asking if the protagonist had given up yet. She put a knife to Zuo-yu's neck and said that if he obediently followed her, she might just let bygones be bygones. The dungeon began to collapse. The main character threw up his weapon and said that he had no choice but to accept his fate. He approached Hyusai and asked why Baze would go so far, even destroying a D-rank dungeon, just to catch someone like him. Hyusai replied that he is not any ordinary player. She waved her hands, telling him that he was definitely worth the effort because he was an early-stage necromancer, capable of killing mid-stage players. She told him that once he saw the greatness of the Baze, he would join them without hesitation. Kaiou thought that he had only seen similar fanaticism in men from Mechanical Empress realm. He mentally asked the Empress to appear right now because if she did not appear, he would die. The main character approaches Huasai, taking out an item from his inventory. Huasai waved her knife hand, saying that she would show him the greatness of Baze. The main character swung the weapon he was taking out of his inventory and shouted at her to make her move. Zuoyu waved her hands, pushing Huasai away. Kaiou swung his weapon, but Huasai dodged his attack. Her dagger, which glows purple, gives off a dark aura, and she said that if he wants to fight, she will simply break his limbs and drag him along with her. After saying this, Huasai hit the shield put up by Zuoyu. Huasai said that he is quite popular among the ladies. She then kicked Zuoyu, knocking her down. She flew to the side, and the protagonist ran towards Huasai. She started swinging her weapon, thinking that if he could do Dragon Roar Slash 100 times or 1,000 times, then he would have a chance against her. Huasai dodged all of his attacks. Crouching after another attack from the protagonist, she swung her dagger. Huasai plunged her weapon into his hand. The main character rolled to the side. Satisfied, Huasai raised the dagger up and said that she had finished with one limb and there were 4 more left. Kaiou held his injured arm and asked her if she could finish on the 4th limb without touching the 5th. Huasai said that she would think about it. After that, she ran in a zigzag towards the protagonist and struck his other arm, leaving a purple trail behind her. The main character thought, looking at his wounded hand, that his defense was useless against it, because it was moving so fast that he didn't even have time to react. Huasai ran behind the protagonist. After that, she made many cuts on his body. She left the dagger in his back, and the main character fell to the ground. Huasai asked Kaiou why he was making this so difficult for himself. She pulled out a dagger and asked if it wouldn't be easier if he decided to cooperate with her right away. She kicked him in the stomach. Kicked, the protagonist flew towards the coffin. He went straight inside the coffin. Kaiou realized that there was some strange force inside this coffin holding him back, and it was bad. He closed his eyes, feeling very sleepy. Huasai put her hand to her face, admiring the protagonist. She told him to sleep, and when he woke up they would reach their final destination. She looked to the side as she heard a voice telling her to get Kaiou out of there. Huasai looked at the blue aura emanating from Zuoyu and asked how this was possible. She said that on her shield were the lights of the underworld. Zuoyu stood shrouded in a blue aura, holding a shield with her right hand. There are blue flames coming from her right eye, and she told her to let the protagonist go. The main character looked at the blue waves of energy, wondering if it was Zuoyu, and also that he was very tired. Blue energy swirled around Zuoyu. Huasai jumped back, saying that these are indeed flames of the underworld. She said, looking at the shield in her hand, that it couldn't be an rank shield, otherwise it couldn't contain flames of the underworld. The main character found himself levitating in the void, screaming if Zuoyu was okay and asking what was going on. He was thinking about how Zuoyu, being an early stage player, could fight equally against Huasai. Huasai is holding her hand, her cloak is burnt. She called Zuoyu a crazy woman. A blue flame reflected in her eye. The main character shouted Zuoyu's name, asking where she was and asking her not to scare him. He screamed her name, keeping his eyes closed. Zuoyu said, standing over the coffin, that she was here. The protagonist asked what happened to Huasai and if she ran away. Zuoyu told him that she had run away. The main character said that then they should leave here because the dungeon will soon collapse. Zuoyu put her hand on his head. She asked him for forgiveness for not being able to leave with him. She once again asked for his forgiveness, holding her hand glowing blue on his forehead. Kaiou told her not to cry, but to pull him out of the coffin, and he also asked what was happening. She kissed his forehead. Tears ran down her cheeks. Zuoyu, crying, said that she had been quietly watching him for a long time, and she had so many things that she wanted to tell him, but she did not have time since this dungeon would collapse soon. She said she would send him from here. The main character screamed, asking her to tell him what was wrong. Blue energy descended like lightning rays. It formed a protective dome around the main character. His body flew out of the coffin. Flying towards the blue portal, he asked Zuoyu where she was. Zuoyu stood shrouded in blue flames. Black tattoos appeared on her body. She smiled at him, blushing as she did so. The main character found himself halfway in the portal, with his hand extended towards Zuoyu. He wondered why it all ended this way. Before going all the way through the portal, he shouted her name one more time. Zuoyu said that Kaiou is worth living a good life. The main character was lying in a hospital room. Ma Fei asked if he really wasn't going to tell Kaiou about this because it would be very unfair to him. Yang Xiangdi asked him in response if Ma Fei thought he wanted this. He reported that the doctor said that you could not bear any more shocks. In addition, the dungeon collapsed. The main character opened his eyes and saw his blurry comrades. He stood up and then put his hand to his ear, saying that his head hurt. Xiangdi told him that everything was fine and they just drank too much yesterday, after which he hit his head on a street lamp while running. Kaiou said that he felt that the fat guy was lying to him and he couldn't be so carefree. Yang Xiangdi pushed Ma Fei with his hand and told the main character that if he didn't believe him, he could ask Ma Fei. He confirmed his words. The main character grabbed his head with his hand, thinking that something is wrong here, and he feels that he is forgetting something very important. In the middle of the night, a light was burning in a dark castle. Baze stood in front of Huasai, telling her that she was given a second chance, but she failed again. She sat on her knees in front of him, saying that this time it was an accident, because that woman was too strange and she really lit the lights of the underworld. Huasai fearfully prayed to her lord to give her another chance, and she told him that she would definitely succeed next time. Baze looked at her with his eye glowing purple. The main character, lying in bed, looked at his characteristics. He thought that his level suddenly increased, his stats increased slightly, and even the green dragon crescent blade turned into the golden dragon crescent blade. Kaiou looked out the window, thinking that he felt that he was missing out on some important memories, and there was something or someone very important that he had forgotten. A man in a white raincoat and with a bag of apples came to the main character's room. He said that he heard that the main character was assigned to the hospital. The main character said that this is senior brother Long Xiang. The man put the package on the nightstand, and the main character asked if he needed anything. Long Xiang sat down by the bed and then asked if Kaiou had heard about the global underworld combat tournament for universities. The main character asked if this event was not for 3rd and 4th year students. Long Xiang said that this great event is held every 4 years, with the participation of the Eastern and Western alliances. He said that this is the biggest tournament ever and it is the biggest arena for young talents to show their skills. If they can perform well, the rewards will be endless. He said that last year's champion even received an S-rank piece of equipment. Long Xiang said that this tournament will be held in 9 months. The main character asked if he was really inviting him to take part in the tournament, to which his interlocutor replied that he was going to invite him to go through the dungeon with him. Long Xiang said that only those who complete this dungeon can participate in the tournament. He stood up from the sofa and said that since the main character was injured, he would not force him, but if he managed to interest him, then the main character could find him later. Having said this, he left the room. The protagonist looked after him, thinking that it looked like this guy wanted to set him up. The protagonist's friends ran into his room. Yang Xiangdi and Ma Fei were beaten badly, and the protagonist asked why there were 2 Xiangdi in front of him, to which he replied that it was Ma Fei. Kaiou asked him how he ended up in this state. Xiangdi said that he would tell the main character the whole truth. He didn't hit his head on the lantern, he was in the dungeon. No one knows what happened inside the dungeon, and when they found him, he was lying on the road. The main character got out of bed, asking what the dungeon was called, and Xiangdi told him that it was called Pseudo Underworld. The main character realized that he really had no memories of this dungeon. Ma Fei held his hand to the bruise on his cheek. Xiangdi said that he and Ma Fei tried to investigate what happened there, and they discovered that a guild called the Hunters Guild was also investigating this dungeon. They have a group of guides who make a living by helping others with dungeons. One of their members, Wang Dafu, also disappeared in this dungeon. The guild sent their leader, who demanded an explanation from them as to why they were investigating this pseudo-underworld. Ma Fei asked him why he should explain his reasons to him. Xiangdi said that his character was the reason for this beating, and their entire guild of about 100 people beat them up. The main character began to unbutton his shirt, saying that it was worth going to meet this guild. He was thinking that they took the beating because of him, so he couldn't just let these guys go. Xiangdi told the undressing protagonist that he should not go there because there were more than 100 members in that guild and there should be mid and high stage players there. Kaiou said that he does not believe this because the entire guild cannot consist of high stage players, so they can deal with the rest of the members. Ma Fei clenched his hand into a fist and his eyes lit up, and he said that he had never been so humiliated before. The main character put on his clothes. There are so many people standing near the Hunters Guild building. The guild members told their master Wang that those 2 guys dared to fight with him, and they should have realized that it was an honor for the master to talk to them, and they still tried to appear cool. Wang interrupted them, saying that those 2 idiots were nothing compared to their guild, so there was no need to brag about beating up the 2 nobodies. He said that it was more important to find where Wang Dafu was, and he wanted him to be found, no matter whether he was alive or dead. The sycophant said that he would see who dared to mess with their guild, even if they had to dig deep, they would find him. He asked his master if he needed protection, and he asked if he really thought that someone would come for him. Another guild member said that the master was right, and not everyone is as stupid as those 2 idiots. Wang told them to continue searching for Wang Dafu. He was walking down the street, and the protagonist and his friends came out to meet him. Wang said that these were the 2 punks they beat up earlier. He asked if they had decided to attract support this time, and said that they should understand who they were before thinking about revenge. Kaiou said that he would relent on him if he apologized now. Wang laughed with his hand on his chest, saying that he beat them and they should be grateful for that. He raised his finger up, saying that when he hits him, he better take the hit and be quiet since his father is the head of the Hunters Guild, so whatever he says is law. The main character pointed his finger at Hwang and told Ma Fei that this is how he should show off, and he still has a lot to learn. Ma Fei replied that this boasting was too forced, not at all as smooth as his. Hwang angrily said that this was enough, and then asked how he dared to humiliate him like that. The main character ran up to him, raising his hand to strike, and then said that he was going to beat him up. He slapped Hwang in the face, saying that he would make him fatter than Yang Xiangdi. Hwang fell next to the wall, saying that the main character was crazy and he couldn't believe that someone dared to attack him. Xiangdi asked Ma Fei, who crossed his arms over his chest, had this guy fried his brain with all his boasting. Hwang's eye glowed red and he said that they were corpses. He jumped into the air, holding the red hammer in his hand. Hwang told the protagonist to die, after which he brought down his hammer on the protagonist's spear. The main character thought that this young master was not weak. He knocked it away with a swing of his weapon. Hwang thought that this guy is a beginner, so why is he so strong? He used the Underworld Mire skill while raising his head up. Ma Fei used sword slash across eras, hitting Hwang's chest. He pressed his hand to his wounded chest. Hwang looked at the blood on his hand and then laughed. He asked if they knew that when he was 18 years old, while clearing a dungeon, a player ambushed him and injured him. Hwang put his hand to his face and said that after he came out of the dungeon, he sent people to catch him, after which he cut off his flesh piece by piece and forced him to eat it. He continued to say that this guy later went crazy and after that no one dared to hurt him. He put his hand on his hair and said that he would make sure of it, that he will take good care of them. The main character told him that instead of threatening them, he should think about how he would escape from here. Hwang swung his hammer, asking if he really thought that only the three of them could keep him here. He used the Blood Chaos Hammer skill. The protagonist jumped up, raising his spear to strike, and then said that he thought Hwang was the one with the hammer. He threw an overhead kick, but Hwang blocked it. Hwang's face darkened and he said while holding the hammer with both hands before saying that he had really underestimated him, and in that case, he would show him Hwang Ying's true power. He jumped away from where the ground split. Hwang Ying raised the hammer upward, and the red aura around him became even brighter. A red column of energy shot high into the sky. Xiangdi said that this is bad because he is calling for support. Hwang swung his hammer and used the Sandbind skill. He jumped and raised his hammer to attack the main character using the Blood Flooding Torrent skill. An explosion was heard at the impact site. The protagonist's friends shouted his name, worried about him. Standing in a cloud of smoke, Hwang said that this was impossible. He laughed, calling the main character a weakling. Kaio Yu appeared behind him, saying that it was his turn now. He hit him on the cheek with his spear. Hwang, losing consciousness, told him to wait because his father would have him skinned and dismembered. The main character put the spear on his shoulder. Ma Fei asked Kaio Yu what they should do with this guy, to which the main character said that it was obvious. He grabbed the body lying on the ground and ran, saying that the first thing they need to do is escape from here, because he caused so much noise that members of his guild would definitely show up here soon. The man stopped in front of a blood stain on the ground. There is a blue aura emanating from him, and he said that it is the scent of the young master's blood. The man shot a beam of blue energy along the street. In the Hunters Guild presidential office, a man stands in front of a desk. A man ran to him, saying that young Master Hwang had disappeared. The guild president asked who might be brave enough to do this. He told his subordinate to find who did this, and once they found out, he would rip off all their limbs. Hwang Ying, who was carried on the main character's shoulder, woke up, and Xiangdi told the main character about this. He said that he admits that they have skills, but they should let him go now, or they should prepare for endless retribution from their guild. The main character threw him to the ground, after which he said that he was now their prisoner, and he should behave well. Hwang Ying, lying on the ground, said that if his father discovered this, he would kill them all. Ma Fei clenched his hand into a fist and said that when his men were beating them, he didn't look so tough, and Xiangdi said the tables have turned. They ran up to the guy lying on the ground, saying that they had been waiting for this, and they would beat him up a little, thereby giving him a taste of what awaited him. A blue flash appeared between them. It hit the wall behind the young master, and Yingdi and Ma Fei dodged it. The main character turned around, asking who it was. There was a butler named Charles, holding in his hand a staff sparkling with lightning. Charles coughed, then said that they made this old man look everywhere they could. Hwang Ying shouted to him to quickly kill them all. Charles said that the young master should not worry about this because he would not let these three cunning villains escape. Yellow sparks appeared on his weapons and he said that they would suffer less if they surrendered now. Yingdi extended his hand with his staff forward, telling Charles to surrender himself, after which he used the earth explosion technique. There was an explosion in the place where Charles stands. The smoke cleared and the butler stood, untouched, holding his weapon in front of him. Xiangdi and Ma Fei looked at this in surprise. The protagonist thought that this old man is not high tier, but he is definitely close to it. Charles said that if they wanted to fight back, They couldn't blame him for making his move. Kyo Yu and Ma Fei ran to attack. Xiangdi used Earth Dragon Bullet. Charles cast a spell that made his staff glow. He raised his staff up. The main character and Ma Fei were frozen, unable to move. The earthen bullet rushed towards Charles. He used the golden holy sword skill, creating a golden sword from his staff. Charles cut through Xiangdi's magic and dealt several blows to the main character and his friend. Kyo Yu flew to the side. He thought that this power was terrifying, and with a single movement he was able to completely suppress them. Charles lowered his foot to the ground, saying that as beginners they were able to withstand one of his skills, so it was no surprise that they were able to defeat the young master of their guild. He told them that this was their end, and they should surrender now, because before him they were as weak as ants. Ma Fei was lying in a pile of stones. Xiangdi told the butler that he would soon see how weak they were. He also told Ma Fei that he is just pathetic and he is not even close to the main character, because when he received the same reception, he only moved away a little while Ma Fei flew away. He smiled, saying that with this level of power, he would never be able to reach Kyo Yu's level, and he doesn't know how people can be so different even though they are both human. He continues to call Ma Fei names for a long time, after which an explosion occurs. At the site of the explosion stands Ma Fei, from whom red energy emanates. Charles thought that he sensed a terrifying murderous intent from him. The system window reported that Ma Fei's ego had been destroyed and its damage had been increased by 10,000%. He told Xiangdi to stop talking nonsense and told him to watch him, Ma Fei, quickly kill him. He summoned the sword into his hand. Charles trembled, not understanding what was happening. Ma Fei used the sword slash across ears skill while flying towards the butler. Charles used a protective spell. Xiangdi used Fat Burn, asking if he was trying the same move again. He used the earth explosion technique, exploding the ground behind Charles. Ma Fei thrust his sword into Charles's shield. He used the protection spell again. Cracks appeared in the shield where the sword came into contact with the shield. Ma Fei pierced Charles' body with his sword. Butler's body flew into the wall. Weight loss. Xiangdi asked if the old man was dead, to which Ma Fei replied that he was not sure. The main character saw a circle of light in a cloud of smoke. He told them to be careful, then shielded them with his body from the two beams. Charles stood up, saying that he would kill them all. The main character thought that the old man looked like he was about to explode. He thought about what it reminded him of, after which he grabbed his head. Xiangdi asked if he was okay. The main character felt as if someone was protecting them all from harm all this time, but he cannot remember who it is. He flew away, not understanding why he couldn't remember. Xiangdi asked the flying protagonist if he was okay. He carried the main character on his shoulders and told Ma Fei that if they can't handle it, then they should run away, because this butler is terrifying. Ma Fei said that if he were as old as this butler, he would be as easy to kill as a dog. He saw that Xiangdi had already run away and shouted to them to wait for him. Ma Fei took the young master's hand and ran with him after his friends. Wang Ying asked where he was taking him and then asked Charles to save him. The butler ran after them, telling his master not to worry. He ran in the form of yellow energy, bouncing off the walls, intending to catch up with the protagonist's group and his master. They ran to Jingdu University. Xiangdi said that this old man dared to chase them all the way here. The students recognized the young master and asked if someone had kidnapped him and brought him to campus. Charles asked them where they thought they were going. The guard rushed in front of the butler, asking who she was and demanding that she stop. Charles waved his hand, throwing the guard out of his way. Xiangdi said this guy is crazy. They crashed into a man with red hair. He asked the main character where he was going. Xiangdi stood with his hand on his forehead, and the main character told teacher Wan Lao that there was something behind him. Charles ran towards them. Wan Lao asked if someone really wanted to die if he dared to chase the students of their university and even go all the way here. He ran, emitting an orange aura, and he said it was very confident. Charles used the Holy Light Shield skill. The teacher hit the butler's shield. The impact sent him flying off, exploding. Charles lay among the destroyed bricks and thought that this is the strength of Jingdu University. Wan Lehao stood over Charles and asked him who he was and why he was causing trouble at Jingdu University. His fist burned with a bright flame, and he said that he would send him to the next life if he did not answer. Silhouettes appeared behind him, telling him to stop. The president of the Hunters Guild appeared behind him. He demanded that Charles be released. Wan Lehao asked what would happen if he refused. The guild president replied that he would either let him go or join him in the afterlife. Wan Lehao raised his fist in the air, asking if this was true. He brought his blow down on Charles's head. Wan Lehao told him to hurry up, because he was very interested in how he planned to kill him with them. The president's subordinates ran to Wan Lehao after hearing the order from their superior. Wan Lehao clenched his hand into a fist and used the Tai Gen Lai skill. All enemies scattered from his blow. They said that this was a battle king who had been missing for so long that everyone thought he was dead, but in fact he became a teacher at Jingdu University. Another man asked if this battle-mad maniac was famous, to which he was told that he was more than just famous. He was born for battle, and at the peak of the intermediate level, he jumped the difference between classes and defeated a high-tier sword master with one hand. The president of the Hunters Guild asked if he was still alive. Wan Lehao clenched his hand into a fist and said that since he became a teacher, he hasn't had the chance to fight like he wants, so he thanks him for causing trouble. The guild president pulled out a giant black hammer with burgundy energy emanating from it. He swung his hammer, sending Wan Lehao flying. The teacher's body broke through the wall of the university. The guild member was told that he was no longer as strong as before, to which he was told that he would see the true horror of a battle-crazed maniac. Wan Lehao clenched his hand into a fist, using the battle fist skill. He slammed his fist against his fist, and his aura took on the image of a tiger. Wan Lehao ran to the guild president. He jumped, swinging his right hand at him. He struck the president's hammer. As a result of his blow, he flew into the wall. The Hunters Guild president stood up and said that he really seemed to want to die. Wan Lehao told him to continue. One of the people around said that this is the scariest part about this maniac, because the longer he fights, the stronger his fighting spirit becomes, and the stronger his fighting spirit, the stronger his battle fist. The sound of a heartbeat was heard, and Wan Lehao worriedly wondered where it was coming from. The guild president walked towards him, holding a hammer in his hand. A red aura surrounded his hammer. Ma Fei noticed that a spirit lived in the hammer. Every step the president takes creates wind, and red lightning comes from him. Guild members said that the president really decided to kill this time. Wan Lehao laughed and then said that one blow would not be enough to kill him. They stood emitting huge auras. A black object was flying down. It fell between the fighters. The guild members said they felt the slightest move could have cost him his head. Wan Lehao tisked and said that in that case there would be no battle. The president of the Hunters Guild said that this is an S-rank equipment called Kunwu sword, and the owner of this sword is the best swordsman in the world. The old director, Jai Pingyang, landed between them. He demanded an explanation, saying that if he didn't get it, then Hunters Guild would be destroyed today. One of the guild members waved his whip, asking who this old man thinks he is, and does he really consider himself worthy of destroying his guild. The president ordered him to stop. The whip engulfed Jai Pingyang's body. His subordinate told the president not to worry, because this old man is bound by his immortal breaking whip, and even if he is powerful, he will not escape. The sword master raised a finger without removing his hand from the sword. The whip broke as he lowered his finger onto the sword. The surprised guild member asked how this could be possible since his equipment was B rank, but it was so easily destroyed. White energy enveloped his body as he begged to be saved. The man disappeared, and one of the spectators asked if the strength of the best swordsman was such that he could kill a high-level player without even raising his sword. Jai Pingyang demanded an explanation. The guild president said that his students kidnapped his son, so he had to come here to save him. The director asked if this was the reason why he created trouble at the gate of his Jingdu University. The guild president said that this is true, and if they just return his son, he promises that he will let it go without consequences, and he will not pursue them further, and will leave immediately. The university director gave him a stern look, giving him two choices, leave or die. Ma Fei looked at him with the eyes of a fan, saying that this is a true swordsman, and he really was just wasting his life up to this point. The guild president asked if Jai Pingyang was really that illogical. The academy director asked if he considered logic when he created trouble at the gates of his university and injured his students. The guild president said that they kidnapped his son, and was Jai Pingyang really going to cover for them even though they were wrong? Xiangdi shouted that their guild was the first to attack them. The director of the university said that he is going to cover his students, and does anyone have any problems with this? He took the hilt of the sword and said that if there was no problem, then he should leave here. The director of the university said that he would only count to 3. He counted to 2, and the guild president turned around and walked towards the exit. The main character shouted to him to wait. He dragged his son to him and asked the president not to leave yet. Kaio Yu asked if the guild president would like to make a deal with him. The guild president asked if this was extortion. He looked at the director and asked the main character what he wanted in exchange for the release of his son. Kaio Yu showed his teeth, telling President Huang not to worry because the deal could be done with just a small amount. He said to give him his giant hammer. President Huang shouted that this was impossible because this was an A-grade weapon, reinforced to +7, and if he insisted on this condition, then he could keep the boy for himself, and today he would go home and create another one. The main character looked at the person in his hand. He put his hand to his chin and said, that he wants a full set of C-grade or higher equipment, and then he will let him go. The president of the Hunters Guild said that he agreed, after which he told the main character to let him go. Kyo said that he would only let him go when he received his equipment. President Huang looked at the university director. He threw gold objects to the main character. The main character threw his son to him, saying that young Master Huang is now free. Jai Pingyang told the protagonist that he was being very reckless this time. He said that he lacked strength, and provoking such a powerful guild that specialized in guiding people through dungeons would cause him to be ambushed when he went into the dungeon again. Ma Fei told the director that it was the guild who attacked them first, to which Jai Pingyang told him that it didn't matter whether they were right or wrong, it wouldn't stop the Hunters Guild from targeting them. He said that only fists are the truth. Kyo asked if the director thought they had done something wrong, to which the director replied that their only mistake was allowing them to track them all the way to this place. Jai Pingyang said that if it had been him doing this during his youth, not only would Huang's Yuking have been the victim of extortion, he would not have even known who did it. He turned around and sighed, after which he said that they were still far from his youth. They all gave thumbs up. They returned to the hostel. Xiangdi said that this Hunters Guild is really rich. The main character standing in front of him told him to stop talking, after which he said that everyone gets 2 pieces of equipment. Between them stood a table with all the equipment. Kyo chose Gale boots and Silver Lion helmet. He thought that the effect of the helmet was rather mediocre because, despite the fact that it blocked hits to the head, it took too long to reload. Xiangdi clenched his fists, wearing a pendant with a gold ring. He said that the extortion feels great and he wants to know what Kyo's next plan will be. Ma Fei wore a golden bracer. The main character said that they will most likely just continue with their studies, and perhaps they will try to restore his memories, since he feels that the gap in his memory contains something very important to him. The next day came. Wan Lihao asked the students gathered in front of him what they thought about the principal's true strength. The naked man said that in the inner world, everyone worthy of the title of powerhouse must meet one condition. This condition is that they must kill the world serpent, Jormungandr, alone. The director killed this giant snake with just 5 blows 5 years ago. Wan Lihao crossed his arms and told them all to calm down, because they all performed well in the first week. He smiled and said that they were now moving to the second stage. He told them all that there was no need to worry about it too much as the first phase was focused on protecting them and the second phase would be focused on training their agility. He explained to them that it is not enough for them to have only strength and protection, because without dexterity they are just a moving target waiting to be beaten to death. Therefore, Body Refiner is the most difficult class to succeed in the inner world. It's powerful in the early stages, but as you progress, it becomes difficult to balance strength, defense, and agility, which is the reason why only a few Body Refiners reach high ranks. The protagonist smiled, thinking that his agility was too low, so this training would be ideal for him. Additionally, he cannot rely on the Corpse Ancestor Ring's effect every time. Wan Lihao told the disappearing students that they did not need to worry, because the second stage would be much easier. They ended up in a sea-level dungeon called Abyss of the Deep Sea. All the students appeared on the island. In front of them are many pillars sticking out of the water. One of the students asked if Teacher Wan wanted them to dodge the ocean waves. Wan Lihao stood on one of the pillars and told them that their second stage of training would be to cross the sea on these pillars. He said they would pass if they reached the peak of the mountain opposite them in 5 minutes. The main character looked at the columns, thinking that these stone columns are constantly being broken by waves, which makes them very slippery. Standing firmly on them can be an impossible task. In addition, many of the columns were heavily damaged by seawater, and one wrong step could cause them to collapse completely. This is a test not only of agility, but also of reaction and determination. Wan Lihao asked who wants to try first. One of the students said he would go. He jumped onto the pillars and then jumped along them, thinking that he had figured out how to balance on the pillars. The student said it didn't seem like such a difficult task. The student jumped, but lost his balance while dodging a fish that jumped out of the water. He fell into the water, and Wan Lihao threw him a chain, saying that he would climb here on his own. After 15 minutes, the student swam to the shore. Wan Lihao explained to them that these strange fish are called gray swordfish, and they are unique to this dungeon. Every creature trying to reach that mountain will face the attack of that fish, and outside of that there is no additional danger here. One of the students asked him how many gray swordfish are under the sea. Wan Lihao smiled, saying that their lair is down there, so there are approximately hundreds of thousands of them there. The guys opened their mouths in surprise when they heard how many fish there were. Their teacher smiled with his arms crossed and told them that the first person to pass the test would receive a special reward. The joyful students looked at him eagerly, asking what it would be. They all ran together. The first student ran along the columns, shouting to the others that the reward would be his. The rest of the students also started jumping on the columns, pushing each other. The main character went towards the test, saying that he should try too. A red glow appeared on Teacher Wan's body, looking in the other direction from the running protagonist. He turned around with a darkened face. The main character began to jump from column to column, smiling. The other students were surprised at his incredible speed. The man in green clothes told the protagonist running towards him not to approach him because these columns cannot support two people at the same time, so they will both fall into the sea. Kyo jumped onto his pillar and then jumped onto the next and the next. The students looked at him with their mouths open and at the same time asking what it was and how he could do it so easily. The protagonist thought that he did not expect that the equipment he received would be so useful to him. The system window reported that his Gale boots have the effect of sliding behind an enemy within a radius of 1 meter with Gale-like speed. The skill also has a cooldown of 30 seconds per target. The student with his chest open sank onto the column. A fish jumped out of the water behind him. He hit the flying ruble with his fist. The people behind him said that they understood how it should be done. The main character was running along the column, and a woman with blonde hair curling into drills addressed him. She told him that there was something incredible on the mountain on the other side of the sea. Kyo asked if the Empress had returned again, to which she replied that she had always been inside him. The main character stopped on the column and said that he was not interested in what was on the other side of the mountain, and he asked the Empress to tell him about what happened in that dungeon. She apologized for not being able to tell him about it. The main character asked why she couldn't tell him. She said that when the pseudo-underworld dungeon collapsed, the main will of the inner world focused all its attention there, so to avoid being discovered, she had to go into hibernation. She said that because of this, she herself does not know a clear explanation for what happened after that. She said that she was sure that his memory loss was not accidental, it was deliberate. The Empress said that this is how a girl named Zuo sealed his memory, and she doesn't want him to remember her. The protagonist's face turned dark, and he wondered why she did it. The fish gathered in front of the protagonist and began to jump on him. His right eye glowed red. He hit the column, throwing 3 fish aside at once. Wan Lehao and his disciples watched the protagonist furiously beating the fish. The teacher wondered what happened to him. He thought about the fact that he brought them here to practice dexterity, and he does not understand why the main character decided to catch gray swordfish instead. Kyo sat down on the pillar and asked the Empress if she had a way to break the seal. She said she had it. The main character asked her to help him, but she said that he needed to get one thing first. The protagonist's face was covered with ink patterns. He asked what item she needed, and the Empress said she needed the ghost eye. Kyo grabbed his head. His face became even more covered with dark patterns. He asked what it was and where he could get it. The Empress told him to forget about it for now and pay attention to his body. The protagonist closed his eyes and began to fall. He began to fall to the bottom of the sea. Zuo appeared in front of him. Kyo opened his eyes, wearing a striped shirt. Above it was a square tiled ceiling. He asked where he was. The main character put his hand to his head, asking if he was really in the hospital again. In his room, the door opened and a woman with blue hair walked through it. The protagonist asked what teacher Xiaorong was doing here. She poured water from the kettle into a mug, telling the main character that his friends Ma Fei and Yang Xiangdi told her about him. She held out her hand with the mug to the protagonist, telling him to be careful as it might be a little hot. Kyo thanked her. A dark silhouette kicked the door open. It was a guy with white hair. He clenched his hand into a fist and asked if this was the sweet boy for whom she had come all this way here. The main character drank tea, not understanding what was happening here. The guy with white hair said that he wanted something from him. Xiaorong stood up from her chair and asked Lu Yanheng what he was trying to do, then told him to leave. Kyo started to get out of bed, and Lai Yanheng asked her what was so good about this cute boy, because he looked very weak and his thighs were smaller than his arms. She told him that it was none of his business, so he should get out of there. Lu Yanheng told the main character that if he is a real man, then let him fight him in the duel grounds, and whoever loses will have to leave her forever. Kyo said that he just came in and was already so loud, and then asked who he was. Lu Yanheng chuckled, saying that the main character doesn't even know who he is. He pointed at himself with his thumb and said that his name was Lai Yanheng, the strongest male genius from Jingdu Azure Dragon Normal University. The protagonist remembered that in this school the ratio of men to women is 1:9, with a predominance of women. Xiaorong told the protagonist not to argue with him as his strength is really solid despite his head problems. The protagonist said that he understood. Kyo got up from the bed and told Lu Yanheng that he had never tried to approach Master Xiaorong. He chuckled, saying that at least he had some level of self-awareness. Lu Yanheng put his hand to his chest and told Xiaorong that this coward is not suitable for her and only he is worthy of her. She told him to shut up. Kyo said that Lu Yanheng did not understand him because he wanted to say that teacher Xiaorong herself came to him. He laughed, telling an angry Lu Yanheng that she also poured water for him and took care of him every day and night. He crossed his arms and said that she also told him that Lu Yanheng is not as handsome as him, and he is also shorter than the main character. Xiaorong blushed with embarrassment, not understanding how he knows what she's thinking. Liu Yanhang raised his fist, shouting for the main character to die. His fist hit the wall of ice. Xiao Rong shouted to him that this was enough. Liu Yanhang clenched his hand into a fist and asked if the main character would dare to fight him one-on-one in the duel grounds. The protagonist put the phone to his hand and called security. Liu Yanhang said that he would not bully him and would wait for him to heal. The guards dragged him away, shouting after the main character that he was a coward, and if he had enough courage, then let him meet him in the duel grounds. Xiao Rong apologized to Kaio Yu and told him not to listen to this nonsense as he kept pestering her and she couldn't get rid of him. The main character said that he would sort it out for her. The duel grounds is a dueling instance within the inner world. Under the rules of the duel pool, players won't die, and when their HP reaches 1, it will automatically lock, and they'll be deemed defeated. Because of this, many players use the duel grounds to resolve conflicts or test their skills. A person from the crowd asked who Liu Yanhang would fight today. He was told that he had heard that it was someone named Qiao Yu, a newcomer. The person who asked said that the name seemed familiar to him. He shouted that Liu Yanhang is a junior, so it is very shameless to bully a newcomer. A man with blonde hair raised his hand with a wad of money up. He said that betting was open, and the current chance of Qiao Yu winning was 5-1. Two people in the crowd said that they would bet on Liu Yanhang. Liu Yanhang walks, emitting dark smoke. He said that the main character is much better than him in his rookie year, otherwise he would not have been able to get into Jingdu University, but he is still a rookie. He said that today he, Liu Yanhang, a level 26 heavy armor warrior, would beat him in front of teacher Xiao Rong. The main character said that he is Kaio Yu, a level 17 aspiring necromancer. There was silence in the stands. The crowd screamed that a novice necromancer had no chance against an intermediate heavy armor warrior, and there was no point in this match. One person in the crowd said that this class is not known for its agility, so if Kaio Yu can maintain his distance and summon a bunch of undead creatures, then he might have a chance in this fight. Liu Yanhang said that the main character must be trying to scam him for money, and he told him that he has no money. The main character jumped at him, raising his fist. Liu Yanhang asked if he really wanted to scam him, and he wondered if the protagonist would die from his blow. The crowd asked why the necromancer ran barehanded towards the heavy armor warrior. Xiao Rong watched the match, thinking that they were all underestimating Kaio Yu. Liu Yanhang said that he would take this blow head on, because he is a necromancer, so his damage should not be strong. The protagonist hit him on the cheek. Liu Yanhang flew away, creating a cloud of dust with his body. A person in the crowd asked, "Is Jingdu University really that great if even a beginner can hit a heavy armor warrior like that?" The crowd shouted that this is rigged, and Kaio Yu most likely lied about his class. They called Liu Yanhang a loser because he could not defeat a newcomer. Liu Yanhang stood up as the crowd cheered. He told the protagonist that his blow really hurt him and now he is using his true power. The main character jumped again, raising his hand to strike. Liu Yanhang grabbed his hand, telling the protagonist not to underestimate him. Kaio Yu clenched his other hand into a fist, gathering purple energy into it. Liu Yanhang caught his second hand with his hand. He leaned down, holding the protagonist by both hands, and used the grapple skill. A third hand appeared from Liu Yanhang's back. He hit the main character with this hand. People in the crowd said that this is Liu Yanhang's signature move, 3 heads and 6 arms. The protagonist was knocked back by this attack. He thought about what this was all about. Liu Yanhang laughed, telling him not to underestimate him. Kaio Yu took out his weapon and ran towards him. Liu Yanhang raised his hands up. He caught the protagonist's weapon with his hands. Golden lightning sparkled around this weapon, and he realized that he could not pull it out of the hands of his opponent. Liu Yanhang lowered Kaio Yu's weapon downwards, swinging his free 2 hands. After that, he hit the main character on the head with these hands. The main character flew away after such an attack. Kaio Yu stood there, thinking that this guy was much stronger than he thought, and the effect of his silver lion helmet helped him a lot. Liu Yanhang said that the protagonist's strength attribute must be especially high, because from his last 2 attacks, he can tell that his attack power is at least 500 points. He walked towards the main character, waving his arms and saying that having only stat points is absolutely useless because some people can fully use these 500 points of power while some cannot use half of this potential. He said it's called the conversion ratio, and from what he can see, the main character has very high attack power, but his conversion ratio is terrifyingly low. Kaio Yu frowned as he thought about how he had always thought that he was missing something despite his high stats, and now he realized what the problem was. Liu Yanhang said that the conversion ratio is the proportion of stat points converted into combat power, and between 2 players with the same number of points, the one with the higher conversion ratio will always prevail in battle. He said that he is sure that the protagonist does not even have a 1-to-1 conversion ratio, so he does not know how the protagonist dares to call himself the best student at Jingdu University. The main character said that it was none of his business, but he still thanks him for answering one of his questions. He said that as a reward for this he would punish himself with one of his blows, after which he struck himself in the chest. The system window notified that Wrath of the Mechanical Empress has been triggered, and the player entered a berserk state. Liu Yanheng shouted to everyone watching their fight not to try to scam him. Xiao Rong stood there wondering what Kyle Yu was trying to do. Purple energy emanates from the main character's body. He put the corpse ancestor ring on his finger and said that it doesn't matter if his conversion ratio is low, because as long as his stat points are high enough, everything will be the same. Kyle Yu ran towards his enemy, raising his fist. Liu Yanheng blocked his attack with all his hands. The main character ran behind him. He very quickly began to strike at Liu Yanheng. As a result, his opponent fell to the ground. Liu Yanheng coughed as he got up from the ground. He said that this is not the end, because he is the one who is going to represent Jingdu Azure Dragon Normal University in the Global Underworld Combat Tournament. He stood up, shouting that he couldn't lose to someone like the main character. Blue energy emanates from it. Liu Yanheng now had 6 hands and said that he was going to save this move for the tournament, but he would have to use it here. He ran towards the protagonist, telling him to look at Master Lu's true power. After that, he began to beat Kyle Yu, who simply took the blows. The system window reported the activation of the berserk state. Liu Yanheng continued beating and asked why the main character is now not as arrogant as he was just now. He waved his hands, saying that the outcome was already a foregone conclusion, so he would now die. The protagonist stopped Liu Yanheng's attack with his hand. The system window reported that the berserk state had reached its limit. The main character's eyes glowed purple and he said that the outcome of the match was truly a foregone conclusion. Kyle Yu said that so many hands look scary, so he will remove a few. Liu Yanheng asked fearfully what the main character was going to do. The protagonist tore off one of his opponent's arms. Liu Yanheng shouted in rage that he wanted the main character dead. Qiao Yu dodged all of his attacks. He tore off 2 more of Liu Yanheng's arms. The crowd asked whether the physical strength of necromancers could reach such terrifying levels. A hooded woman with white hair said she found him. Liu Yanheng looked at the enemy in front of him in horror. Behind the main character was a gloomy red silhouette resembling a smiling face, and Kyle Yu raised his hand to strike, saying that this is the end. Frightened, Liu Yanheng covered himself with his remaining 3 hands. The main character hit him straight in the chest. From this blow, Liu Yanheng flew back, raising a huge cloud of dust again. He was lying in a crack in the ground with only 1 HP. The main character climbed up the steps. He entered the corridor leading to the arena exit. Kyle Yu put his hand to his mouth, spitting out blood. He knew that to activate the skill, he needed to take quite a few hits from that guy, and while this skill is really strong, it also takes his life away, so he can barely stand now. The system window reported that the immobilization effect was activated because Kyle Yu was in a berserk state for too long. Now he cannot move for a whole hour. He fell comically. He was caught by a hooded woman who had seen his match earlier. The main character asked her who she was. She hit him on the forehead with her palm. She told the fainting Kyle Yu that she had finally found him. The main character woke up in a luxurious bed, with teddy bears lying next to him. He asked where he was. Qiao Yu got up from the bed, saying that he remembers fighting Liu Yanheng, and then he was knocked out by some strange woman. The 2 maids asked if the young master was awake. The main character threw back the blanket and asked whose boudoir it was. The main character ran to the exit of the room. The maids asked where the young master was going, since he could not roam freely without the young miss's permission. Kyle Yu asked what kind of young miss she was. The maids asked if he had memory loss if he couldn't even remember young miss. He continued to walk out of the room, saying that he didn't care what nonsense they said about young miss, because he wanted to leave. The maids shouted that he should not go out. The protagonist opened the door and saw a woman with white hair standing in front of him. Her name is Tang Lam. She said that he woke up, and her goal all this time was to get out of the arranged marriage. The main character realized who it was. She said that he shouldn't be surprised by this, because she already said that she would find him. Tang Lan told the maids to leave them. They left, slamming the door behind them. The main character asked what she wanted to do. She said that there was no need to rush, because she would tell him everything slowly. After that, Tang Lan extended her hand, channeling green energy, and a spike appeared from the protagonist's neck. The thorn in his neck became a beautiful white flower. She pulled out the flower, and the main character thought that the wood seed had disappeared. Qiao Yu asked Tang Lan what she meant by this and why they called him young master. She put the flower to her face and said that she is the eldest daughter of the Tang family and he is her husband, so this makes him the young master of the Tang family. The main character got into a fighting stance and said that last time he beat her, and now she kidnapped him to make him her husband. He asked if she had any strange hobbies. She angrily shouted at him that it was all his fault, because if he had not ruined her plans, she would not have kidnapped him and made him her husband. Kyo angrily shouted at her that he ruined her plan for his own survival and he doesn't understand how this has anything to do with her kidnapping him. Tanglan brought the flower to her nose and said that their family had a rule that if they did not reach a high rank before the age of 25, then they would be used as tools for a political wedding. At first she wanted to get it through that ritual at Lake of Purification, but the main character ruined the ceremony. She raised an eyebrow and smiled, saying that if she could find her true soulmate without even reaching a high rank, she wouldn't have to go through an arranged marriage. Of course, her original marriage partner may become extremely angry, and they may take that anger out on him. The main character asked if he really wanted to set him up, planning to make him bear the brunt of their malice. Tanglan threw away the flower, smiling with her eyes closed. He said that now that the wood seed had left his body, he had nothing to worry about, so he was leaving now. Tanglan asked if he was really going to leave like this. She told the protagonist, who had already opened the door, that now the entire Tang family knows that he, Qiu, will be the new young master of the Tang family. Additionally, she told her father that she was pregnant with the protagonist's child. Tanglan said that if he left now, not only would her ex-fiancé hunt him, but the entire Tang family would also come after him. Qiu slammed the door and said that he agreed and also that she was ruthless. She grabbed his hand. Tanglan stood in front of him, asking if being her husband was such a bad deal. She also said that many would like this, but she would not even look at them. The main character threw her hand away, telling her to stop because she just wanted to get rid of the arranged marriage. He offered to help her with this problem, after which she would let him go and they would be strangers. Tanglan extended her hand to him and offered to make a deal. She wants Qiu to pass her family's test, then deal with her planned marriage partner, after which she will be free. Of course, he will also be free after this. The protagonist looked at her hand, feeling as if he had fallen straight into her trap. He realized that her goal from the very beginning had been to get out of this wedding. That's how this video ends. If you have sat through to the end, please don't forget to press the subscribe button and leave feedback. See you in the next video.